어둠에 잠긴 협곡 랜턴조차 희미해 랭크에 불꽃 꺼진 지금 누가 다시 지필까 도끼의 커맨드 전력 재점화 악기 엔진기 솔레폰 준비 완료 패배의 그림자 잘라버려 솔레폰 한타 노림 키러스 CS 전문맨 신호탄 발사 상승하라 에피솔 랜 헌터스 롤리라 시작이 고된 뉴비 채팅창이 두려워 가짜는 억까 날려버려 악기 토끼 나가신다 토끼의 커맨드 전력 재점화 악기 엔진기 솔레폰 준비 완료 패배의 그림자 잘라버려 솔레폰 한타 노림 키러스 CS 전문맨 신호탄 발사 상승하라 에피솔 랜 헌터스 롤리라
요즘 꼭은 너무 조용해 밤을 태우던 악기들은 모두 어디에 럼블콩 맞은 전적 위에 의지를 다져 악기 토끼가 깨어난다 숨을 고르고 큐를 돌려라 사라진 불꽃이 다시 불러 난 원래 악기였던 거야 Now it's time, here I go 마음을 다잡고 뛰어들어라 승리의 감각을 다시 깨워 난 원래 악기였던 거야 Roll it back 다시 날 부른다 나는 그래 악기였던 거야 So like hunters wake up wake up
Hello everyone, we're in the final stretch of the LCK as we begin the final round. Round 5 starts now. Digon here alongside Oxen Did to break down a very big week here in the LCK. Playoff spots are on the line as well as a brand new patch that brings big changes. How's it going, guys?
Pretty good. I'm excited. You know, I feel like we've had a decent shake-up and also things are starting to get locked in, but still some teams trying to decide their fate. So always gets exciting as we're moving towards that big play-ins and playoff bracket.
It kind of feels weird that it's kind of like it's final chance, but with the new patch. So I think you have to like adapt on the patch really fast, otherwise you're gonna get dropped.
All right, let's take a look at the standings here. After 4 rounds of play, Gen.G, Hanwha, and T1 have all locked playoffs. KT and Nongshim still battling for that last playoff spot and the potential play-ins there. We look over at the Rise group. DNF are out, but DRX on life support still have a chance to make it on in. B&K Fearx and Bros still on the inside of play-ins.
Yeah, interesting. The gap is about the same with the teams making it for over the threshold in both groups. But when we look with the odds that have been calculated, I think you got a phrase to describe this earlier, Digon, when we were doing rehearsals. LCK AI?
LCK I?
Oh, there we go.
By Team Snowball, yes.
Yes.
All right.
I think the one for KT and Nongshim, I kind of agree. This is probably where I'd put the odds. I think the 2 series win difference really significant because Nongshim has to beat KT and then also find a series win somewhere else, which is pretty hard to do right now. The one I'm a little bit skeptical of is the 44% 4T1 because I think in their current form, only 1 game score behind HLE. I would favor them to make round 2 over HLE right now.
Well, still, I feel like Legend Group is pretty much locked in terms of like how they played and how they actually performed last week. But when it comes to Rise Group, everything is unpredictable, and I think every game matters, actually. So we still don't know who's gonna make it into the play-ins because like the performance-wise, I'm not sure who's actually better than the other teams. Like, I think BNK, they have a great chance against like Bro and DRX, sure, you can say that, but sometimes like Bro 2-0's DK as well. So we still don't know who's gonna make it.
That's the thing, DRX, you look at the remaining matches, they could beat any of these teams.
Oh yeah.
They could also lose to any of these teams. So, you know, that 12.8%, there's hope. And you just really never know how it's going to go. If they come into great form and they really pop off, they can definitely make it. It's not an easy journey, but you never know with Rise Group.
Yep, it'll start today. Well, let's get to this week's Degon's Facts of the Week. Joining us here after his first loss head-to-head against Wadid, it's Mr. Daniel Locks Harrison.
I'm looking for redemption. Avid side sleeper, allegedly. Have you been watching me while I sleep, Degon?
And his opponent, celebrating his first win with the biggest pop-off in Degon's Fact of the Week. He's back to go on a 2-win streak. It's Kimbe in Wadid. Wadid's been on a lot of Facts of the Week. All right, speed is important in this one. Let's get to it. So first fact, which team in the Legend group has the best game score since round 3?
T1.
Yeah, T1.
Wadid, you're too slow, Wadid. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
That's not fair.
Plus 12,
That's how it goes.
11 for Genji, 1 for Hanwha, and KT have -9. Nongshim is worse than that. All right, so which team in the Rise group has the...
BK Fearx! BK Fearx!
Oh, he knew what it was.
Oh!
Bring it up! BK Fearx.
Let's go!
DRX. BK Fearx has been the best performing team here in the Rise group
know what?
since round 3.
I'm going to say last week was a fluke with it. It was a fluke with it. You know, upsets happen, but I'm on top. That's all I'm going to say.
Something happened? Oh, hey guys.
Wadid just
morning.
had...
Sleep at the wheel. Let's sleep at the wheel,
hit
you know?
double digits in his lost Fact of the Week. We'll have to figure out how he does later on. That was a big player of the match performance there by Ox. Let's take a look at the POM standings overall by our LCK players. Chovy's still first, but Keria, Viper, and Zeus all at 700 points there.
Yeah, I mean, Keria, Viper, Zeus all been playing fantastically, but at this point now, Chovy cannot be caught in that #1 spot.
Yeah, but still, I can see Keria chasing down him. Like, seriously. At least, you know, like he can get like rest of the dam, and I think he can still make it for the 2nd place.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, he is...
And like out of these players, I feel like Keria has like most chance
Question.
here.
There are 4 games
Right?
left. That means there's 400 POM points. As questionable as his picks last week, all of us finished 7-10 except Wolf and Valdez. Wolf climbing out of the Wolf pit with ease there. Good picks there. No one got the Bro or the B and K Fearx picks there. DRX and DNF with the wins. And there he is, the Cronny on top, 103.
We should celebrate the milestone. We reached it to 100.
Yeah.
On the
Congrats on
predictions.
100 predictions.
Yeah.
You did and chronically. All right, let's get to this week's Gold King. This is the player with the highest average gold earned. This player has a couple awards known as World Championships in the bot lane. It was Gumayushi getting his first Gold King from last week.
Wow, is it first? That's actually crazy. I thought he got more than this.
Nope.
I mean, he had a phenomenal week, and you look at some of the picks that he was playing, right? His Varus here, his Jhin, his Lucian. These are picks he's been known for. He's super formidable on, and T1 as a team had a great week, but Guma was such a driving force and a recipient of a lot of these kills when they were dominating, if we're going to be honest. You know, going up against HLE as well, we saw a bit of a resurgence from HLE in terms of form. They managed to take a game of Genji, but T1 did not give them that same opportunity and took them down 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, I think many times Guma just play for the priority. I think that's the reason why he actually couldn't get the Gold King. But this time around, I think he was the main part that T1 could the snowball, and he deserves the Gold King for sure.
All right, congratulations to Gumayushi as this week's Gold King, getting the silver coin. And if you want to win a signed Polaroid, head on over to the Udi Bank One app, download, do the prediction, and you can get yourself that signed Polaroid. Now, here's the big thing from this patch, or this week. It is the patch points. Big patch changes, not only across different champions, buffs, and nerfs, also some changes across the Rift.
But this isn't deja vu. They did change the Baron health regen last patch, but they actually missed the Baron gains health regen every minute. So they've removed that as well. So now truly, Baron has no health regen in combat. Obviously, it still resets when you leave combat, but it means that smites will be really consistent now. If you see the health and it's below smite threshold, you press smite, you will secure that objective. So
there's no more excuses, right?
no more excuses.
You have to be good at the setup and just get the Nasher, and that's all. The item, it got buffed a lot. I guess that's why Nocturne got nerfed here.
Yeah, and it's interesting. A lot of these junglers, really high power junglers, we're seeing nerfed. Wukong dodging the nerfs, but you know, these nerfs, I feel like these junglers are still going to show up, but it's definitely relevant, right? Some of these have been seeing massive prior, especially Xin Zhao and Trundle, but Nocturne Jarvan been showing up as well and just taking a good amount of their power away, so maybe dropping a bit in terms of that priority.
So yeah, out of this, I can see Vi and Pantheon and Wukong being happy about it. Those three will be the high priority jungler when it comes to AD. And I think they also really wanted to like AP jungles back in the meta, and I guess that's the reason why they nerfed the ADs here.
All right, let's see what else that we had here in the nerfs. Lulu, Rel, and Yuumi. Haven't seen too much Yuumi, but a lot of Rel and Lulu paired with those hyper carries.
Oh yeah, Lulu, after Yunara rebuild on the Rift, it became a meta when it comes to if you want to bring the hyper carry. You can also combine with the Jinx as well. It's still a great option, so it got nerfed. And Rel, it got nerfed again, but still a reliable option for the support when you need to engage, and cat nerfed again.
Yeah, it's funny, Lulu's been nerfed so many times. I feel like the last 7 times he's been the patch note, he's been nerfed, still getting nerfed.
It's fine. Who likes Lulu? I don't like it.
The cat has been sat. Let's take a look now on the buffs. Gnar, Sion, and Kalista being bumped up here with the AP scaling on Ren.
I mean, it's kind of surprising that Sion is getting buffed again because it was great, the blind pick option for blue side, so yeah.
Yeah, the buffs were more towards like the AD Sion. It's still going to help tank Sion, definitely, so it is a positive change for tank Sion, but definitely AD Sion more effective. And these were those AP junglers you were talking about with did.
Oh yeah, I mean, good counter into Trundle or some AD junglers, but I'm not sure if it's available because of the pair in the mid lane, because if you play AP jungle, you need AD on the mid lane, but there's not many options here.
Yeah, and Brand was often picked into Xin Zhao. Remember when he first debuted, that was a matchup he found favorable. Some other AP junglers as well, Nautilus and Sylas. If you've seen clips of the crit Sylas coming up, one-shotting things, that was a bug that has been removed, so it won't be crit Sylas, but Sylas, traditional AP Sylas in the jungle is definitely playable now.
Yeah, Rek'Sai getting bumped up as well. We'll touch on that in just a little bit. So some of the big changes there. And then the updates. Viego getting out of the jungle, back into the lane. Rumble change as well. That was the big one that you wanted to touch on.
I do want to talk about the Varus first, though. His Q got a little bit of a tone down. They're trying to make on-hit Varus come back. E got a significant nerf. I still think Poke Varus is going to be playable because the E nerfs are big, but Q didn't lose that much power. But we'll see how the priority shifts as a result of this.
Yeah, Singed Warwick as well. Here are some of the comments from the pros. Chovy commenting on the Viego in the lane. Strong sustain, can be flexed as a mid AD champion, especially with those APs coming on in. Still uncertain whether he'll show up this patch. Rek'Sai, it's a lot of doubt. A lot of doubt by the top laners and Cuz as well. But we'll see what happens there with Rek'Sai. Nautilus saying, or Krako saying on Nautilus, generating variables is a strength, so he could show up this patch, but the problem is the champion feels clunky. And then Canyon saying you can play make with the Sylas, but it's unclear if he will appear this patch.
Yeah, I think one thing with the Nautilus is you can be quite squishy, strong early clear, and obviously great in those early skirmishes, but squishier than like Skarner or Sejuani. And compared to Maokai, not as much team fighting power as that massive ultimate.
Yeah, well, here's some of our thoughts on it, because we just went through the whole thing. For me, it's Kalista. The LCK is better when you have these top-tier mechanical gods at the AD carry role playing Kalista. Now back on in, but they've got to make sure that they know the rend is what's important, not the late scaling where you could just throw spears and kill everyone. The rend is going to be important. Ox?
For me, I think it's crazy the buffs Rumble God, because obviously he had the bug on red side that made him weaker. That's now been taken away. So his win rate on red side and solo queue went up 8%. But also on blue side, he got stronger by about 2% because they lowered his Q damage a bit, but they increased the reliability of his flame spit and his equalizer. So you're getting more consistent damage from those, and he is just better overall. Remember, this champion was already heavily prioritized. We have so many great rumbles. He's stronger on blue side. He's way stronger on red side. So I fully expect to see him super high priority. Unless you're getting Aurora to shut him down, which is often banned at the first rotation, I think Rumble is going to be taking over the Rift.
Now, what do you think?
Yeah, I want to mainly talk about the two picks. First, it's Rek'Sai. It has a great laning phase, and also you gotta know that the E is gonna deal the true damage at this point. So it's really good into tank whenever you want to play lane bully on the top lane. I think it can be really great option. Someone like Zeus, or if you want to play strongly on the top lane, I think it's really great option. And Nautilus, I really like this kind of flex possibility in the draft. So it's not only about the Nautilus being in the jungle, it's also about the support flexibility. So I think it's a really great option whenever you really want to flex something in the jungle. I think it's also kind of same mood with the Sylas as well. So there's a lot of possibility with the picks.
Yeah, we saw how important flexibility in draft can be. Gen G T1, the last time that they played, it was the Ziggs Corki kind of flip there. We'll see what happens in the next couple of weeks. Here's our matchups. Saturday Showdown, Hanwha Life Esports against Gen G. But big matches that have been pointed out are all on the Rise side by Atlas and Wolf. Bro versus BNK FearX, and then BNK FearX against D+, the marquee matchups for our two casters.
Yeah, I mean, the Legend Group games are pretty much predictable, but the Rise Group, I think every match matters. Even like DRX and DNF, we still don't know who's gonna win this one, because DNF is finally back, you know, the match doesn't matter for them, but still, you know, they have no pressure at all, but DRX is still on it. So yeah, it's pretty much Rise Group battle for their life, yeah.
I am interested though in that Saturday Showdown, HT obviously taking a game of Gen G, a chance to kind of iterate off that from last week and maybe take down Gen G in this rematch.
Yeah, I like how you brought up DNF as some of you guys picked.
Wait,
is that a typo? Do you see what I see?
Wait. Ox, you picked KT over HLE?
That's so dude.
Ox,
no
what?
way. There's no way. Look.
No.
There's no way we're going to go 3 round robins and KT aren't going to come out with an upset. And you know what? I just think it's going to be a bit of a mid gap. I think BDD is in great form, even a mid jungle gap. I think BDD, because I believe in them. There's no way we go 3 round robins and KT don't have an upset. All I'm asking is KT, make sure you have Peter in for that series, because you need...
I don't know. It did also, I don't think I didn't see that. You put DNF there at the very end. You had the DNF prediction, and you were the only person. What do you have to say for yourself?
Well, I trust Pyoshi. He's the guy, you know.
I will say for the DN Automotive Freaks, they are playing the 2 teams that they beat earlier in the season, in Bro and in DRX. And for here in DRX, as we set the table for our matchup coming on up, it's do or die from here on out. Like, yes, there's a 1.5% chance that BNK FearX doesn't make it, but if they want to catch Bro, they got to get the win today against DNF.
I mean, I just wonder if these teams are trying to bring up some with the good new fresh picks with the new patch, because maybe I think you just stick to the old picks, just like Vi or those like AD jungles, but you can still actually pick up some AP jungles with a new idea.
This is also the best time. New patch, we've had some new picks, some interesting picks. This is the best time to get an upset. You know, we've seen this happen before, so I think you bring out something a little bit crazy, you can catch a team off guard.
All right, well, Law Park is buzzing for round number 5. It all starts here. DN Automotive Freaks against DRX.
Starting with a whisper, I know I'll find it hard to lose, counting down hours, but I'll take way less time than that. I've been near the fire a million times, caught in between the truth and the lies. Can't hold me down for a minute longer. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger.
DNFX 화이팅! DNFX 화이팅!
DNFX 화이팅! 오늘 직관 리얼 파이널리 어게인 라스트 댄스인데 팬미팅 시켜줘!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2025. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf here for today's magnificent game. Starting off, of course, with some do or die for DRX. Of course, DNF, they're already out of the running, but they could certainly play spoiler and allow BNK, FureX, and Bro to be the ones that go through.
Even an elementary school student could predict that today is probably going to go at least 5 games.
Oh,
Alice.
yeah.
I think this first series is probably going to go the distance. Our second series, where we have Genji taking on Nongshim, a little bit less likely, but we'll see.
It depends how much they
patch.
cook. Exactly right. So it's a new patch, so maybe we'll have like Viego mid Silas jungle from Chovy and Canyon, and that might allow us to go to the 3 games. But it's going to be a difficult one because Nongshim have been struggling, Genji have not. And these teams, we're starting off, of course, in the Fries group, the place where the magic happens.
So right now, DRX are 2 series behind Bro. If at the end of the week, Bro has a 3rd series ahead of them, then DRX are out because there'll only be 2 matches left in the final week of regular season. So they need to be able to keep their chances alive this week and then hopefully seal the deal in their final week. But it's a tough ask right now. And, you know, this match in itself is much tougher than it would have been a few weeks ago because DNF have actually really started to look a lot stronger. And, you know, it's a team that, yes, is in 10th place, only has 3 wins, but their form right now is the best we've seen since LCK Cup, so you got to be wary of that.
Yep, especially this guy who brought out the Hecarim and actually found some great value on the champion. I've been doing some sleuth work, of course, because the jungle is often where a lot of the changes do occur. This patch is going to be no different, and he could be bringing out that horse once again, but with the brand changes, Zyra changes, things like this. Haven't seen as much on the Zyra side of things, but I imagine that there could be a pyromaniac wandering around the jungle, and we'll just have to see, because in this matchup, that could be a huge point of power here for Pureshik, because there aren't very many game wins on Sponge on either Zyra or on Brand.
Yeah, he has not been very known to be successful on squishy AP.
He has won 1 game on Zyra.
I am really interested to see what happens in the top lane matchup between these two. I was telling you about it a little bit earlier. You and I kind of both agree that in terms of solo lane matchups, we lean towards Dudu in the top lane, but we also lean towards Yehu in the mid lane against Bulldog. But Rich's current form has been very up and down, mostly on the downside, but he's had a few of those games where we're like, man, it reminds me of round 2, where Rich was actually making a big comeback back then as well. And Teddy is still the main character for this roster. Like, that has not changed. I don't think that changes for the rest of this season. And it won't change if he makes it into play-ins either. Berserker, though, is a formidable opponent. I think DNF, a team that's more well-rounded, DRX certainly have all their eggs in the Teddy basket.
Yep, and I do think that this patch, if it's changed anything, it's changed what the bans are going to look like. I feel like Yunara is going to be basically unanswerable with the fact that Varus did take a little bit of a hit. So what we're looking at here is which one of these guys is going to be able to pick up the Yunara, because looking at that kill participation stat, if Teddy gets it, there's a chance that he can 1v9.
There's a big chance. The Wukong is still very relevant as a response to the Yunara, not obviously in the bottom 2v2, but in team fights. And I think that as much as we've seen so many changes, we saw nerfs to Xin Zhao as well, for example, I still think that Wukong, especially the Wukong with the Annie here in the Rise group, is going to be high prio. So we'll see what these teams have done in terms of adjustments. Also, something that was pointed out on the pre-show, and it's something that we're going to be talking about in these drafts, is if you're going to play one of these new up-and-coming AP jungle picks, you're likely going to play an AD pick in the mid lane. You don't have to, but it's likely, because that's how the best way to get your damage profiles through is the pairings are better that way. So picks like Bulldog's Tristana could show up in this series if that's something that they're looking to do here. And I think historically Bulldog has been much better on AD mids than Yehu has. So that's another edge that DNF may have coming to this best of 3.
Yeah, not to mention the Corki that we've already seen actually flexed into the mid lane by Chovy earlier on in the season. So that is a good shout. Certainly some of these 80 carries that could potentially be flexed into the mid lane. I'm personally looking forward to Viego mid when that does decide to come through.
That could happen later today.
Yeah, and you know, Chovy's already gone on record saying that it's a thing that could be played. Of course, Chovy just likes to play things that do AD damage in melee and mid lane. Like,
It's just a thing. Like Cassante mid, he tried to make happen as well
Diego-
all those years ago.
Diego Soul lanes on release was pretty wild.
Yeah.
It was kind of silly how strong he was, and his sustain was incredibly broken. He still has a decent amount of sustain. That was nerfed quite heavily back on release, but is it 2021, I guess, several years ago. But, you know, this matchup means so much for DRX. I think for DNF, a lot of people understate what it means, though, for these players to get as close to 9th place as they possibly can. They are 5 wins behind DRX. There are only 4 games left, so they can't quite make it. But at the end of the day, you know, you're looking forward to trying to play spoiler and have a good end of the year, because there is nothing after this until, you know, if we have Kespa Cup, which isn't even announced, and then you're looking to like LCK Cup down the road. So you're gonna have a long off season. You want to have a great performance too before you go into the off season, where, you know, for some of these players, you're a free agent and you want to make sure you can keep your spot on either this team or another one.
Yep, exactly right. And it's also good for the coaches as well to be able to get a couple of wins under their belt approaching the end of the season, so that they can entice new players to join the roster if in fact there is some of that free agency lurking. However, it's not over yet. No. They've still got some matches left to play, and we'll see how they are going to do. See how Coach Song is going to be able to do against them as well. As you can see right here, that is a very pretty DRX notebook that he's going through.
And a very pretty soup notebook on the DNF side as well.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't know what the 8 means, but
it feels like they're still a bit the Afrika freaks, you know?
Yeah.
Because, you know, soup is like used to be a freak, and it's all still kind of there, just a little bit.
they're still freaks at least.
Yeah, exactly.
With 2 E's.
Nothing can change that. All right, now it's time to get into the draft here for game number 1. DRX will be on our blue side to start us off, and we'll see what of these coveted picks they are going to prioritize the highest.
Small,
I think Rumble, just by the way, is going to be that pick.
Yeah, I think that's going to be pretty strong. Small note.
Yes.
You guys notice the Mel global ban is missing above match 131 there.
It's fixed.
No longer broken. It's fixed. So she is viable for play. Don't think she will see play for the rest of this season, but that remains to be seen. Players like Bulldog have played her in the past.
Yep.
Var is still banned, despite the fact that he took some nerfs to his laning phase, especially with his Q and his E.
I wonder whether we could just like put up some like troll this champion is disabled stuff, like just say that Briar is disabled, but we're lying, but it's as if she's disabled.
These champions will never see play. Like
yeah, exactly. There's like a list of like 11.
It's like Garen, Timo, Darius.
I mean, Garen has his niche matchups, you know.
Yeah. We do have a Talia ban here on blue side with that Varus, so could be looking for Yehu to pick up a first pick Azir if that's not banned. The Wukong and the Pantheon are already gone, so that Wukong Annie is off the table. I think that makes a lot of sense. They're actually going to ban both against Bulldog here. A lot of respect shown for a matchup that you and I were both kind of leaning towards Yehu quite heavily, and so maybe he's got a different idea entirely. I don't think this is because he's scared of Bulldog playing these champs. He just wants to have a little bit more freedom in the lane.
Yeah, I guess so, but I feel like there's a lot of the new stuff that is now being buffed up that is getting through this draft.
I mean, Yunara is really strong when you have the Wukong ban, so DN, because they banned the Wukong Red, to kind of price themselves into also banning the Yunara so that doesn't get first picked. It's Teddy, like you mentioned.
Yeah.
I want him to have his hands on that. Let's see what the read is going to be here on 25-16. First pick. Is it just going to be Xinjiao? That would be hilarious. I don't think so.
Yeah, I hope not. I hope that's not what they're going to go towards.
They don't look like
Rumble,
they know.
Rich. Please, Rich. Just...
Aurora is available.
Oh my God,
no!
Wolf! Why did you have to will this into existence?
No, I just know the LCK. I told you this like when you and I were walking back from the coffee shop. I was like, you know what? It's the LCK that's going to be the same stuff.
Exactly.
It's like Oriana Nocturne next. Here we go.
It's a typo. It's a typo. Don't worry. It doesn't say 25-16 there. It's 25. Never mind. We're back on 25-16. DN Freaks have remembered, and the Rumble is going to be locked in.
I is really strong, but they're going to go Oriana first because the Xinjiao is already locked in, so they can have Oriana, Vi, Rumble. That's really strong. Pretty easy to play as well.
Yeah, this is a pretty scary start to this draft here for the DN Freaks. Let's see what Rich is going to have in store. Of course, Aurora is still there as a decent matchup into the Rumble. Could also play the Ornn with the fact that there are some slight nerfs onto Trundle. Maybe people won't want to be playing that one as much. Top lane, Galio is still a thing as well, and there is already a Xin Zhao locked away. So that's a possibility.
Certainly is a lot of flexibility in this pick. in a meta where there's just a lot of flexes hanging out. See if we'll get any more information about the AD carry here.
We'll just continue.
Yeah,
the
Aurora
forever.
was open, and I think this will probably be the Aurora into the Rumble in this game, as that's kind of a Rich specialty.
Yep.
Well, I mean, it's a lot of players' specialty. I'm not saying Rich is like better than Keen at this matchup, but Rich has been known to do this.
Where's the horse? I mean, I like the doggo as well, but I think the horse is the way to go.
The Trundle's pretty good here.
I mean, oh wait,
No, that's
maybe
on the
she's
list of
not.
banned
Maybe
champions.
she's not disabled. As it turns out, she's not disabled.
We knew it was going to be Orianna Nocturne, let's be honest.
Yeah.
Dodge this equalizer, you don't even know where it's coming from.
Do they ban Zeri? Because that was the DN Freak special, obviously, with their Orianna Nocturne combinations.
Xayah first, she's safe. She dodges the combo. She presses R and nullifies everything you've just done. So that's not allowed.
Yeah.
On the side of DRX here, it's like they want you to play an immobile AD carry. They'll ban away the Nico, which will give you some freedom in lane. And obviously red side has pick priority there in R4, so just one of the strongest bottom lane picks you can get. They might even go for an Alistar ban, for the final ban there.
Yep, could be an opportunity. The Rakan is still very, very powerful as well, and I believe would pair alongside what they have going on pretty effectively, honestly, for both sides of the Rift.
Bard.
Good old Big Bad Brad.
Okay, so they're like, you took the Nico away, I'm not going to give you the winning Bard lane, which has some combo potential as well with this draft. You can set up taunts, the Aurora ultimate works well with it too.
Yep. You can also keep them there so that the heroic entrance can be aimed a little bit more easily.
I mean, Carrier showed us that Alistar is the next best ball carrier, so...
Yeah, true.
Could just be
and
a safe
Lucid
ban.
showed us that Trundle is a really good ball carrier as well. Where's the Trundle support at? As Sivir is going to be taken away, I think that Berserker would have been happy to go there. But he's also probably happy to play Zeri, as the Alistar will be locked up. So far, the DN Freaks team comp is gorgeous. I love it.
If they just go Jhin because it's a free lane. It's like Jhin or Lucian, right? It's a free lane to the You see the Alistar, you're like, oh, it's free.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what they're playing. I'm going to win this. And if you go for Lucian Braum here, it's decent into this comp.
Yeah.
You have to go Braum.
You're not feeling too bad. I don't know whether the Braum value is massive.
Yeah, it's not great in this draft, but it is great in the lane. It's great at level 1.
Yep. And it also allows you to do what you want to do, which is line up targets one after the other. I think Braum Xin Zhao is really, really strong with the knock-up stun combos and things like that.
This Kai'Sa is good for the DN Freaks draft if you just cover the DRX draft, and yeah, this is much better.
Way better, yeah.
If you could just cover the DRX draft, you're like, oh man, this is a sick dive comp. But then you look at the lane phase into the Lucian, and you look at how many different ways that she can be peeled for, and you're like, maybe not the Kai'Sa in this case. She's going to get swatted like a bug. This makes a lot more sense. I think both of these drafts are phenomenal, to be honest with you, Atlas. I like the lane matchups here, though, a little bit more for DRX. You have the Lucian lane in the bottom. You have the Galio that can neutralize the Orianna pretty well, and then you have that counter matchup for the Rumble there for Rich topside. But DN Freaks have been way more decisive than DRX as of late, and I think that this, like, if I had to pred right now game 1, I would give it to them because their comp is easier. They have been super decisive with their calls. And Teddy's playing a pick that is not a Fountain Laser pick where you could just sit back and go, well, the Lucian will just carry us through late game. He has to be proactive. Not that he can't, but sometimes if you get a lead early, it's not enough if your team can't play through that lead. And that's what I worry about most of all with a draft like this with Teddy on Lucian, is this is a very funny drawing.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. DN Freaks are going to be playing some spoiler here today up against DRX to see whether they can stop them from making it to the play-ins.
Let me go! I'm trying to get the play-ins!
Yeah, no. You're staying back here with me. One thing I do want to add as well is DNF's just general playstyle has been do well in the early game and then fall off a cliff colossally as the game goes on. I think that they have been pretty competitive throughout the early games throughout this season, regardless of who they're against. And so we'll see whether this comp can allow them to close out that late game as well. Let's get onto the Rift.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift. And the DN Freaks are looking to prove to DRX that, yes, patches are real. And DRX are looking to say, no, my head is in the sand, patches do not exist. This was a good comp last week. This will be a good comp again this week.
Like, Nocturne is nerfed, Hexplate is buffed. Otherwise, like, it's really the Rumble mainly that's saying, you know, patches are real. Otherwise, it's kind of like,
Yeah,
neither of these teams are
it's
saying
only
patches
maybe
are
it's
real.
just Dudu. Maybe it's just Dudu that's saying the patches are real, and he's saying to Pioshik, by the way, dude, patches are real, if you don't mind.
To be fair, I also feel like he might have just drafted exactly like this last week too.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
But as we go deeper into Fearless, I think some of those picks will crop up a lot more.
And, you know, like, we're saying this, we're being facetious. These players have been practicing the new stuff quite aggressively of late. I think Pioshik played so many games of solo queue alone and would have been scrimming as well. So looking forward to seeing whether he does bring out, you know, the brand or even his Hecarim that he has still been putting some extra games into.
Yeah, Pioshik just having a good time and then closing out the season in his own way. If we get a Pioshik air guitar by the end of it, you know, I feel like we're all won.
That would be pretty good.
He did not do a big ceremony last time, sadly.
No, I think it was a little bit of stress last time around. Hopefully this time there will be a little bit of difference because, of course, if they do manage to win this, this is their first winning streak since, like, 2024.
Yeah, that's true. It's actually kind of insane.
Just weren't very good at stringing the wins together, even though this has been historically a low point for the organization.
They broke a lot of records for the LCK this year, but a part of that's just because of the format. But, you know, like being the first team to ever have 19 losses and stuff like that is like, well, I mean, it's pretty impressive you have 19 losses, but also, like, no team could have ever had 19 losses before in a season.
And is impressive the right word? You know?
Yeah, I mean, kind of. I mean, we were looking at it earlier. Now, look, it's a good closeout to the season. Like, the form has been very good. You know, a lot of people have been saying, like, this is one of the best 10th place teams we've seen. And I think that's kind of true. Like, a lot of the 10th place teams you had at the end of the year, you're like, well, they kind of had a rough year, and now it doesn't matter, and they're kind of fooling around a little bit, whereas DNF are like, no, it's the end of the year, and we're still trying every single game and popping off a little bit, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely fantastic. I think the mentality, the way, the philosophy that they have approaching the end of this season when they are already down and out, it has been really, really good. As Rich trying to get some damage back here onto Dudu, avoiding the harpoons. I say that as he gets hit. Looks like he might be out. Oh, never mind. Not going to get the cannon as Dudu just pushes him away. Neither of them, I don't think, got their cannons.
Just liking to do damage more than getting money.
Yeah, this actually goes back to an old adage of Afromu, which was like more than 12 years old now, I'm pretty sure. If your opponent doesn't get it, it doesn't matter whether you get it or not.
There you go.
That's the whole point, is you just have to make sure that you deny them as much as possible.
It's a Hanarabi player right there.
It's beautiful.
I think that this was not a dive that is suited for success, and I don't think Sponge should go for it. There's no angle here. He's not going to. But he got some deep vision up just the same.
Yep.
Bit of an angle here.
Yep, Pulverize is going to interrupt as Teddy's already out. So Andal going to have to use the heal to get himself out of the way of Life and Berserker. And Teddy already running back towards his bottom lane. It's not going to be a lane swap or anything like that. As Rich doing just fine, but it's not necessarily feeling as oppressive, even though he does have that CS lead. Dudu is still doing all right, as Andal doing his very best to try and hold on to this wave, and with the door, should be able to do so. Oh, Teddy even manages to get both of those. That Piercing Light was so incredibly
high value.
satisfying.
Oh, gets that. Oh, Teddy.
Incredible stuff. And keeps his slight gold advantage here.
He makes Ando getting caught there for heal look like a move for both of them to get extra XP.
Exactly. It's a tempo play, baby. That's what we're and that's not even vibes.
That's
it's
not
like
actually
real tempo right there.
It also doesn't even, like, they're getting more XP than each other while they're alone, but they're not getting more XP overall. But, you know, he was generating a high level of experience when he was by himself.
There we go. Also managed to like keep most of the minions around for Teddy to pick up, so it was quite impressive there.
Yeah.
Swifty's now going to be done for Berserker, so he's going to rocket back down towards this bottom side of the map. And in the meantime, Life is taking a peek at the mid lane.
This is pretty common when you have the Lucian lane, even if there is a messed up back there, because you're going to have a little bit of prio. Yes, the backs were desynced, but Berserker needs to back anyways. And Nocturne is not really a champion until level 6, so they should be able to secure this first dragon.
Yep, not to mention the fact that Berserker is catching a wave towards that bottom side. So Andal is
They're fighting for
stun
this,
up
though.
Life momentarily. Life goes in, nice double pulverizes. The heroic entrance will come down. They're looking to turn on the bottom lane. As DRX with the flash forward, and Life will be taken out. That's first blood over to Teddy. And that is a great way to set up the Fountain Laser.
Yeah, Bulldog did not have mana after that ult there. Couldn't really continue to chase, but I don't think he wanted to. That was a really greedy late contest there from DNF, and they pay for it so badly. And like, this is the kind of worst case scenario you want to avoid at all costs against a Lucian comp, is just fighting into them and giving a kill to Teddy.
Yep.
It could not be worse, and it's a Chemtech Drake to start, so, you know, that individual Drake power is relatively low in this draft for now, but it means that your soul is going to be, chances are, higher value. Pretty big win here for the side of DRX.
Not to mention they win the fight afterwards as well, so it puts them in better stead for that double dragon.
Exactly.
That we do love here in the LCK. Is Handel and Teddy lying in wait here, looking to take down the level 4 Alistair, who just made his way back to lane. The Will a little bit unbreakable for the next couple of, a little bit breakable for the next couple of levels.
Quite broken. We'll move away from the Alistair. That's also gets completely wailed on here.
This, like, the Galio ult was so incredibly good.
Bulldog just doesn't have a good angle there. If he hits a multi-man shockwave, I still don't think they, with a level 4 Jhin here, really have a prayer in this fight, unfortunately. I think that was just a last-minute call there for DNF, like, we don't want to give this.
Yeah, and I think they should have, right? Because the lanes were in position for DRX to have control, right? And so it's just trying to take what you technically are not set up to do, and instead they just lose even harder. So a little bit unfortunate there for DNF, but it's only 500 gold, something like that. Not anything really too much to worry about. The problem is our like 82% kill participation Lucian player here is now in a pretty good spot to carry this game.
That's the thing, like, what I was concerned about with this Lucian draft is, like, he'll do fine, he'll hit the normal benchmarks, but will his team be able to coordinate around him to keep him fed, keep him, you know, ahead of the 8 ball so they can continue to be super relevant in this game? If you get a kill early, sometimes you're just so big, you get that extra pickaxe that you don't need teammates, so you can just kind of keep pushing the advantages on your own. I'm obviously being a bit facetious here, but at the end of the day, Teddy going to be feeling a lot better off about his longevity in this game, what the mid game is going to look like with all that extra money. And you can see they're already trying to play through it here on the top side.
Yep, Grub's going to be an opportunity here for DRX as well. Although Sponge was thinking about paying a visit towards Life and Berserker, of course, with only the Hex Flash available. Life is somewhat vulnerable, but they are just going to head over to these Grubs. We'll be able to take those down, and I don't think DNF are going to be contesting for these.
No, there's just no level 6 for Life. He's only halfway there. Like, Andal doesn't have it either, but he's much closer. You can see that XP lead. They know they're behind there. They also know that trying to Nocturne ult into this fight without vision is just a fool's errand. And unfortunately, you know, this is one of the places you would have liked to contest, actually, but the Lucian has too much topside prio. Your Nocturne can't do anything here. It's not Pioshik's fault, but just doesn't really have an angle.
Yep.
So they are willing to give this up, which is problematic considering this is an Aurora composition who is going to use those Grubs in a side lane pretty well.
Yeah, I do think that DRX feeling pretty good about how this one's going right now, as Sponge on his red buff for the minute. And Pioshik just looking to continue power farming. Is ahead by a couple of camps, but the Nocturne hasn't really made his presence known just yet. See whether Pioshik can find an angle in. The issue is, there's just lane priority kind of everywhere, except for in this mid lane where Bulldog is doing a decent job pushing Yehu around. It hasn't translated into a gold lead or anything like that, but has still been able to pick up some priority, which is allowing DNF to have a little bit of breathing room in this game.
Oh, if this were a Legend group game, you know, we talked about the lane prio in the draft for DRX, and we're like, ooh, this looks really good. Makes it hard for the Nocturne to play the game, so that's problematic. If it's a Legend game, I'm like, ooh, this one, I don't want to say it's over, but you really can't find angles. It's Rise Group, and it's DNF and DRX who are currently our bottom teams, right? I think that DNF's comp is so easy to execute, so combo-oriented that sure, they don't have prio now, but one mistake from DRX, one greedy move on, for example, this next streak, or perhaps the Rift Herald, and they're back in it. So don't feel doom and gloom just yet, DNF fans, because this one is definitely still playable for you because of the simplicity of it.
If you are also a Huni fan, you're feeling a bit conflicted.
Yeah.
Because they aren't Sork boots, are they?
No, a little swifty.
Huni did say that thing where he's like developed now and he's a changed man after military, but he also said that people don't change. So I'm still not entirely sure. I feel like he was kind of on the fence, as Rich is taking so much damage.
There's that swifty value.
Silenced doo-doo. The equalizer is just going to burn the minion wave, and Rich is just going to go back home. potential dive angle here for Pyoshik if he doesn't
Yeah,
come on over, as Rich does cancel the back momentarily.
There's no one here.
Yeah, as there is the paranoia. Bouncing to the other side of the wall is Rich, and unfortunately, that was not the call.
Yeah, interesting. Over here, DRX are going to get their second dragon of the game because they still have all their control bottom side. They know that dive is likely to happen because the Nocturne hasn't shown up down here on the bottom side. They had no vision top side. I think Rich was aware there was a pretty high chance.
Yep, teleport is up as well as, all right, we're going aggressive. Zerka does manage to land the Deadly Flourish, but this Unbreakable Will is not quite enough, as Life will be able to limp his way up and not going to be able to defend any sort of Drake take or anything like that. Bulldog still retains control of mid, and the teleport does come through from Rich to get himself back towards that top lane.
Okay.
And the Hexplate now there for Pyoshik, trying to make up for the nerfs to Nocturne with a buffed item.
I think this is actually pretty okay for DNF because they ended up getting that kill top side. And they did not lose their Alistair bottom side. Sure, he had to heal and use his ultimate, but at the end, a refillable potion. But at the end of the day, he's totally fine. The 2 Drake lead into Infernal Soul is somewhat of a problem, but your team fighting composition is really about to come online. The Prio makes it tougher again to actually find those angles, but they already found one top side. Maybe they can find more.
Possible angle here. That is going to be Sponge picking up a pretty good item. And so we'll see whether this one item spike for the Xin Zhao will allow DRX to be a little bit more competitive in the upcoming fights. They only need Feats of Warfare or that first Turret Blood in order to lock down some Feats of Strength, get some new shoes. It's going to feel pretty good for them as Life clearing out some vision around this bottom lane. But there's only 4 minutes until the Drake is going to be up again, and so no real reason to be fighting around there. Xander will turn up, but not going to be able to land the Winter's Bite. Haven't seen too much of the roaming Braum Xin Zhao, which can be pretty powerful in this mid-game, but the skirmishes have been a little bit low, as Rich is going to try and get some damage back towards this Rumble, as Andal moves up, gives them the door.
Sometimes the Braum Xin Zhao is really strong when you don't have lane prio somewhere because it can be so punishing, but when everyone on DNF is just hunkering under that bottom turret there, that's not really a great angle for them. They tried, right, both times to try to push that advantage, but weren't able to come up with big kills. Like, they were able to get the kill barely there for Teddy the first time around, but the next 2 times they tried, they got a lot of value, but weren't able to actually secure the kills, especially in that last fight. But otherwise, you know, DNF are just kind of weathering the storm here, waiting for the team fights where they feel comfortable. They can actually just use that Orianna combo, use the Equalizer, because Dudu used the Equalizer to clear a wave and then look for a dive topside, but hasn't otherwise shown up for any team fights just yet. The Jhin follow-up is also so easy here in this comp because Berserker just sits back and presses R and or W when the targets get isolated. Teddy, if he gets blown up at the beginning of a fight, really hurts DRX's ability to continue this because, sure, the Aurora does a decent amount of damage, but early on isn't going to be doing those big numbers that you sometimes see post-team fights, and Galio certainly isn't going to win it by himself either. So Teddy's so important right now here for DRX in these upcoming fights.
Oh, 100%, especially with Dudu hitting level 11. This Equalizer could be an absolute game changer. That is a lot of where the buffs went, especially because it's Red Side Rumble. That is no longer a thing we're going to be talking about anymore because that one has been solved, which is great. I think that champions probably shouldn't have advantages based on side of the map, as Yahoo gets a bit of damage reduction there, but here has the Hollow Radiance now done, and so everything is a-okay. I think that DRX are probably okay with where they are in the game right now, but they probably want to continue pushing it forward, right? This next dragon going to be very important. Soul Point, we talk about how important it is going to remain so, but you can see Leandri's Torment is done here for Dudu. That is a big item spike for the Rumble, and he loves fighting around objectives.
This was a ill-conceived dive if they had committed to it down here. Teddy cleared that wave in mid while Berserker was back so quickly. It would have been a disaster if they committed there. They decide not to, which is the wise choice. Herald is up, so this is, I think, the next target. DRX got their backs off here. Triple dagger for Teddy. He could shoot real fast in this upcoming team fight as he cleared that wave insanely fast in mid and is now already grouped up to catch this one. But prio to DNF because of that back timing, and they're going to look for a collapse onto Rich. I don't know if they necessarily get the kill, but they get the flash.
Yeah, they did manage to get that, and of course that's what they're looking for.
Now they have the combo set up here. This is a really difficult approach for DRX.
I think DRX understand that they need more people here towards this top side of the map because Rich is now very, very vulnerable. No arm guard or anything like that to help him out, as Teddy will be putting on a little bit more pressure, having to respect the 4th shot here.
All it takes is one little team fight here for DNF to get right back into this game. I mean, they're ahead in gold right now, but I mean, this could really put them in full control.
Yeah, Rift Herald gonna get started up here. Duskbringer comes on through. There is a ward down already as Life gets behind them. Wind becomes lightning. Into the back line he goes. Equalizer comes through as well as it's just melting them down. Life will be actually still alive here as Sponge takes down the Rift Herald, but in the meantime, it's Berserker that's threatening here against this Xin Zhao that's so incredibly low. These health bars are minuscule on DNF's side, so it's DRX that managed to get the objective, but they do lose one.
They do lose one, and the eye goes over, in this case, to Rich here on the top side. So look at this fight. Like, the engage here is so interesting because Life goes in over the wall, looks for this setup here onto the jungler, and this is when they could use the combo, but...
Yeah, the Shockwave is actually very good.
But guess who isn't hit? It's Teddy, and he is all that consistent damage I was talking about. All the ultimates are used in that front line. They get the Prom, but then Teddy is just like, it's my fight, by the way. you know, I'm still full health. You guys have a Jhin who's not really an AD carry. He tricked you guys, and... love that copy pasta. And Teddy's just like sitting there going, I didn't even have to use my sums in your whole combo. And that, again, I think the combo needs to be on this Lucian, otherwise the fights are very challenging.
Well, they might be learning it here. As DRX, they do have, speaking of the combo, they have Rift Herald and the Dragon is up and available. Somehow Pioshik manages to get the Rift Scuttler. It's kind of crazy. Sponge electing not to use his smite on that one.
And once again, DNF with Cryo here. Teddy so far away, they want to wait for him to be the target before they look for the turn.
Yeah, Sponge is going to go in. Wind becomes lightning, does find Pioshik here, but he has the paranoia. Into the back line they go. Tries to get Teddy, but he gets out of the way of it. Still, Rich is able to bounce his way between worlds to keep himself alive, and now they're lined up. Teddy still looking for an angle here, but doesn't have the culling anymore. And Life likely to get locked down. There it is. As soon as that Winter's Bite hits, the Lucian's so good at proccing it. And down will go the Alistar. That should mean that the Drake belongs to DRX and Soul Point too.
This is such a good sign for DRX. I mean, Soul Point is massive, but the fact that they're able to win 2 fights back-to-back where Teddy is untouched. The first time because they engaged before he was there. The second time because he reacts instantly, has an amazing flash dash away there, and does not actually get picked off. They turn the engage on DNF. When you have a control mage mid and a Jhin, if you don't kill that enemy AD carry, you just can't match the damage. But look at this, they're waiting for him, waiting for him, waiting for him, and then they see their opportunity. They go onto him, dashes, flashes, does not get feared here, and then the turn is fantastic. Rich also goes low, but then uses the Between Worlds to actually get out of dodge. And then Teddy's sitting here at full health going, you can't match my damage. You guys cannot, without any ultimates, challenge me anymore. He has free reign and will take life out of the fight. And watching how these fights take place, you could really see how desperate DNF are to get that target. And I said it's so easy to utilize this combo. If Teddy's playing this well and he's positioned exactly right and his reactions are this quick, then maybe DRX just win it no matter what, man.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I also kind of disagree with Bulldog's build. It's a lot of like consistent damage with the Blackfire Torch into the Liandry's with the amount of like dots and burn and blah, 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 but you want burst.
Exactly.
When you have like the Nocturne combo, right?
Exactly. If you're going Blackfire Torch here, you need the longer fight to get value out of it, but these fights are not supposed to be long at all.
And if they're going right for DNF, they definitely shouldn't be.
Exactly.
I don't know.
But it's like he's identified, oh, we don't really have damage because I'm Orianna and Berserker's Jhin.
It gives you the ability to do neutrals a little bit faster with the fact that you do so much more to like Baron and Dragon and things like that.
That is a good point, yeah.
I don't know whether that is necessarily worth it, as Andil will be able to stand beside Sponge here momentarily. Control vision in the river.
Just for back on that conversation, and it can help you, burn an objective faster than look for a turn, because this game was insane at turn. But now I'm starting to wonder, will they have a lot of prio upcoming? Because even when they have had prio, they've lost the objectives, and it's a scary, scary situation for them. Again, ahead on gold, but the tempo is not theirs, and Teddy is getting bigger and bigger. It does have 2 items now.
Yeah, what is the gold value of Soul Point? That's what we really need to take into account. But it might mean that DNF can use that extra money in the coffers to deny Drake after Drake after Drake. As Paranoia comes down, they're looking for Sponge to be able to take him out here. Deadly Flourish is going to connect, but he's pretty well protected. Shockwave connects onto Teddy, and Winter Sponge, the Pulverize is there as well, and Teddy is just melted down, nowhere good to go, and DNF, they spring to life. They will be able to lose life, unfortunately there, as Rich is going to have to try and get himself out of the way. The flash will be utilized in order to do so, but now the Otacon should go over to DNF. Unless they are too scared to take it, we'll see. 18 seconds on Teddy.
It's a little bit scary with this Aurora here. Rich does not have TP. It looks like they're going to decide to back away and clear this mid wave instead.
No ultis left available.
Yeah, it's the safer call because turning is really tricky here, and they just don't have that much damage as we've talked about a lot here. This is a decisive Pyoshik call, and you can see the instant rotation over of Teddy. He's like, all right, I'm gonna have to save this, but he walks straight into the Orianna ball.
Yeah.
He just walks right into it. Now, it's hard to see, obviously, during Paranoia, the approach there, but he kind of just walks straight onto it, gets caught, and then gets equalized and dies. And in this case, DNF are able to finally lock down the Lucian. You can see how different these team fights look when Teddy is no longer a factor.
Yep, and it's a 1-for-1 in the end, so they don't feel like they can go for the Otacon, but still, gold lead still there for DNF as Dudu throws down the ulti, but unfortunately he is surrounded. In comes Life, finds the Winter's Bite there as well, and Dudu is going to go down. This could spell an Otacon as Bulldog is towards that top side, teleport in hand, but a 4v5, do you really want to be going for that? It is still going to be DNF, who did manage to just pick up the feats of warfare, get themselves the feats of strength.
DP for Bulldog as well. I think DRX need to think twice about committing heavily to this Otacon. Berserker's ultimate's coming back online. They've got to be aware of that. And this was a really nice macro turn here for DNF, who are keeping this game super close. 1 minute until the Dragon as well, where they have a lot of vision now around this area because they deny the Otacon and get the better reset here.
It does feel like the tempo vibes are there for DNF, though. I was struggling to identify them, and as we were stacking Dragon after Dragon for DRX, it felt like it might have been there, but these fights just tend to be going a little bit closer for DNF each time.
Yeah, and it's like, you know, I said at the beginning, the draft is so easy for DNF, and Teddy's positioned so well. Initially, I was like, well, I mean, if Teddy is playing perfectly, how can they get this guy? They're playing through him, they're peeling for him, he's not going into the fight until after the combo. But then he kind of got caught that one time, and you're like, wait a second, is it possible? You know, that DNF could get enough control here is the question that we're asking. Dudu on the flank.
Yeah, looking for that angle towards Teddy here as they clear out the mid wave. 10 seconds on this Dragon. DNF, they really do need to make their way in. Obviously, with the Paranoia, they always have a chance to do so. As Winds of War actually starting to do some damage here as Yehu's getting an extra bit of damage from the items. Dudu going to get cut down here as the flash does have to be employed. Deadly Flourish connects onto Sponge. If they lose their jungler, it is a big deal. And DRX would have to back away. No teleport for Dudu, and he's actually going for a reset.
Yeah, Pyoshik doesn't have a great target to ult right now. Look at how far away Teddy is. He's positioned so well again in this team fight. Bulldog trying to wrap around, look for a big shockwave angle, but they want to wait for the Rumble. And Yehu waiting for the taunt.
Yehu looking for the angle here. Doesn't get it onto Pyoshik. As the captive audience did go down, gave vision over onto this Galio.
It's just a waiting game for DRX to like use your combo and then we'll win the fight. And then for DNF to like, we're waiting for our Rumble, by the way. He's back.
Yeah, Dudu actually managed to get home and back here in time. It's kind of a big deal. We saw it, but DRX did not see that he had gone for that reset. So now moving down towards this Otacon. Remember, Drake and Otacon both available, both incredibly important, especially for DRX with this Infernal Soul point.
Finally, DNF are in a position where they could actually start an objective. You know, they need to start it to threaten DRX. Otherwise, DRX, like I said, they're just waiting for the combo. They're like, yep, look at Teddy. He's like, I'm not going to let you ult me. I'm literally like off screen, by the way. You can't get me. Yeah. The funny way these two drafts interact with each other is creating such a funky scenario here. But DNF, yes, use the Dragon to then pull DRX there. They are slowly realizing that is how they have to play this.
Oh, Teddy on a bit of a flank angle here, which is kind of awkward. Shockwave connects onto two. The Equalizer goes down as well just to finish off Andal. And it is going to work out. No door anymore for DRX. As Yehu able to use that Justice Punch to escape, but this will mean no soul for DRX. And the first Drake will be picked up by DNF. Those tempo vibes, man, they are still there.
They're definitely real, keeping this game alive, and eventually they hit the Dragon. And with the choke point control they had, like they played it so slowly and so carefully that it almost made me like, you know, slam my fist on the table like, come on, start that Dragon. But the way that it worked out, the only entry realistically for DRX is through that choke point where they set up the two-man Shockwave and Equalizer combo. And sure, it doesn't hit Teddy, who's on the top angle here. You can see he's coming through the river brush. But taking 2 out of the fight, including the jungler, by the way, means that this is just a done deal. Look at Berserker. Like, look at this setup here for DNF. They set up a perfect failing. So, like, no entry for you whatsoever. This is the power of this comp when you have Prio, and without it, DRX played a waiting game.
In the meantime, we've got junglers doing battle with one another, but the fear is fantastic. Shockwave is even better from Bulldog. As Teddy's been exhausted, this culling is not going to be doing the damage that they wanted to, and now Dudu has made his way into the fight. Equalizer still up and available. DRX need to be so careful because this Rumble is so scary. Still Teddy trying to go aggressive as Dudu is going to go down. The Equalizer still doing some work, but this is a DRX show now. Teddy's just dead because he walked up the red carpet, but thankfully Rich is still there with the damage, grabs the double, and DRX find their first team fight win.
A big win here for DRX. They're going to turn it straight into a Baron. After what was a pretty close fight, that taunt onto Dudu was so clutch because it really denied him from getting the equalizer he wanted. Still got a high value one onto Teddy because of what you mentioned.
Wanded up.
And I mean, Berserker's going to trade this for a mid-outer turret here. He's the only one alive here for DNF. He's going to get away with it.
He has the curtain call.
There's no way.
Sorry, curtain call doesn't actually do anything to a Braum. So that is going to be Baron, and we're going to have a look at it from the beginning.
So watch this fight. The initial part, they engage on the Xin Zhao, and ultimates are traded here. And then the Shockwave value is high, but again, they don't catch Teddy. And also this
door as well.
The door is massive. The Galio in this fight also gets a big knock-up here. And DRX kind of overextend on this one. Life gets caught. Sponge looks for the re-engage. Off of the wind becomes lightning. And then Teddy's just like, there's no one to hit me now. He's a half health. And you know they say don't look down when you're on heights? Maybe Teddy should have looked down a little bit here.
He did too. His shoes are too good. They obviously just like, you can't feel the heat, I guess. Something like that. But it was still doing the damage. As DNF looking to start up this Otacon. But against this Baroned up DRX, that could be a bridge too far as they all do move over, take down these control wards.
I mean, Rich is
going to be clearing out this mid wave.
A lot of this Baron timer is being wasted by this. If DNF just walk away, they're like, cool, got a bunch of your Baron time, by the way, and they can still kill time and stay for the contest.
Yeah, Life could be in a little bit of trouble here as there's a little bit of a taunt onto the Alistar, and Paranoia used defensively. That's a big tool that DNF will not have now. And the Otacon going to be so much more difficult for them to take, especially with Rich pushing up this mid lane.
I like how DNF are playing this, though. The defensive Paranoia works out for them, and they can still contest this Otacon. They are going to lose this turret for sure, but the Baron timer is half wasted here. That could have been a lot worse for them. Now, like you said, they can't engage to stop this push, so this is where things get the most tricky. But they deny the Otacon.
The thing is,
that pick onto Life.
Look at the timers. Baron is going to wear off like 4 seconds before the Drake is up. And so DRX, if they manage to get everything in order, push up all of these waves and add all that pressure, wandering back to get themselves this Infernal Soul should be something that they can orchestrate for themselves. I do think this position in this game is fantastic. I also think this reset timing is really good as well, because it means they can use that last minute of Baron, in theory, in order to make sure that everything is ready for them to go back to this Dragon.
Agree, 100%. I think this reset timing is perfect because they know Pure6 ult's coming up in just a few seconds. Trying to, you know, after using a lot of those resources, push up further there without item buys would have just been asking for trouble. Now, can DNF, in this last 45 seconds here against the remainder of the Barons, somehow get Prio? I think the answer is no, and without Prio, these fights are so hard. They were able to wrestle it away and set up that choke point control last time around. I don't think this time they'll be so lucky, as Teddy has been a positioning god in this game. And yeah, they got the two-man last time to take the jungler and support out of the fight, but this time, I just don't see the angle for DNF just yet. They're going to have to really slow play this, and Dudu is caught.
Yeah, Teddy is going to find Dudu here, who does have to break his arm guard. Thankfully, he did have the item, otherwise he was probably just dead. Scrap Shield not going to be quite enough to deal with the culling that Teddy is wielding now.
Bulldog.
Very close to 4 items as DRX, once again in control of the river.
They're giving a lot of it away, though, and Bulldog is slowly but surely inching his way closer to that Shockwave angle.
Yep, Dudu still has the equalizer up as well, so if this Shockwave is going to be found, it could be a huge deal. You can see DRX trying their very best just to spread out, as Pure6 will have control of this area. The Glacial Fissure goes down, but it doesn't quite work out here. It is going to be that Infernal Soul locked up for DRX, though, and DNF just not actually pulling the trigger on anything. Equalizer still up, Shockwave still up. And so are DRX, of course. Shockwave finally going to be used. There's the equalizer. The curtains have been called as Andil will be sacrificed for the good of the team as Rich is going to explode as well into that pool of cinders.
This is a massive win for DRX, but I gotta give credit where it's due. That was an amazing call there by DNF. 5,000 done by Bulldog there at the end of that skirmish.
Maybe the build's actually just the best.
I guess so, but like when you watch this initially, it looks like they're trying to angle for a bit of a paranoia collapse here to look for the 50-50 and then otherwise look for the ensuing fight, but it's actually Rich's ultimate that really ruins their plans here. They're not able to collapse. Rich then escapes. But DNF of old, you know, a few weeks ago, they just walk out here and lose the game, right? But new DNF is like, hold on, there's still an angle. They're flashing for me. We have the combo. The shot calling here is crisp. The instant follow-up as well.
Dudu's equalizer placement there was gorgeous.
Just all three, you know, between Dudu, Bulldog, and Berserker just coordinated that turn so incredibly well. The fight is lost. They lost the Infernal Soul. The game is also likely lost with it, but I love to see that we've seen massive improvements here in shot calling for DNF. And they're going to get Otacon as well.
Yeah, this is the thing. This is making the best out of a bad situation, right? Because they were sieging the top inner turret, and as it turns out, I don't even think that goes down, as DRX just caught napping here just a little bit with the fact that they did lose 2 off the back end of that fight, meant that DNF knew that they could just head towards the Otacon and lock that one down. So that is a bit of extra money, extra stats in theory for DNF to utilize here, and the gold lead is nothing. It's 0.
Yeah, I don't know if you're a DNF fan. Do you smile or do you frown when you see this team playing better than it has for most of the year? I mean, these games.
It was kind of it was said beautifully. DRX with hope for tomorrow versus DNF living only for today. If you keep your mind in the present, which is where it's going to be no matter what at all times, by the way, then you're actually very happy with how things are going, right? Don't think of the what does this mean. Think of the what does it look like right now. And right now, it looks so much better than what we've been seeing from this team.
Yeah, and that's what I want to celebrate here, as DRX still have Teddy with the most gold in the game. They have that incredibly powerful soul, but the team fights have not been as convincing by them. The calls have not been as decisive. They have all the tools to close this game out, and yet for some reason, I don't trust just yet that this game is over. Like, I just don't trust it. It's a Rise group. It's DNF looking good on the shot calls. The tempo vibes are theirs, and I want to see what DRX has in the tank here for these upcoming team fights. Baron is back up. Teddy is backing right now. This is a kind of timing window here for DNF. The wave clear they have here, this Orianna, potentially set a trap and look for a turn.
Yeah. It feels like DNF just will always have initiative with the Paranoia Shockwave combo.
Yeah.
Right? And so it's about how much they can get from that initial salvo in order to get themselves into a winning position. And as soon as DRX are running away, that's when Berserker is impossible to escape from, right?
Exactly.
The Deadly Flourish, the Curtain Call, things like this.
They do not actually commit to trying to start that Baron. I think that was a missed opportunity, but otherwise just going to now contest for vision here and look to stop the Baron, which is a little bit trickier, especially with that control ward in the pit here, but I think that's their best option in this game. Infernal Soul is incredibly powerful for the Aurora and the Lucian in these fights, and even the starting to be quite large Galio in this game as well. We'll be doing a little bit more boom boom.
Yep.
So, you know, DNF just kind of hoping for a mistake here, waiting to see if Teddy steps too far forward or if that support jungle duo is also too far forward, contesting neutral. Pioche caught.
Very awkward position here as he's exhausted, has to flash to get himself out of the way. Is there's the flash pulverized from Life, but he doesn't manage to push Teddy back. Oh, it's a disaster in the end. They do get the combo onto Teddy, but that Maw of Malmortius means that it does basically nothing. And now the culling is a deadly back scratcher for Dudu, who's the last man standing. And as it felt like DNF had the initiative in these fights, they lose all of it and probably the game.
Yeah, I think this game is just simply donezo. Voidlings here going to help them start hitting this turret. The wave is just a few seconds away, and with these death timers, this certainly should be the end here of Game 1. A heroic attempt from DNF here, but DRX got Teddy ahead. His positioning was phenomenal. Dudu now just one man against the world.
A little bit of desperation there as the buffed up Rumble on this patch, not quite enough to deal with the Fountain Laser in the end. As Life turns up, man, he's going to be kicking himself, right? I feel like Life has had so many better performances than from earlier on in the year that last play must feel terrible.
Yeah, I mean, he hits the big knockup, but it doesn't matter because there's just no follow-up.
Yeah, that's the thing that's so annoying about it, is because it was gorgeous until Teddy was, like, absolutely fine.
And, like, I really think there was a serious angle when those back timers came through and they had vision control for the most part on the Baron, and all of their players were there, like right on the edge of the river at the Baron pit. You have a decent amount of damage with this comp. You could have looked for a turn there where your comp is at its strongest, but they were too nervous. They were too unwilling to pull the trigger there, and then DRX are like, cool, it's my prio now. Life goes for the desperation play, and they lose the game. It feels like classic DNF in some ways, but in others, there were some great moments there. The lost dragon fight, but then the turn was really clean. DRX, though, this is business as usual for this team. They need to get that second win. Winning 2-0 is so important as well if they're going to get that spot away from Bro to make it to play-ins.
That's exactly right. Every single one of these victories matters for DRX. So they've got one of the ticks in the checkbox, but they are not finished yet. And we'll see how it is going to go. Hashtag K-Corp. I didn't know that DRX and K-Corp were partnered, but that is very cute if that is indeed a thing, which I don't think it is.
I think he's just a K-Corp fan.
Maybe that's where Teddy's going next. We're getting some spoilers. You have absolutely no idea. All right, it is time for us, though, to go to a short break. When we get back, the space is going to break it down, and then we'll have game number 2. See you soon.
좀만 정도다고 그냥 치면 이겨 야 탑바탕 그 미니언 땡겨오지 마 끝난 듯? 이퀄 궁 없어서 이퀄 안 돌아 펄 이퀄 다운 얘 비비면서 조냐하거든? 그거만 좀 막아줘 나 삼주경 이거 할게 삼주경 나이스 아니 저기도 죽이는 거 어떻게 할래 말래 노플로 죽이던가 아 됐다 가비 빠르다
요즘 꼭은 너무 조용해 밤을 태우던 악기들은 모두 어디에 럼블쿵 맞은 전적 위에 의지를 다져 악기 토끼가 깨어난다 숨을 고르고 큐를 돌려라 사라진 불꽃이 다시 불러 난 원래 악기였던 거야 Now it's time, here I go 맘을 다잡고 뛰어들어라 승리의 감각을 다시 깨워 난 원래 악기였던 거야 Roll it back 다시 날 부른다 나는 그래 악기였던 거야 So like hunters wake up
back to the space. These guys are bumping and jumping just a little bit, just like the DRX fans, as they get the win that they needed. They need one more to get the series job done. Digon here alongside Ox and Wadid. DNF put together a pretty solid draft. They hung in there with every punch, but ultimately fall here.
Yeah, especially I really like the idea about the Nocturne Orianna and Rumble together, because it's a kind of common combination together, and especially whenever you play at least into Lucian Braum, which is kind of short range, I feel like it's actually one-sided draft. But in fact, also like we really like the matchup on the top side because of the Rumble change as well, right?
Yeah, so Rumble was actually buffed quite a bit, which we talked about in the pre-show, but now his Q actually ticks for an extra 0.5 second after it hits you. So I think the matchup with Aurora is a lot more playable. And we kind of saw that with Dudu having a much better time against Rich than we've seen some of the other times we've seen this matchup on previous patches. I'd also say we've seen Orianna banned a lot against DNF because they have played this combo a bit, and even though they haven't had that much game success in terms of wins, we've seen them pull off the combo a decent amount of times and have some close matches, because obviously it doesn't look good when we say there's 0 wins, 3 losses with it, but DNF haven't won that many games, so I think a lot of their statistics are pretty rough, but they have had some times where they've pulled off the combo successfully.
Yeah, you saw Coach Odin there with the rest of the coaching squad for DNF kind of lamenting, and you look back at this one here, you can pull off the combo, but when the ults are up, this is at 5 minutes in the game, not level 6 yet.
Yeah, I really didn't like the idea here because, yeah, I mean, obviously the combo didn't land because of the Braum shield blocked Orianna ball here, but in fact, the Nocturne was level 5 and they could actually just give up the first Drake and fight for the second Drake. As we mentioned, they have a great draft, and I think they could just wait for their moment to fight back. But I feel like they just pulled the trigger too early.
Yeah, I mean, this was unfortunate with how the Braum shield blocked the ball, but I think it was an unnecessary fight. And even if the Shockwave had connected, I'm not sure they still win that. I think going when the Nocturne's not 6 risky. And I remember something Chronicler would always say is that when you're in the Rise group, giving over 3 dragons is like a death sentence because that soul is such a looming threat. So many games are messy, so many games go late, and we kind of saw that come out despite DNF having a gold lead. It got later and later, and that looming threat of the soul was always there.
Yeah, it was really slow game, but in fact, they stacked the 3 drakes in the early game. It impacted a lot.
All right, well, then we're trying to find the right time where DNF to get a fight. Here, they try to pull the trigger on the top side of the map around Baron.
Well, the big problem here is they actually weren't in that bad of a spot overall in the game, but they go for this when they don't actually have all their tools available. You know, this is a combo composition, and they go for that initial engage. The Shockwave is a bit later. It's actually a decent Shockwave, but it wasn't synced up with Nocturnal. And then importantly, the Rumble ult isn't actually immediately available. So you start to see momentum come in favor of DRX because all those cooldowns are burnt. They're still waiting for that ultimate from the Rumble, and Teddy starts to find some freedom to play with the Nocturne Orianna combo being unavailable.
Oh yeah, the reason why I said this draft is so much easier for DNF is because of you just press the R button and everything works on. But if you don't have the R button, it doesn't work out. So I think they could just synchronize a lot more, then I think they could have a better chance.
Yeah, if you get the Nocturne Ori and then the Rumble on top, it makes a big difference.
Yeah, so 2 highlights there where it didn't quite work out for DNF. Also, good job by DRX and Teddy to realize that's the game plan, so he stayed pretty far back. Here's the third one. It'll happen this time, right, guys? Oh, no.
Oh, yeah, just like Varus building Zhonya's against Nocturne, it was really great and smart itemization from Teddy here, because I think even if they were really far ahead in game, I feel like they still had the combo. So if actually he got like Rumble ulted and also Nocturne Orianna combo landed on the Lucian, I feel like they could have a chance against Lucian and DRX as a team. But here with the smart itemization and also mispositioning by Koshik, it didn't work out that well in this team fight.
Yeah, it's a good flash as well. You could see Life was trying to knock the Lucian into his team. The Nocturne just really didn't need to be in that brush. You know, you have the engage from a distance. They still go for the combo, but that extra resistance, the extra, shield wasn't needed. But it just makes it so hard to burst through that Lucian, and the cleanup is so swift from the side of DRX.
So again, draft is not the issue here. So it's all about the pre-plan. It's all about the how you want to take the fight, but it's still missing from DNF here.
All right, well, game number 1 in the books here for DRX. DNF with the punter's chance here, trying to play spoiler. One of the fans holding up one of those signs, if we can't go, you can't either. However, DRX looking to smooth on by here. 1-0, let's get into game number 2.
Some of the positives are we get to move DNF over to the blue side this time, and it did seem like they had their priorities in order with how quickly they snapped up the Rumble pick. So maybe this guy on your screen might be playing some of the new hotness. And maybe emphasis on the hotness as the brand might be coming out.
What does Deacon mean by punter's chance? You know, those guys train for years to get into those positions. It's no chance, Deacon. It's a skill-based role, skill-based position.
Isn't it just a saying?
I mean, I think he's just implying that all punters are just RNG. It's kind of running and seeing what happens.
Well, we'll just have to see, because punters does have different meanings. And
depending on the sport.
Things. Yeah. Because isn't a punter just like someone that just a regular person?
A punter?
It can mean that. The punters are saying that this is this.
Like a pundit?
Oh, maybe that's what I'm thinking. Maybe my brain doesn't work. Let's see. We'll put it to the test, because now it's time for the draft here for game number 2.
Yeah, let's just drop
That's
that and move
Poppy.
on. Yeah.
So I nailed that. Pronunciation on point, or at least in Australian.
Let's see what the game plan is going to be here now for DNF on blue side, because it's going to be a completely different draft. Obviously, you're not going to be looking for the 1-2 R1, R2 combo type picks like we saw in game 1. The Yunara is just going to be banned straight off the bat.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Get rid of that one.
As Annie will also be banned, so they're not looking for a Wukong first pick themselves, I don't think.
Unless, I mean, with Yunara and Annie now banned, the Wukong stocks do go down, but I still think that it's probably worth the ban.
Yeah.
As Pantheon and Wukong are probably the 2 picks that are highest priority at this point in time, the DRX probably will need to consider removing.
It's interesting how, like, banning Vi feels strong and yet also kind of a waste against Pioshik, who has so many champions he'll play in this meta. As the Aurora is gone, so the Gwen ban makes sense.
Yep.
That's one I didn't really have in the forefront of my mind, but is incredibly strong. Dudu's been a very good Gwen player, so that's not a shock in hindsight.
Ooh, Pioshik should be able to get the monkey, though, because I think that Pantheon is going to be the higher priority pick.
Agree.
And Azir is going to be taken away.
They could... there's a few picks,
yeah, you can
like
trade.
Talia, Varus, I mean, are all out there with the Pantheon, so... Pioshik already had one phenomenal Pantheon game. He's one of the only players who's been allowed to play it.
Yep. And Canyon's played it 3 times. Isn't that just...
Yeah,
it's illegal, isn't it?
I cannot even... It's the Legend Group teams are just like, no, I think I can handle this.
Well, they have to handle something, I guess, when it comes to Gen G, so it's a little bit of a different story, perhaps, down here.
I'd say ban Pantheon. I think it's the safest call. They ban the Varus instead.
I think they're happy to trade.
So maybe you go Talia to weaken the Pantheon. If they pick anything that's not Pantheon or Talia here, and DRX get Pantheon and Talia, CV Max is like clapping, and and I think DRX are running away with this series.
Yeah, I would agree. I do think that it should be Pantheon first pick, and then Talia Wukong needs to come in next. Unless you just give up the Wukong pick and pick something higher priority elsewhere.
We've criticized a lot of his Weaver's Walls, but I kind of like the Talia first pick angle here. I think it's been one of his better picks. Again, you set up the kind of simplicity that DNF need, like shove somebody, you got a single target, you kill them, you 5v4. As it looks like maybe Rise Wukong is going to be the response.
I mean, it has to be Pantheon something.
I'm just kidding. It's not going to be that. I meant to say Rise Xin Zhao, because that's like the Game 2 thing.
Oh, God.
That we do every time, but not available, of course. Pantheon. And is the question, what do we get with this? Just the Rise. Okay. So keeping it very simple. No new picks. No new patch. No new meta. And Wukong will follow.
Yeah, this is very powerful, though, for the DN Freaks. And we've seen this combo be incredibly, incredibly consistent. Not quite as consistent as the Annie Wukong combination, but often the Talia is just banned away, so you don't even get to play it. So now the DN Freaks really want Rakan as the Scion. This is kind of cute because, of course, this did get a little bit of a buff. Obviously, Orcs explained it in the pre-show, has been aimed a little bit more to damage Scion, but any buffs are good.
I mean, yeah, anything he's going to get in the lane is going to work out in the... Or anything he's going to get in those buffs will help him in the lane as well. Cho'Gath will be fun. I do like the Ambessa more because when you see the Scion, you're like, okay, they're looking for a scaling 80 carry pick. We need some more engage to get on top of that. They already have the Pantheon, but when you have Pantheon, who can point-click stun and then allow the Ambessa to follow up easily because she can't miss on a stationary target. It's just so easy. I actually think this is a great call. Not as good into the side, but also a good matchup anyways.
I would agree. I also think that it pairs alongside the Rise pretty well as well. You know, like you can then layer the Rune Prison on top. That chain CC is so incredibly scary to deal with, as there is a Karma ban. To, I think, go along with what you were saying, of course, Karma Sivir could be one of those options that they are looking for. Teddy would like to pick the Sivir up himself. But I do think Rakan stocks are pretty high as well. We'll see whether that gets a look.
Xayah a little bit less valuable. I think it works well for DN's comp, but you don't necessarily need a safe pick into either of these drafts because you shouldn't be being caught by, as the AD carry, any of these CCs, you know, except maybe the Ambessa ultimate. Like if Pantheon gets on top of you, it's a whole other issue, but Rakan will be banned, which is smart.
Yep.
We'll see if... I mean, there's a few different things you could play here that follow up really well. I think the Ezreal is fine. Kai'Sa could work here for DRX, but blind is kind of scary.
Pretty good.
Yeah. I don't think we'll see the Kai'Sa pick in this 4th spot. It's a tough ban, to be honest, here for DNF because there's so many open-ended options. You have to really know what you're planning on doing before you can make a strong ban here, and we don't know what their plan is either, so to wait and see. The Sivir is strong for both sides. Yep. I think DN Freaks really wanted it, but they know that it's one of the best options available, so they take it away from Teddy instead first.
Let's see what DRX are going to do here. Likely an AD carry pick. Something like a Corki could be fine.
Yeah, Corki's actually a really good shout. I think really good on both sides, but especially here for DRX because it follows up well. It's safe into the Wukong. I don't think you want to go Senna here. It's just way too greedy. I don't think that something like that is what we're thinking of, but we're apparently a bit of an issue.
Yep, draft is... I'm not sure whether it's ongoing. We did see, if you had a peek at the monitor, that the players were still in the draft, as they are out of it now. So we are going to have to redo this one. Not entirely sure what happened there.
We don't know when the issue occurred, so...
It didn't look like there was any kerfuffles.
No.
Like,
maybe,
you can explain all the things that happened.
Maybe in that R4 spot, like, whoever was locking just couldn't, like, lock the champion in, so just needed to be remade or something. Who knows, but...
Yep. Andal seems to be having a pretty good time about it, though, as we can see. Good to see some giggles, as we know that Andal has certainly struggled with confidence in the past.
100%, that is the case. I also kind of thought we'd see Quantum, by the way, in Game 2, just because that's kind of how DNF have been rolling. Not for any reason per se, but they just kind of play both players most series.
Yep. I thought that as soon as Life was starting, it was probably going to be him to stay in, just because he has been coming in after Quantum, and I was like, well, Quantum's not here. The super sub is not going to be necessary, as Life just doing that immediately. I think it makes sense as well. I think that Life has been an improvement over the last couple of weeks, and you saw it with the fact that they were able to win their last matchup. So impressive stuff here from DNF. A little bit unfortunate, you know, that the headbutt towards the end of the last game wasn't exactly optimal, but I think that PureShit getting caught out of position was probably the biggest issue.
And even before that, like, you know, I don't want to harp on it too much, but the missed opportunity to look for a Baron turn, like that kind of stuff. So if you're just tuning in, you're wondering what is happening. We had an issue with the draft. We are remaking
the Sivir ban is not actually real. That was an attempted Bard ban, and that unfortunately did not actually work out. So I think that they just ran out of time or something like that.
Yeah, so
it was something that was reported, and it was okay.
I think we talked about this earlier in the year, but there actually was a rule change to where if you report instantly that you intend to click something within the allotted time, but you're unable to do it, then you don't get penalized for it, which I think is a great change, because
I wish that happened in solo queue games as well, you know, where it's like, it's ticking right down. You eventually decide, I really want to play Tryndamere, and you just can't type.
You know what happens to me, which has caused me to dodge once or twice by mistake, is I'm thinking really hard, and then suddenly I decide, and I go to type it in. My client's in English right now.
Yep.
And I have my keyboard input in Hangul because I was typing in Snapchat, and I try to type it, it just doesn't appear because I'm typing in Hangul, then like it turns into like you can't click anything, and then you're just doomed.
Yep.
That has happened to me more than once.
And so now we're going Pantheon Rise, Wukong Scion, and Ambessa. They are going to be the lock-ins here as we just quickly speed run through the draft.
So it was an issue with the client that made him unable to click
Aha!
guard ban.
Yeah, so it was last minute, so something sort of like messed up a little bit there. And
That's why you report your issues instantly.
Exactly.
Make sure these things get solved. Good call from whoever was doing that ban. I don't know who was in charge of that.
It was Life, I believe.
Probably, yeah. So this time we'll have a Bard ban, which means Sivir is up for DRX, which gives them a lot of wave clear. They have double global. I think DRX will snap that Sivir up, to be honest with you, Atlas, now that it's available.
I could imagine that that would be an idea. So the Bard going to be the one that's taken away.
Yeah, I think I might have misspoken and said Braum earlier, but I meant to say Bard if I did.
It's okay. Braum is also banned.
Yeah, he's Fearless banned. So Sivir, I mean, look, Teddy, it's a pick that for him is iconic. It scales well. And when you have mid prio constantly with the Sivir, it makes it harder to pick with Wukong, with Talia, and you have Rise and Pantheon are going to use that prio incredibly well. It feels like a no-brainer.
Yeah.
Like, are we sure he didn't accidentally mean to ban Sivir? Like, thinking about this more.
Yeah, maybe we should go back. Maybe we should report it again and say, actually, no, it was correct. Is the Kai'Sa going to come on through? Looks like Rel will be paired alongside it. See what Andal is going to pick into it. Poppy is banned, so that one is not as much of a worry.
I really think no matter what comes through here, the draft diff is huge. I think DRX really ended up with a phenomenal draft here, and it looks like they're going to settle on the Leona ultimately. We're giving some consideration to a Blitzcrank there, which is pretty decent in this draft with how much damage you have. Even if you catch a Scion with that hook, you're probably not going to feel too bad about it.
Yep.
The Leona is going to be a little bit more stable and a little bit more able to deal with the Rel engages in lane. But man, I don't like this lane for Life and Berserker, and it's a really similar draft to Game 1 where DNF have so much agency, right? They have the pick potential, they have the Wukong engage, they have Rel, like they have all the combos, they have all the circles. But you look at DRX, and not only this time do they have a really strong scaling AD carry, and Teddy will be able to position against us and has Spell Shield, but then they can utilize his prio to play through double globals. I feel like this time DRX have agency, which they didn't necessarily have that much in Game 1, plus the same sort of scaling aspects and easy defensive setups. Like, they can turn so easily, whereas for the side of DNF, you can kind of only go in. There isn't a whole lot of turn unless you have prio, which we saw they struggled a lot with in Game 1. But it's Rise Group. Anything can happen. I don't want to go too deep into this draft, but for me, I really prefer what DRX put together.
I like no freaks at the end. Especially with the double F. I really do think that that adds emphasis where it is necessary.
Yeah.
They are still a little bit freaks, though. You know, as it's not the Afrika freaks anymore. It's not the Kwangdong freaks anymore. It is the DN freaks now. So it is still freaks. So
yeah, not the DN automotive freaks, Dgon.
I mean, it is.
That's DN freaks.
It is that as well, but it's also still freaks. That's the thing that is still definitely there. That's where I'm confused about that fan sign. But now it is time for game number 2. Let's get on the riff.
소환사의 학교에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the rift for game number 2. And I tell you what, that Pantheon skin is very, very cool. I recently bought Hades 2. Actually, just started playing it last night.
I really have. It's embarrassing that I haven't played any Hades in my life, and I've kind of been waiting for the right moment to play it. But
this was my very first time, and I went in entirely blind. I don't normally do that. I am an avid game researcher.
He is. He does.
I am the YouTube video guy. I will just absorb as much information as possible. But yeah, just started playing last night, and that skin looks like it could actually be in that game, you know, because it's very sort of mythology-based and stuff like that. It's pretty cool. Anyway, that's a little bit of an aside. We have Mega Man Monkey once again here for Pureshik as well. So as far as the skin check-in is concerned, a little bit sad that it's not Pack Sivir, but we do see that kind of every time. So Teddy just mixing it up a little bit this time around.
Yeah, I'm happy to see something different at this point. I mean, Pack Sivir is still the best, like, don't get me wrong, but it's yeah, to see something different. Sometimes I just go base skin because I'm like, yeah, we never, you know, people don't go base skin.
It's true, and she did get that like mini rework like a few years ago, and so the base skin isn't quite as like pizza feet as it used to be.
True.
Of course, shout out to Tarek, the OG best pizza feet guy.
Yeah.
As Dudu doing a great job here in this early game. This is often how this one goes. Sion early on is just able to utilize those base damages quite nicely. And the shielding is going to be helping out there. As DRX with control of this bottom lane, as you mentioned earlier on, this should be something that will be a trend.
Yeah, I don't think you... Like Kai'Sa in most lane matchups in this meta, it's her power later on and how easily she can follow up on engages and her team fighting. That is where her main power is. Obviously, you could draft for a lane where she can have prio as man.
That was a very...
Yeah, Rich is like, oof.
Yeah, I can understand the emote, because that was that's just not to be expected.
He got robbed.
He really did. And so that does mean that Dudu is going to continue on his rampage, his onslaught here towards his top side. As Aurora the Slayer gets the combo there with the Q.
It's a pretty good matchup for the Aurora, or sorry, not the Aurora, Ambessa. Once she gets all of her buttons, which Rich now has.
Yep.
And that will make things a little bit easier, as we're already seeing the lane swap to ensue here, which is not surprising, given that you're laning into Sivir.
And also Sion is pretty good at sort of absorbing pressure as well in a lane swap scenario, so you can understand why you kind of want to mismatch the lanes as much as you can.
I've thought about a little bit in the draft, and I wasn't ready to give a conclusion on it at the time. Going back to that Sivir misban into ultimately making it a Bard ban, I was wondering, like, you know, we've seen Jarvan be such a great response to the Sivir, and I was wondering, like, is there a reason why DNF might specifically want Teddy to play Sivir, because it's such an obvious Sivir angle? And I guess the Wukong is super good into the spell shield. You have so much engage. Just hold that thought. Rich?
Yeah, he's going to have to use some of these dashes to try and get himself out of the way. There's the flash. Void Seeker will be avoided. But man, yeah, Rich now down a flash. Really well played here by DNF. Only using the heal. So they are still very scary there towards that top side.
Feeling really good about that. Rich does survive, though, with nice dodges.
Yeah.
Uh-oh!
Yeah, over the wall they go. Seismic Shove does come on in, but Andil's making his way over as well. Pyushik able to get himself out with that Warrior Trickster. DRX standing firm.
Yeah, so back to, was a little bit of shenaniganry for a moment there, but
quite a lot of it as well.
Back to the Sivir conversation. Maybe not yet. Maybe not yet.
Ooh, okay. Are going to get on top of Berserker here as the Boomerang Blade does a lot of work. Do manage to get him down to about 400 health here and take the cleanse away as DRX retain control in this 2v2.
Yeah, that's a pretty big win now here in return, as TPs will be exchanged in the mid lane.
One thing that is pretty satisfying about Leona Sivir specifically is the fact that you just Zenith Blade the wave and then you proc all of the sunlight with your boomerangs. It feels very, very nice. As, yeah, Wukong is pretty good here in the Rise group.
Yeah, not great in the early game, though, unfortunately for him in this situation, whereas Pantheon is incredible. And Life is isolated. They are going to clear this wave, and they may try to, with this stacked up wave, look for a kill. Yehu's also here.
Berserker can't get any of these minions.
Yeah. Bulldog is engaged.
Yeah, over they go. Teddy going to flash out of the way of the Seismic Shove, and Bulldog doesn't have a brush to run to. That's first blood going over to Andil, as Pyushik just a little late to this party.
And they did it without even Realm Warp. Yehu just came over here, and Life's like, well, I guess I got some of the XP, maybe a CS or two. I don't even know how much of that he got. Berserker will finally get the last four of these, but so much was denied. He's down about 13 CS right now, and that was just a really well-coordinated dive.
Andil actually going to be the one blocking here just to make sure that the Pantheon can go back and get about his jungle once again. But like the amount of gold that DRX just accrued for themselves and denied from DNF is massive.
Yeah,
1,000 gold the lead just off the back of that play.
And it looks like initially they're going to look for a dive onto the Rel, but they just turn onto Bulldog here. Berserker's level 3, and Pyushik can do nothing, right? He's a Wukong at level 4, doesn't have his Cyclone. If he has Cyclone, he could stop this entire play and completely turn it around, but otherwise, the Pantheon way more valuable. The Rise that comes over, so potent in this type of situation. And this is really scary now for DNF, put behind this early. You can see Teddy, you know, he had a massive lead. It's now shored up here by Berserker with the back timing. Teddy has a Cole as well. They both are going to cash that in. But so much denied there. So much tempo was gained.
Yeah, and this wave is now going to get caught by DRX, so they should be able to move back to a decent gold advantage. Bulldog here in this mid lane, just dealing with the fact that the Rise is now a little bit more powerful. The kill did go over to Andil, so it's not end of the world here for DNF.
If you can get this type of lead in the lane and then make sure the lane swap is handled properly, it's just so obvious what you could see on the map how valuable this is, right? Like they swap again and they just keep pulling this Kai'Sa around the map, and super frustrating to deal with. You can see Andil going to roam around the mid lane here with a little prior they have there as well.
Yep.
And the Scion does get to ult back to the top lane. That really helps things out here for Dudu. He actually probably gets a demolish proc here on the top side, so that will certainly help as Andil's looking for the engage.
Yeah, and Sponge is already here. Bulldog absolutely nowhere to go. No flash, no chance. And Sponge very happy to tank up that turret. Dudu in between the turrets. And Rich is going to make it back to lane with about 50% health. That plate you were talking about does go over. And Dudu is just going to continue his shenaniganry underneath, in between the turrets on the top side.
Can't actually get in here to impact this bottom lane either because there's 2 wards, one in the tri-brush, one in the river, and in fact, Yehu may even look for a Realm Warp dive here with all the prio he has. Look, Bulldog has to catch the wave, has no TP, and this is actually a really scary moment here for Life and Berserker. I don't know if they're aware. They may have seen Yehu if he just went into that pit on that control ward, but otherwise, I mean, that was a very scary situation there. Like, there's just so much tempo. And this is why, to me, I don't always trust these Kai'Sa picks in these situations, because you just cannot get control back easily.
DNF are going to look to at least get some control around these Void Grubs, playing around the fact that Dudu is pretty far ahead of Rich at this moment in time, and so Pyoshik will at least be able to get one of these, and in fact, should be able to get all of them.
He really wants to pull this off. Like, Sponge doesn't have ult, but he doesn't care.
Well, they can deliver both of them underneath this turret. And so without the ult from Sponge, I guess he just uses the Realm Warp instead to be a very similar tool.
Yeah, make a Pantheon ult.
Exactly. Build your own.
Grand Warp Fall.
Haha.
They continue to threaten the idea of a Realm Warp, but then happy to take the Crashed Wave and the Dragon instead. We have somewhat late Drake in this game at 9 minutes to go over. And it's just going to be a back here for Yehu. DNF, I think they were teetering on danger there. Like, it looked pretty rough, but they've been able to, because DRX don't pull the trigger, they just kind of catch those waves down there. Berserker's able to get it back, and he'll swap back with Dudu, has TP, so he can go to the bottom lane. And we're just going to go back to a neutral game state here with DRX having that objective. DNF were able to get 3 grubs of their own, though, which is pretty good into this Rise composition.
Yep. Certainly going to be feeling good about that. They don't necessarily have a whole lot of threat as far as side lane is concerned, but denying it is fantastic, like you're saying. So Berserker up here catching this wave towards the top side. Still just a 300 gold difference between the 80 carries. But Teddy is Sivir, so he's pretty happy to scale it on through until later in the game. In fact, he is the best player in the world at scaling Sivir damage into later in the game.
Yeah, no one has ever been able to do as well as he has.
Yep, that's very, very true.
He has seen the latest game.
He's the only Sivir player to have a 100% win rate past 80 minutes.
Yeah, no one else has ever come close, really.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive stuff. Yeah, Bulldog catching this wave once again. And DRX just not really pushing this advantage too much at this point in time, but I think playing around the Grand Skyfall is probably what they want to be doing, is Yehu running pretty quickly, and so isn't going to be hit by stray shoves or anything like that. And honestly, the Sky on the Rise has been pretty impressive. I think the Galio game was pretty impressive as well. And so DRX leaning on their mid lane here, get some things done. We'll see whether he is going to be able to pop off in this mid game as well, as we do crest the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, Bulldog has been phenomenal at setting up picks on this. As he's going to threaten one.
Yeah, there is a Grand Starfall, but I don't know whether they really wanted to be there for that one. As flashing over, Bulldog able to get himself out of the way. The heal to keep Sponge alive, though, as they find the stun onto life, and he flashes his way out as well. The Cyclone really helping play defense there, but lots of buttons now on cooldown.
It looked like a bait almost with how they played that out, and they almost were able to get the bait there to succeed as they kind of defensively look for a turn, but don't end up finding the success there and survive, but don't get anything back for it. As like you said, a lot of ultimates are put on cooldown, so tougher to fight. There's nothing to fight for, though, so I guess it won't matter in the short term.
Yep, not too much. As 3.5 minutes until the Rift Herald and 2.5 on this second Dragon.
We're kind of set up for a little bit of a boring...
bit of a brawl and brew type situation.
Just because of the way these comps interact with each other and the lack of objective. So Bulldog here ends up getting rooted. They bait the Pantheon ult in. Life is ready to instantly engage, but there's just not enough damage here, unfortunately. The Cyclone helps them get out of dodge as Yehu, but he has some damage in this longer skirmish, and they will have to respect it. So Flash also put on cooldown there for the Relt. Life not going to be happy about that. It's going to hurt his upcoming engages when he does have his ultimate back. I'm talking about ultra temporary, but that Flash, a little bit more permanent here.
Yeah. Possible angle here they could potentially go towards. So Bulldog and Life missing those, and he'll also investing his alongside Sponge. So Yehu having his Flash still available, though, going to be a big deal. He has the largest gold lead in the game, but definitely on DRX's side, as this Scion is still very, very frightening. Currently 20 CS up. Yehu does finish that Rod of Ages, though. So this Rise, as this game goes later and later, is going to be problematic, to say the least.
I'm curious to see if Berserker and DNF can make me a Kai'Sa believer in this game. I'm not trying to deny Kai'Sa's strengths, but they sacrificed so much for this pick, and now behind, will it actually be able to do anything? They have engaged for days.
Yeah.
They absolutely do, but it is going to be tough into double global. They're always going to be ahead of the curve on you for setting up for objectives or even flanking with those globals. And the Sivir wave clear that as Kai'Sa, you can clear okay, but you'll never match the Sivir wave clear that she has with the Ricochet, which is just, I mean, I'm kind of tired of giving it's like the new wolf color point. I'm like, oh, that Sivir match, she pushes in, look, Berserker catch it. But you just always get these free backs. You always get first access to the dragon. And in this meta where turns on objectives are so powerful with picks like Wukong, Taliyah, Rel, if you have to be the one engaging, you're always at a disadvantage. And Sivir's just like, it's you, by the way. I'm waiting. I'm already here. The ball's in my court. Come at me.
And it is kind of working out so far. You can see the Cull Cash-in came through for Teddy first, but Berserker was immediately after him. So you can see that's still just 300 gold between the 280 carries. And it's so interesting, right? Because, like, I feel like between different regions, the view on Kai'Sa is different. For us, we're a bit about the champion, where she can be pretty hit or miss. I think there are a lot of our players that are, the comparison. Okay, never mind. Got a few ults being traded here, and by a few, I mean one.
I don't know if Rich really liked how that one went.
Yeah, it didn't quite. But to go back to the point, it feels like overseas, Kai'Sa is a lot more formidable. We do talk about the... Oh, never mind. I just can't make these points as the Magnet Storm does come on through. Sponge going down so low. Andal as well doesn't have the Eclipse anymore. It's Teddy limping out of this fight as Yehu getting chased down here by Berserker and Life, but hits all the Qs. So Berserker going down a little bit lower. Still, it's a good pickoff.
I mean, Teddy here gets caught, barely survives with a barrier there. Berserker finds a really nice angle there. Kind of like Kai'Sa into Ezreal-esque there.
Oh dear, just mown down by the stars.
Okay, well, that looked really good for a second, but he is then punished. Look at this player.
Yeah, he's like, yep, win some, you lose some, I guess.
Oh man, that's rough. But
oh, it's a Hextech Soul as well. My goodness, this is scary.
It certainly is.
Nice little interrupt there as Rich having to flash. That's kind of crazy. He was feeling a little scared.
Having a bit of a roughie. With Dudo having ult available there, if he gets pinned down under turret, he's not going to be having a good time. So, like, when you are Kai'Sa in this situation, if you can actually, while this fight is going on, isolate Teddy in the backline and look for the 1v1 there, it's a rare circumstance, but if you get the kill here and then look for the turn with your teammates, like, the fight is incredible. It's still a win here. They get the Leona, but they could have gotten even more there. Teddy barely survives. It's the Pantheon, though, that follow up that trades this 1-for-1 as he has vision.
Yeah. And with Snatcher out of the way, and that is going to be Feats of Warfare at the same time, as you saw confirmed on the screen. Still one Drake apiece, and so now this battle for the Hextech Soul, that's going to be an exciting one, because of course everyone on even footing getting towards that. Speaking of even footing, same amount of money in plates going over to both sides.
Yeah, it's a pretty even game here. I think we're going to have to find some more of those types of setups for Berserker.
Yep.
For this game to go back into DNF's favor. The Hextech Soul, incredibly powerful for both sides. The ability to proc the slow is kind of insane, as DRX have better prio here on this objective.
Dudu making a rotation over, though. The Unstoppable Onslaught is going to be there as he moves into position.
Life flashes back up.
Yeah, Voidseeker is going to connect with the Rune Prison, does hold Berserker in place. Still Andal going to be going down alongside Sponge, and DNF just close in on DRX and shut him down.
Yeah, they have so much engaged, and DRX just frankly did not respect it. Pyojik's going to pick up the eye. That's not only a secure of the objective, but 2 kills to boot.
Might also be this first turret going down as well, but The minions are just going to leave, and man, no one has pressed any buttons on this outer turret whatsoever, as Pioshik does ride Shelly towards it, but it only goes down to 50%.
A really, really decisive engage there with Life having his flashback up. And look at the setup here for DRX. It's a little bit shaky, right? Yehu's trying to poke, trying to look for an angle here. Pioshik goes in first. The follow-up here from Life, and then boom, you just get 2 kills. That's the power of Wukong. And Teddy's safe, but they get 2 kills, and then in the early game, you can't do enough damage back to do anything with that Sivir here. So DNF finding some signs of life in this game. It's a 1-to-1 Drake score here. No double dragon. This game is far from over.
100%. Feels very similar to the last game, right? Where DNF were finding a lot of success here and there. DRX were able to win that last decisive fight, but otherwise it was an incredibly close game. This is looking to follow suit just a little bit. Maybe not having to worry about some soul situations. Going to be better. Of course, it was a 3-stack. It was the large reason why DRX were able to hold themselves in the game. That is just not going to be a thing this time around.
The observing team and Jonas Strong are not looking favorable on Rich's laning phase in this game. Every time Dudu just kind of trades with them and outdoes them, they're like, I didn't miss that, by the way. Watch this. Big Dudu fans today, as he is crushing the matchup. Has obviously a little bit of extra gold. He has the biggest gold lead in this game. You mentioned it earlier, but it is kind of ballooned. And so he is just constantly putting Rich down. In a matchup that Rich picked this into, like he was hoping to get those advantages early, it just did not eventuate. And DNF, I mean, they still have all the tools in this game to win decisive fights. I think holding on to Prio is going to be the most important part of this. We have just over 70 seconds until this next dragon. The first Hex Tech does spawn. They win that fight, get a lot of control out of that, the extra Drake value, and it feels playable here.
Yeah, it certainly does. Dudu now completing that Holo Radiance. 2 items done for the Scion. He is so large. And this minion wave going to crash towards this top side. This turret is so incredibly low. That'd be feats of strength for DRX if they're able to actually take that one down. But it looks like Rich is not going to be getting over there in order to take this one out. And Dudu is going to prevent minions from ever getting there again. Unless he does have to go back.
He doesn't have TP just yet. It's almost there. And I think they're aware of it. Just want to continue to annoy him, deny that turret. And Sponge is actually rotating up here with Teddy. If DNF just get a free dragon here, this is kind of insane for them. I mean, it looks like that may just be what is going to happen here, as DRX are just not poised for the contest. They have 20 seconds to come over here and try to wrestle that Pry away, but that's one of the most powerful parts of DNF's comp, is being able to turn on a dime with this Wukong. They have flash for him as well.
Well, Rich finding a 1v1 here into Dudu. Doing a decent job for now that the Eclipse has been completed, but still, Dudu has 2 items. Rich only has 1 and a bit. So it's not feeling fantastic here for the Ambessa. As DNF, yeah, they're standing on vision, but there's just not going to be a contest. DRX just electing to give this one up.
That's one of those moments where I feel like Coach Song and the crew watching backstage is probably going to be like, I don't know if this was the right call, because you had the Sivir control the mid lane for a moment. You had a lot of prio. You just gave it all up. You rotated topside, didn't get anything there, and just gave a dragon away. Didn't really get the cross map, didn't get any pressure on this bottom turret, so you just gave a freebie. And if you give over the prio, then obviously at that point you kind of have to give his life. So look for
Storm will be connecting here onto Sponge, trying to get himself out of this one, but I don't think it's going to work, and it doesn't. Life is going to be able to burn him down. The Hex Gates were also bringing Pioshik in, and this could just mean Otacon at the same time. This game is just falling out of the hands of DRX.
So quickly. And, I mean, they are going to try to get this mid-turret, and they should be able to, but I don't know if it's 100% worth.
Yeah, it is going to be the unstoppable onslaught there just to deny Andel's engage. But
feats of strength.
Yeah, feats of strength do go over, but Otacon is picked up by DNF, and that is going to mean a whole lot more. They also answer the turret, as Rich is also able to take down this bottom outer as well, so that will at least keep the competition up as far as money is concerned in this game. But I think DRX are very confident that they can win late. That's the way they're playing right now.
Yeah, no, I think so. I think this initially looks really bad for DRX, right? Sponge being isolated here. They're looking for that top turret and Otacon, but because they make a swift call, you can see Teddy is already pinging. Like the second the CC is there, he's like, I'm getting mid turret. Rich is like, I'm getting bottom turret. That was a really quick macro reaction there. And so, yes, DNF has a lead in gold still slightly. And yes, they ended up getting the Otacon, which is quite valuable for this composition. DRX keeping the money even, and that is where they want to win this game in the late game with this Sivir that's 2.5 items deep.
Yep, does need to build the Lord Doms this game. Going to be pretty important against this Scion, so going to be taking a little stopover for picking that one up. As Rich fighting against Dudu, it's a very long lane, no ulti up for the next 8 seconds at least, as Rich does need to respect this Q that's doing a fair bit of work. And look at this. I mean, I feel like Rich is trying so much harder than Dudu, but Dudu is still just winning. In comes Sponge, though, to try and make this an uneven fight, as Rich hasn't even used the ulti yet. There is no way that Dudu's getting out of this one as the ult picks him up, and down goes the Scion. Rich finally getting some revenge from this horrific early game.
I have to ask, why are we flashing the roll so much, Dudu? I mean, his teammates are rotating down kind of. Maybe they're making the call, like, hold on, just hold them there for 1 more second. We'll come down and get the trap, because Berserker can engage from so far away. Life is coming as well, but ultimately just kind of flashes and then dies, doesn't get anything out of the side of DRX. They don't need to flash to kill him, so yeah, that's unfortunate, but it's Scion. I mean, he doesn't use the flash that well.
Yeah, that's true. Just needs to be able to get his ult off in the right stages in these fights. The wall is going to be set up. DRX do have Sponge moving up, but Life is going to turn up as well. Sponge a little bit late on this play. The teleport to come in and bring Rich towards the fight. The seismic shove is fantastic. Sponge trying to keep himself alive, but it's not going to work as Rich is just desperately trying to get back to his teammates as Teddy and Andal just a little late on that one. The teleport in brings Dudu over as well. 5 strong for DNF here towards his top side.
Rich has to get out of there, almost finds himself also caught. That was initially looked to me like it might be a Wadid Bulldog Weaver's Wall segment coming through, but instead it ends up being a really nice engagement. It's just these pinches on the top side that DNF have found on the side laners that have been so effective. I mean, look at this. It's not the most ideal wall setup, but they also have teleport here for Life on Unsealed, and this control ward allows him to get over here and catch Yehu before the rest of DRX can respond. Their teleport response for Rich ends up being a liability, doesn't help them out here, and just ends up being a bigger win as he then has to flash away. And DNF just making the more decisive call. Sure, this teleport here from Dudu is also wasted, but just wanted to guarantee they win that fight. And it's these types of plays over and over again that DNF keep finding. They keep getting these kills. That leads to bottom side control here that's going to allow them to clear some of that vision. Look for that fight here in 45 seconds with Pryo, where they can turn with that Wukong Rel, and that's been so good for them this game. Yeah, they've got the tempo vibes back, Atlas.
They certainly do. DRX do need to put in a lot of work trying to deny this Hextech Soul Point. It's going to be such a huge deal. And like you say, DNF with those tempo vibes, but with also just real vision control, they will be able to get themselves in a pretty good standing here. And we've just seen their team fighting has been better, right? Pyoshik has been in the right position, feeling free to press that R button whenever he would like, lands that Cyclone, and then always has Life there to magnet them together immediately afterwards.
It's just a little bit disappointing that with this Sivir Rise Pantheon, it's DRX that aren't collapsing on sides, you know, that aren't able to find any angle. Sure, it's a Scion on one side, which is very difficult to kill, but Bulldog has otherwise been able to relatively farm it up, you know, and even be the engager. Now, DNF have that Pryo that I was talking about. This is exactly where they want to be. This is their comfort zone with this composition. And now DRX are like, well, I cleared the wave, but DNF did too, and Teddy's going to take a back opportunity, but this Dragon is once again almost practically free for the taking. We're going to look for a Baron trade?
That's what DRX are going to consider.
But look at this.
Right now.
They just put Berserker on the Dragon basically alone.
Well, in they go. They do manage to eat Dudu's ulti as the Solar Flare is going to hold the Scion in place. It takes forever to take this guy down if they even can do so, and they can't. And so they just give up the Drake. That's Soul Point over to DNF. A huge deal here for this composition. And DRX get a bit of a health bar of a Scion.
Yeah, this is a really bad situation because now they're resetting a DNF for like, wait a minute. Like, they just end up deciding to go for some vision here, at least as much as they can get on the edge of that pit as they get the free control of that Dragon bottom side. So Soul Points, there's now Berserker and Pyoshik do that. The two of them, DRX don't start Baron, but look for a pick onto a Scion, which is exactly what DNF wanted. And they've just been the more decisive team in this game. They have a lot of agency, and they've been using it.
They certainly have. Level 15 here for Berserker as well. So Teddy still a couple of points away from that On the Hunt being maxed out. Not to mention, Dudu is about to crest that level 16 mark as well. The Scion going to be very, very scary. Rich is also very, very close to level 16, spending some time here in this side lane and will be able to hit it. Actually first in the game to do so. So the Ambessa slowly but surely getting more and more frightening here, as he has actually created a gold lead for himself, because Dudu has felt forced to group up with the rest of his team a whole lot more, is now trying to answer the Ambessa there towards the bottom side. But this is not really where DNF want their Scion, right? Does want to be that team fighting force that we know he can be. So finally, Rich is able to do what he was put on this rift to do.
He also could deny a TP out of Dudu if he keeps his eyes on him. Dudu's actually rotating up by foot. And now, this is scary because they have two ways to get over your Weaver's Wall. They have Realm Warp, they have Pantheon ult, so Starfall can also get into the back line, but DNF don't care. They're just going to look for this. And a potential turn. Dudu's already here. Late TP from Rich. Life on the flank.
Well, they're once again looking for Dudu as the turn does come in. The Baron has reset. Seismic Shove brings Yehu over to the rest of their team. Or Yehu, if I want to pronounce it correctly. Berserker gets into that backline as Andal also trying to get some work done. They lose the Rise, though, and the Leona's down as well. Teddy just trying to be a hero, but he's melee range with this. Scion is Rich! Oh my god, the savior once again here for DRX as Dudu might be able to kill him, but he has so many dashes, and it is just a top lane battle in the end, and that is going to be a stalemate.
All right, 4 for 4. Only top laners walk out. A lot of tempo lost here for DNF. At the end of the day, we kind of just go back to ground zero. As you look at how this fight starts off here, it's a little bit sloppy for DRX. They deny the entry of life into this fight, which means they can push because they know the rel isn't theirs. By the way, live! Rich.
Yeah, we're looking for something more. Rich is actually going to keep himself alive, so back to the replay.
But like, this fight ends up being Teddy just great target selection. Unfortunately, Bulldog misangles his Q there. Dudu just barely able to get the snipe onto Teddy, or this could have actually turned out way worse here for DNF. But the fact that they denied the engage from Life, which was Rich, by the way, it allowed them to push through, and then Rich is able to clean up, really saves the day, because otherwise, this could have been just a wipe and Baron. And the end of the game when we go to 3. DRX maintain a nearly 1,000 gold lead after the fight. And we go again, but the next big objective is more than the Baron. 90 seconds time we have what could be for DNF, the Hextech Soul. So a really, really tough objective to fight for. You can see DRX a little bit more interested in the bottom side of the map right now, and that's why DNF are going, okay, let's see if we can maybe look for a Weaver's Wall angle. Bulldog leading the charge. If anyone gets shoved here, any pick, they get both critical objectives. I mean, if you get Baron and Hextech Soul here, I mean, that's the game.
Yeah, no, that feels ridiculous. It's Rich.
He's hit a Scion.
4K, yeah, I know, but 4K ahead of anyone else in the game. It's just kind of nutty. We haven't necessarily been having the most fighting in this game outside of these top laners hitting each other.
True.
But it is quite impressive that he does put up as big a numbers as he has.
Teddy hasn't had the opportunity to put up the big numbers yet, but we are getting to the point where, and he has nearly 4 items, but 3.5 items. If he is given a proper, real 5v5, if he's able to carry it, he will do the big damages. As, you know, Vision here split on Baron, but DNF know their prize is this Hextech Soul, and they'll probably even be happy to trade it at this point, but they have so much prio here. Like, there's no Vision.
Yeah, this is kind of ridiculous. As Yehu gonna get shoved back. He does have his flash available. Is just going to try not to use it, and he doesn't actually. He's the only one with teleport, so he can go for a reset, get that health bar back up again, but that trap can be laid anytime.
Yeah, he has Seraphs and his upgraded Merc Treads, which do a ton for him in that scenario. I think without those, he probably would have flashed. Teddy going to spell shield, a little bit of poke here, but once again, DNF still have that prio. That was just a seismic shove. There was nothing committed.
Yeah, DRX needs to move in here, though, because this dragon could already be started for all they know.
Berserker is starting it, as you say.
Yeah, he is going to get on over there. Solar Flare is going to connect onto the Scion once again. They really want to be able to take down Dudu, as Teddy finally does damage to him, but the Drake is just going down. This is Hextech Soul, DRX. You cannot just give this up, but they will anyway. The Grand Starfall does absolutely nothing, as now in goes Andal. There is the public execution to take down the Talir, and Teddy is free hitting. Life going down so low, but Teddy doesn't get hit by any of the abilities, and Rich is a monster. The Rune Prison is fantastic onto Berserker as well, and down he will go. There is the ace for DRX.
But there's so many turrets up, it's not like they can take this into a game when they will be able to get the Baron off of this, you have to think, but at the end of the day, Hextech Soul is permanent, so DRX, they save this through Teddy. That's the kind of team fight I'm talking about, by the way, where Teddy is going to pop off, he is going to clean up along with Rich, but they get to start this off because they have so much control. DRX gave them this prio, and they just let Dudu sit here and use it. And if anyone oversteps, Bulldog gets a shove on Teddy there, for example, and that's just the end of it. Now, I think we're DNF bite off a little bit more than they could chew is they get the Hextech Soul, but then they try to opt into a fight. They use the Weaver's Wall here and go for the engage. But like you said, Teddy is unable. Yeah, no, there's multiple nuances here in this with the mid sign. Yeah.
Yes.
But anyway, they don't get Teddy. Teddy cleans up the fight with Rich. Berserker tries to use the Hex Gate to get out. He ends up getting taken out here as well to triple for Teddy. But again, permanent buff here for DNF. If they could survive this Baron, they're looking good for what could be some upcoming team fights. Because 5,000 gold at 30 plus minutes, it's big, but it's not insurmountable by any means. Like, this is still a relatively close game.
Soul is absurd.
Especially when your Kaisa could just press W and proc it kind of on demand.
Yep. You also have Mercurial Scimitar coming in here for Berserker, so he's only one item away from completing all of those. DRX needs to make this Baron work. Already 2,000 gold Red Bull Baron power play. 2 minutes on the clock as well.
There's so much gold to be had with all these standing structures, but it means you're not really getting you're not getting cracking on the base. You're not getting into those inhibitor turrets like you really want to just yet. Still have 2 minutes to go, but this has otherwise been relatively neutralized here so far for DNF. DRX need to actually find an angle to engage. They use these Baron buff minions to find an angle. Like, you have Pantheon, you have Rise. There's a world where, and Ambessa, there's a world where you get a pick and then you just go in to take the inhibitors out or potentially even end the game. But if they slow push like this, DNF are happy with that because they still have that Hex Tech in the tank.
Yep. And after this 1.5 minutes is over, that's going to be where the opportunities are going to lie for DNF to fight back in this game. Still, DNF looking for that flank angle. And DRX trying to keep them out of their own jungle as best they can. I mean, if they do walk in here, I mean, walking into a Rise, walking into a Pantheon, both of those options are terrifying. But look at this, like, the Void Seekers, as soon as they land, they are really starting to cut them down as Rich dashing in over towards Berserker as, oh my god. Yeah, this Ambessa is really a problem.
Yeah, I'm starting to also get a little bit concerned about some of these Bulldog walls. That one was a very defensive one in desperation, but that's
I didn't even see it. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I
can see that it's now on cooldown.
Yeah, they walked away, and then he was like, "Don't touch my turret." They were like, "We're out. Don't worry, Bulldog."
Mm-hmm.
If maybe it was angled a little bit more up, they could have.
Oh god, it's just an Elder Flip, isn't it?
It's starting to look that way. But the cool thing about Elder Flips in this for DNF is that they have Hextech Soul, so they can continue to poke DRX on the approach, and they have incredible turn. Getting Prio on it would have been hard if the Baron was better timed or synced up with it, but it's wearing off now. Yep. And so now DNF can kind of wrestle back into Prio position. It's not going to be easy, as DRX still have full control over this map.
Oh, Bulldog does manage to clear this one out. Still, only one more auto from that Siege Minion would have been enough, but the Baron wears off just in the nick of time.
Teddy
DNF
is full build.
He is a very big boy.
Yeah, he is the target that you're going to really struggle to kill because he has Spell Shield, GA. He's going to be level 18 for the fight.
If you're DNF, though, who are you more scared of? Rich or Teddy?
The answer is both.
Right.
But like
all of the above.
Actually Teddy, ultimately. Because you can kill Rich. I don't know if you can kill Teddy, and if you kill everyone else while using all of your resources, then...
I hate to be that guy, Wolf, but they've killed Teddy. They are yet to kill Rich.
That's true, but I don't know if they'll kill him again. If you remember, that was a while ago when they killed him last time.
That's true. I just like technicalities.
Yeah, there was that fight where Rich was like, "You killed Teddy, but you didn't kill me," and I got the kills back, and then it ended up being a 4-for-4. I look at this situation too, where like you have a Rise, you have a Sivir. DRX are not going to give that prio up, and there's just not much DNF can do to stop them having prio, but they can look for an engage. It's really important that Life has Flash for this fight. If he loses Flash, for example, right now, that really hurts their ability to contest for the Elder. So he needs to be really careful. He's obviously trying to clear vision and get any idea about where DRX are set up, but he does not want to use that critical flash because that is
Man.
so much of their engaged. Pioshik also, similar situation here.
Look at all of this vision. Elixir of Wrath here for Rich as well. They really want to stamp this game out right here, right now. As Teddy, unfortunately, the Hextech Soul is going to still chain even if he does manage to use the Spell Shield. As Rich dashing around and isn't too worried about anything at all.
Teddy is like, I'm ready to win this, get my POM. And DNF are like, we gotta somehow kill this guy. How can we do it? We have no prio. Elder spawns.
This is going to have to be a heroic fight here as Solar Flare not doing too much really as Andal goes in. Pioshik finds the back line.
Teddy?
Oh god, the orders from Teddy are massive. He flashes to get out of the way. The public execution connects onto Berserker. Rich, where have you been all year, you absolute god? As Dudu goes down and DRX, I think this should be able to, or maybe just the end of the game as Sponge just running towards Berserker as best he can. Needs a little bit of a better arm for that one as the seismic shove is likely to do a fair bit of work here, but Sponge is still going to be okay, and DRX are going to close this one out.
Sponge super low. Teddy was low, but he just did not care. Like I said, they want to kill him. They got to kill him, but they just can't, Atlas, and he does so much damage. It's like diving a fountain. And they do not have a wave.
Yeah, okay, so it's not the end of the game just yet, but they do have a lot of members dead on DNF side. However,
I mean,
it's only Dudu that's going to be down for the next little while.
Yeah.
Is it still flip potential?
I mean,
has DRX messed this up?
They're all so low here. Life's coming over, doesn't have flash anymore. It's gonna have to be a really clean fight here.
I mean, they have so much damage as this will just be secured by Sponge. And now Elder, even though these health bars are low, there's no teleport on Dudu. And so DNF, I don't think you can risk
Pioshik
this
has
one.
ult. Maybe they could catch some of these members and split them and remove some of these buffs. Oh, the turret's still alive. You're going to shelter them, and they are going to get out. But it's going to be a lot of lost time on this Elder buff. It's going to, take it down about 30 seconds here.
This is a wild game.
Look at how many resources are used to try to kill Teddy. But look at how far away Bulldog is, for example. Pioshik is committing a Cyclone here. Berserker wants to kill him, but they know he has GA. They can't go in further. And the Rich is like, see you later, buddy. I've got dashes for days. I've got flashes for, well, just once. But he gets on top of him.
Did you see the protect the president as well from DRX? They're like, share pixels with Teddy. That's all we have to do.
And they're going to use this Elder to just turn it into a brief Exodia here.
It can't be Exodia because they do not have the soul.
That's true. You're right.
But as close to making as they can get.
I mean, I've always kind of, in my mind, put the Baron and the Elder as Exodia because it usually comes with Soul,
true.
but not in this case. And the Soul is actually still helpful to kind of delay this game here for DNF and give them potentially one more chance. It really, really is unfortunate that they weren't able to get the GA out of Teddy, but they got his flash, right? So he's flashless. Yehu is flashless. Life will have his flash eventually, I think in like 2 minutes, if they could survive through these buffs. Maybe there's a team fight for them. But what should happen is DRX, just with their wave clear, grind DNF down to dust.
Rich doesn't have GA yet. That is a bit of good news here for DNF.
And they're just trying to slow this advance with Hex Tech.
I mean, their composition really does not siege very well here on the side of DRX. Trying to get Rich up to touch this turret is difficult as Solar Flare connects onto Dudu once again. The Grand Starfall to bring in Sponge, but he's straight into the bouncy castle as Pioshik will get eaten by a dragon. And unfortunately, even when you kind of try to just throw your life away, you've got a Guardian Angel, you've got an Elder Drake, and they've still got 20 seconds of that one as, oh my, even the ricochets are just doing so much work here.
The wave is getting thin, but there's just enough here, I think, for DRX to end the Weaver's Wall attempt here, but there's too many minions.
Oh, public execution is supercharged out of the way of there as DRX still continue. And I think despite everything, DNF are not going to be able to make it work. Despite Hextech Soul, it's not going to be enough to save it as DRX keep themselves alive here in the Rise group.
Rich and Teddy with a monster performance.
That man on your screen right there, what a hero, dude.
What a monster performance from him. He had a pretty good end to last week as well. Like, a lot of people were calling for him to take that POM as well. And at the end of the day, when you have this Ambessa, who by the way was like 1,200 gold behind, just sit in the side lane, you've got to make value out of that gold that you pick up, and he absolutely did. The save on that play when we got the 4 for 4 for Baron,
That was the game winner.
They
right?
engage onto Berserker there at the end while the rest of DRX peels for Teddy. And Rich, he's got to be happy with this one because one of the most criticized players on this roster early in the year had some ups and downs, but at the very end, when it really matters for DRX, when they really need these wins to catch up to Bro, he is performing the best we've seen all year.
That was absolutely absurd. Do you know what it makes me think about, Wolf? Makes me think about how kind of similar the kits of Illidan and Ambessa kind of are. Because we know, he was the faker of hearts, and those champions, somewhat similar. So maybe he sort of found his calling as Teddy. Yeah, he was ricocheting. And who is POM? Like, because my heart says Rich, but the rest of me says Teddy played really well. There was like, I don't know, even Yehu having a pretty good performance, although maybe this game 2 is going to send that one away.
Teddy played really well on the Lucian in game 1, and I think played very well in game 2, so I voted for him. As Rich was not bad in game 1, but it wasn't the same level of impact. And I vote Palm across the games. But I think given recency bias, which is a big factor as
I think the Aurora was also pretty pivotal.
It was decent for sure, don't get me wrong. But I think recency bias, plus the fact that Aurora was fine, will probably push people a lot of the way into Rich, but
I mean, my narrative voting brain is giving it to Rich every day of the week. But look at how Teddy plays this out. Like, honestly, like, I think you're right. I think, like, if you're just a computer algorithmically trained to make, the mathematically best calls, the Fountain Laser gets it.
Remember in game 1, the comp that DNF ran, and Teddy was just like, he did walk over the equalizer that one time, Rich is like...
Rich honestly followed the Beyblade around the team fight, and they all died.
Yeah, he was attached to it.
Yeah.
Like, the fact that Teddy played that Lucian game as well as he did with all the combo potential in game 1, and then here in this game, like, he's just untouchable. He's unstoppable, right? Like, his positioning has been so phenomenal. Like, when you talk about AD carries doing massive damage in the late game, it's walking the fine line between staying this far back, like, look how far back he is, but also knowing when to walk up and when to chase and when to find those kills. And Teddy is just a master of this. It's level 18 in this fight, has a redemption dropped on him, and he's just like, I cut through everything. And Rich gets it on the other side. I hope it's a split vote between these two, because they both deserve it.
100%. I think that public execution was just so fantastic. There was so many, like, clutch moments from Rich, but just all in all, over the game, Teddy played amazingly well. So I think you can justify either side of it. As DNF, unfortunately, just unable to find the angles. Bulldog having a very rough day today, something that we kind of anticipated at the beginning, but what we didn't anticipate is that Rich was going to have a day out.
Yeah.
And so with the fact that both of the solo lanes were just kind of sorted out, the Teddy factor was still there, DRX managed to finish out the 2-0. Wasn't necessarily the cleanest, but a 2-0 is a 2-0. Still has the same scoreline, baby.
Absolutely. And DRX get it done. It wasn't the cleanest, but it's Rise Group. That's about as clean as it gets. That gold graph and Rise Group, League of Legends enthusiasts are hoping for that gold graph and Rise Group. They've been searching for it for a while.
Exactly right. And honestly, it was linear kind of at the end. You just ignore the first 24 minutes of the game, and then DRX figured a way to make it work. But it was against Hextech Soul. It's kind of nutty just how much DRX managed to make of just some late game opportunities.
Is it main character Teddy or Rising Rich? It's Rising Rich!
My heart says yes. I do think that Teddy had a phenomenal series as well, but honestly, if it's one of those two, we're happy.
I think people are bored of 80 carry votes. Not me, I voted for Teddy, but I think overall people are pretty bored of 80 carry votes in this meta.
I think a lot of it comes down as well to comparison of what Rich was doing last week and the previous weeks, right? Who has made the most adjustments, the most improvements? And today that was Rich by like a country mile.
He is he's spiking just like that gold graph there at the end, and maybe he makes a run through play-ins if they can keep this up. They still have to catch Bro, but this win was the first step, and the fact that they take it 2-0 is also huge.
Yep, and I don't know how many pom points he's managed to put together, but I imagine it's not exactly a massive amount, as it's time for the interview with Rich right now.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Seer for the POM interview translation, joined by Rich on the side of DRX. In round 4, you were defeated by DN Freaks, but you got a 2-0 revenge today. And since round 3, This is DRX's first 2-0. How do you feel? Before our match started, our coach actually really just begged us to get a 2-0. Finally, we were able to grab it, so I'm just really relieved. And following your last one, you got your second POM in a row. Surely you knew that you were getting it right? Honestly, I thought that Teddy was going to get it. I think it was just the impact from the team fight that got me the POM today. And yes, we have that replay prepared for later. And in game 1, it was neck and neck, but the last team fight where Aurora caught Nocturne determined the game. So in the intense moment, what was the plan to take the lead? No, I just really wanted to open up the team fight and try to waste the enemy's spells, but I really tried to go for the Nocturne the entire time. And in game 2, Pantheon was available, and the enemy took Wukong, who has 7 wins in a row in Rise Group. So what was the discussion like during draft? We did think that it would be challenging. And yeah, in the team fights, we did struggle a little bit. And I think the main goal, the main plan was really just to feed our Sivir and make sure that she scales well to win those team fights. And in game 2, yes, in dire moments, your Ambessa's role was crucial, and we had this clutch moment in front of your Baron. Can you go ahead and walk us through? I was trying to zone out the Rel first, and when the Rel's skill was off, I was trying to output some damage onto Talia and try to clean up as much as I can right here. So did you expect that this would actually turn around? Honestly, at the beginning of the fight, I didn't think that this was very good. But I think it's because, my teammates, before they all died, they actually were able to do a lot of damage and melted the enemies enough for me to clean up. Was it not nerve-wracking at all? No, not really. I think I just really wanted to carry out my role and just do my job. And your Ambessa's tankiness really stood out this game. And in the regular season, you actually picked Ambessa the most. And you even mentioned that she's good in this meta. So how would you summarize your Ambessa today in a nutshell? I think I just did what I can with a given situation, and because there was a lot of back and forth, and I just did whatever I can in the moment. And with your victory, your chance for play-ins has gone up, and your next opponent is the King of Rise, D plus Kia. What are your goals? Every time we meet D plus Kia, we always lose 2-1, and it's a really close one, so we want to make sure that we're ready for this one and take the win this time around. And that's the end of the interview with Rich, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear Ayaya, as it was Rich pulling that one out and getting the POM 2-0 for DRX. As a very, very important win for them to stay alive in the play-in hunt. DN Automotive Freaks, again, just falling a little bit short as we start off with one of these segments that we didn't know was going to become a thing at the beginning of the year. It is a Bulldog Talia wall segment with Wadid.
I mean, I just can't believe my eyes that, it actually happened again. And DNF was so far ahead in game, but this is the only reason why they actually lost this game. It's because of the Talia wall. I don't know why Bulldog is always melee range, try to Talia wall enemy team, because, you can actually cancel and just wall up, and you don't even need to jump in, but he always jumps in!
Oh, and then instantly the follow-up.
No!
It just sets up he lands Leona instantly, Ambessa instantly, and they're in a position, they just secured the soul. This was so unnecessary. This was so unneeded. They were in such a position of strength after getting the soul. You didn't have to do anything crazy. I would have understood it more if you put the wall down to block them from getting to the soul, but the soul had already been secured. And the fact it was followed, a big fumble. I feel like not many teams lose with Hextech Soul, but a good punish, I will say, the team up there from DRX to capitalize.
Yeah, and Coach Song, friend of mine, it has been a stressful little bit of run there for DRX. This is their first 2-0 victory in rounds 3 through 5.
Whoa.
Very, very important when it comes to tiebreakers against Bro, against BNK FearX.
They're getting serious. You know, they know they don't have much opportunities left. Every game is going to count. It's not just about getting series wins, but game score wins as well. Still hope left for them, and they are, you know, doing their best to make sure they can still make it.
Let's take a look at these POM votes here. Wasn't sure if it was going to be the boom boom damage of Teddy taking it, and one based John Strong Sponge vote, but otherwise, Rich was the playmaker getting the votes both from media, Soup, Chijijic, one here from one analyst, and then both Korean analysts.
Yeah, not a huge surprise that the Reach and Teddy gets the vote here. Especially, I voted for Teddy because of his Lucian itemization and also the way how he plays it. Yeah, my teddy bear kills people, man. I mean, I remember the game 1. He was the one actually pulling the trigger in the mid lane whenever he fights for the mid priority. He uses the ultimate to zone them out and make the space for himself. And the second game was just solid performances just in general. And I think just one team fight, Reach and Teddy made such a great team fight, 2 versus 4. And I think that was the game-winning play by it. So
yeah.
I was like kind of considering like voting for Reach, but yeah.
There it is. Rename the Fountain Laser. It has a new name, Teddy. You know, before he was the Human Nexus. Now he's the Fountain Laser, saving the game there multiple times, according to Wolf. Cloud Templar going with full up T-O-P. Yeah, Teddy OP, full up T-O-P mode activated. And for StarCraft fans, the Terran OP, T-O-P. Prince going, hey, youngster, you know why the Elder Dragon was created? That's pretty good.
Yeah, this is a good one. Like, you remember Teddy getting, like, I don't know, 700 CS?
Yeah.
I don't even remember the number.
Yeah.
It was
Some
actually insane.
ridiculous amount way back in the day. He was the ultimate farmer to bring it to late game. Pony going with, Rich, the dual blades is a different beast. Yes, that one, the Mbessa call out there. And last one that we have from GoGo, a Liam Neeson, get it? Rich Ambessa, Liam Neeson.
That's right.
I like it. That was good by
like
Gogo.
it, yeah.
I have to say, we do have one omission of a comment here.
Wait,
I
think I know someone voted for Reach.
Yeah, someone that voted for Rich that didn't. put a comment
Okay.
here.
This is poor form for me. I was trying to think of a good Pommen because I thought he played fantastically, but I was struggling to think of a Pommen that did justice, and I ran out of time.
You
and
froze.
It's hard, you know, under the pressure. You gotta think of things. I'm like, you played really well. I'm like, Rich, like, what can I do with that? You know, but it's like, you should just go Rich, and I'm like, I'm not just gonna do that. Rich! And he goes like, you should do something with like wealthy. I'm like, I can't think of something, and I'm stressed out. And I don't know. Okay? It's hard. Pressure.
Hot sausage in the chat as we take a look at the standings after that one. DRX, 1 game behind Bro, but Bro have 1 game in hand that we'll be playing 2 games later on this week. But that playoff race still there, as we saw earlier in the pre-show. Only a 1.5% chance BNK FearX doesn't make it, but they haven't clinched it quite on yet. Now, later on, we have Genji versus Nongshim. Nongshim still trying to get on the board here with the series win.
I mean, Nongshim can't be picky with where they get wins, but this is definitely one of the tougher matchups, but they have to just put their best foot forward.
New patch! Bring some fresh ideas!
Yeah, we saw some of them there in the last game. We'll see if Nongshim have something cooking up for Genji. We'll see you after the break.
분위기가 붙습니다.
1, 2위 간의 매치긴 하지만 2위 자리가 생각보다 꽤 불편하단 말이에요.
This Azir, but into the backline goes through. Chumps everyone up as the equalizer. Shove finds nothing at all.
너무 아쉽네.
시원하다.
젠지입니다.
젠지가 기본적인 라이너들이 너무 단단했어요.
이 팀은 그냥 안 넘어지는 팀이에요. 그래서 더더욱 오늘 경기 진정한 의미에서 시험대에 오르게 된 거죠.
What doesn't kill me makes me stronger.
All of the Rise teams, it feels like they're missing a bit, you know? KT is the same, right? Perfect, like, is the obvious.
There's a hand
sorta, like,
missing there.
There is like there's like they've got like little nubs instead of some of the fingers, you know? Like that's just what it kind of looks like. Whereas
They can't form Voltron.
yeah, yeah, that's what it is.
Yehu may just get collapsed on here. He does have flash and ult. He may be
Definitely going to utilize something as, yep, just going to press all their buttons. Very easy to do exactly that as Kellen makes it look easy.
One thing we know is that Krill likes his bagels toasted. That is that. All right, now just in the game being...
A bit of an angle here. As you can see, it's slightly split for the Bros. Once again, a flank angle for Morgan, but it is going to get watched down for as there's the exhaust onto Closer. Not really a full commit here, as Dudu just taking a lot of free damage for the moment. Another double knockup from the Q, and the instant ulti from Closer just says good night. The interrupt! This guy's Yone today is just something else!
트리플 킬.
Threats and Zinzao rise and deliver.
Gank Faker.
자, 버려. 잘 맞추게. 살았다. 여기 봐줘. 레전드.
Carry on. Keeping his brother alive here is great. The chains are going to be nuts, actually. There's still a ton of damage coming forward, and Faker's rejoining. KT did go pretty deep for this one, but they got the follow-up here from Duckdom. And DRX actually able to utilize the advantage. Showmakers in so much trouble. He's not going to hit, but the Ricochet does.
적을 처치했습니다. 더블킬.
This is massive. He goes in. He looks for the end.
펜타.
Oh my god! The burst damage is repugnant! And the Simmer is dead. Lucid now trying to chase after them.
시우 장례식장에 틀어도 되겠다.
From this fight, there's no blast going to get him in as Shiu goes between worlds, but I don't think he really wanted to be there. And that is going to be that third Drake taken down. You've got some upgraded shoes. Rich taking a bunch of damage. That is monstrous! But Teddy stays alive. He picks up a triple before he goes down. As Showmaker manages to shield himself, grabs the kill on the Zinzao, and Yehu cannot take him out.
피오 확정. 한화생명이 1대0으로 앞서 나갑니다.
지금 농심 레드포스 입장에선 좋은 경기력이 필요합니다.
물론요.
서로 이제 보고 있는 목표가 있는 만큼 힘 더 내봐야죠.
농심과 한화생명의 2세트입니다. 보시죠.
잘해봅시다. 화이팅.
잘하긴 해야지.
좀 줄 거 줘도 되니까 천천히 하면 좋을 때. 내가 좀 잘 크면 좋을 때 이 판은.
지우야. 잘하고 있어.
싸움만 잘해줘. 운영은 내가 잘해볼게. 한타만 잘해보자.
나요.
나 이거 도발 투구 한번 넘어가서 볼까?
잘하면 괜찮은데? 근데 그거 잘하면 이미 미리 와도 했을만해.
캔 여기 뭐 도발 썼나? 나 다음 깃발 여기다 써볼게. 그냥 들어가도 돼. 쿨 엄청 길어. 천천히 와볼래? 가볼게. 3초. 소개할게. 2초. 1초. 와볼래? 가볼게. 쿨 써야 되나? 잘했다. 좋은 거.
잡았는데 이거? 잡았어.
나이스. 시호 형 시원하네. 시원하다. 들어온 거 알고 있었는데 당했네. 괜찮아.
잠깐만 여기 올라왔다.
야 쌍꺼풀만 안 되나?
나 물수 있어. 이거 물수 있어. 어때?
이 빠지면 나 공볼게 이거.
천천히.
야 밀어내고 이거 먹자.
형, 얘 EQ 없는데.
왜 작골 먹으면 죽여도 되겠네?
보자.
하나 둘 셋. 야 죽었어. 첸 너플.
나이스. 이거 이렇게 하는 거야.
잘했어. 굿. 값. 아까 쿨 다 빠지긴 했어. 이 코어 뜨면 내가 캐리 할 만할.
시험 여기 붙어볼래? 그냥 개놓고 깨자 이거 그냥.
이거 마코 시킨 한데. 가볼게. 가자. 바로 제기를 생각한다. 제기 볼 생각하자.
천천히.
맞아.
너 빨리 좀 와.
야, 나 빼면서 해봐. 나 텔박스 뒤로 빼면서 해봐. 잡았어. 일단 더 천천히 봐도 될 것 같은데? 일단 보는 거 어때? 얘 노플이야. 얘 갈렸어. 여기 11도 볼거냐? 11 녹턴 볼게. 오케이. 나중에 좋고. 나이스. 잘 됐다 그래도. 아니 이게 그니까 시어턴이라서 좀 기다려줬어야 했을 것 같아. 야, 나 쪼여주는 줄. 가비. 탑 1차 못 치냐 이번에 나 올라가서?
얘네 무조건 있다. 얘네 이런데 딱 뿌려 있어.
야 니꺼 있다. 갈렸는데.
나 공기되는데. 야 그럼 끌게. 가자. 얘부터. 달려.
해봤겠다.
앞에부터.
텔못 받았다. 녹턴 실드 없다. 녹턴 땡겨와도 좋아. 나 에이즈 좀.
피 나가긴 해.
별로 안 좋게
빠지지 마요. 바로. 뭐 하지 마 얘들아.
얘들아 이거 내 말 들어. 오케이.
버스트 한 1600쯤에 하자.
오케이. 이거 스테이가 벌레 얘네 너머리 없긴 하거든. 스테이가 갖고 싸우면 안 될 것 같아. 탈리아 서비 싸움 할만한데 이러면 돼. 가보자. 천천히. 나 싸움 할만하다고 생각해. 일로 갈게. 녹턴 노플. 실드 빠졌고. 야 제이스. 야 제이스.
앞에부터.
이거 좋다.
가자.
이거 잘 먹겠긴데.
내가 마크 해줄게 이거. 그만하면 카이사 잡아야 돼. 카이사만 잡으면 길 없다 딱히.
나한테 박는 거 C 한번 들어가면 그냥 무조건 죽어. 형 얘네가 박을 거 나가면서 하면 좋을 듯? 나 스킬 걸리면서.
얘들아 근데 이거 우리 용 나온다 이제. 결국 용쌈이야. 사용창 봐야 돼. 공 꺼줄게 천천히.
나한테 알렸고.
앞라인부터 봐.
야 현재 손이 뒤를 볼게. 야 뒤에 라이즈.
라이즈 보자. 라이즈
맞아. 야 플러스.
가자.
라인부터 볼게.
맞아. 가자.
나 한번 살았고. 어때? 할만한데. 일단 들어오지 마. 빼. 나 할게. 나 게임 끝나는 거 막을 생각할게. 나한테 잘 생각해. 나 이거 미드 가면 끝나냐? 바텀이나?
끝났다.
니코 그냥 공만 다 같이 안 맞으면.
그냥 니코 공 없지 않냐?
니코 공 썼어. 미드로 끝내려고 하니까. 나 15초긴 하고. 잡아야 돼. 영약 빨고 갑시다. 나공 30초. 라칼 위주로 볼게 그냥. 라칼. 타워. 야, 타워 쳐야 돼. 나올만한데? 살리 3초.
야 빼자 그냥.
야, 이거 미들 조심해라. 타워 때리듯. 막았다? 쫓아가면 아니야, 이거?
잡아야 가는 풀.
침착하게 해봐. 노플이야. 따라가볼게. 집 끄는 걸로 봐도 좋아. 바론 갈 생각하자, 이거. 현민의 공 몇 초야? 20초. 야, 근도 살아있다.
가보자. 너네 가봐 얘들아.
그러면 미드라인 가면서 미드라인 공으로 옮기면서 끝내도 되긴 해. 오케이.
집 끊었어. 다 집 끊었어.
오케이. 끝내면 해. 그냥 부셔.
막아갈게. 다른 풀이야. 11을 봐야 돼. 막아갈게. 11을 봐야 돼. 다른 풀이야. 다른 풀.
타워.
11을 됐어.
나이즈. 야, 11. 아니, 막았어. 무조건 막았어. 무조건 끝난다. 니코를 왜 때리냐. 야, 타워 깨지. 진짜. 3층이라 끝나긴 했어. 가보자. 끝나.
한화생명. 자 2대0 승리로 피오 확정입니다.
사실 이번 게임 같은 경우는 진짜 불편했을 거예요. 치열한 구간도 많았고 힘든 게임이었지만 이긴 게 중요하죠.
그렇죠.
makes me stronger.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. LCK 2025. I'm still Atlas, joined by Wolf here as we are getting ready to dive into our second series of the evening. Gen.G taking on Nongshim. Now, I could say something like, this is going to be close, but I won't, probably won't. Because Gen.G hasn't lost to Nongshim.
How many games between them do you think? Like, they don't look at the standings. Like, how many games do you guess is between them in terms of game score?
40,
are you thinking
45?
I'm thinking between 30 and 40.
Yeah.
Let me see. Oh, I'm sorry. It was 54.
Oh my God. Well, that's absurd. There's also the fact that over 24 matches, Gen.G have won 24 matches. And the amount of games, individual games, that Nongshim has won is 3.
How many games, here's a quick quiz. How many games has Nongshim won in the Legend group?
Not very many.
1. Against KT, that's it.
Yeah, they have actually the lowest win rate out of any other team here in the LCK since we got back from MSI, of course. With Legend and Rise group, it does make it very difficult.
I am loving the Legend group, stomp points in the match, where it's like, by the way, you thought this was going to be close? Let me tell you every reason why it absolutely won't be. Look at these numbers, by the way. 8-1, 8-0.
This dates back to the Team Dynamics days. This was before they were even known as Nongshim. It's kind of ridiculous that Gen.G has a record like this up against them. But of course, I mean, Nongshim has never really been a top team here in the LCK. They had a few moments where we thought they could be, but it wasn't actually to be the case. And so this is, definitely an uphill battle. Bold picks from both sides last game, and we'll have to have a look as, of course, the Support Elise did come out, and that took a game against KT.
I do wish they highlighted the bold pick from Peter of Poppy into the Elise in that game as well.
Yeah.
That did happen, but the Elise has been working for Lehens. This is what we want to see from Nongshim most of the time, is either their eclectic support picks, the Elise, the Shen, or some of those global dive comps, the Galio, the Camille, the Rumble from Kingen. These are the picks that put Nongshim on the map this year, that got them into the Legend group.
Yep.
Now, play to your comforts. Maybe Gen.G cook a little bit with the patch. That's our hope, because I want this series to be somewhat interesting. But our expectations are that around like somewhere between 8 and 10 minutes in the game, we're going to look at each other and go, well, it's one of those Gen G games, isn't it?
It could be one of those.
I hope not. Like, please, Gen G, like, go easy on them, you know? Like, just have some fun. Maybe a Canyon Karthus angle or something. Come on.
Ooh, we're due one of those. We haven't had one of the Canyon Karthus games in quite some time.
He usually pulls it out against D+, you know? Or when he was on D+ against Gen G.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll see that when those two teams potentially reunite if D+ can make it through play-ins, but I mean we're a long way away from Gen G is like I don't touch.
Yeah, we don't even know what's happening in that Rise group. We've heard that it's a bit of a disaster over there. It's probably what they're saying. Is having a look at some of the stats here in the Legend group. Keen, not exactly our front runner when it comes to top lane performances. I have a feeling that may belong to Doran as of right now. But Keen doing a lot of damage for the amount of gold he gets.
Yeah, it's the consistency we see from Keen, and it's the importance of the Rumble pick for Keen, which is in large part why his damage share number is so high. He plays so much Rumble, does a lot of work, even on red side oftentimes, but now that's fixed, and he can do even more damage.
Exactly. I think the Rumble is going to be a huge pick here, and Keen has been playing almost like 100% weak side, because they've been playing to the bottom lane, right? Like, Ruler and Duro have been running away with games.
That's the meta.
Yep. And honestly, Keen is so good at just getting beaten down in the early game and still remaining relevant later on, while Ruler just takes everything all over the map. Chovy doing the same thing for whatever's left over. And it's been working for Gen G pretty beautifully over their last few matches here. Of course, dropping one match. That was against T1 earlier on, immediately after making their way back from EWC, both teams. And it was at that homestand that Gen G did suffer that first match loss. Since then, though, we haven't really seen much.
It was after dispatching Hanwha at the beginning of the week. Like, they had the tough schedule, like back-to-back Hanwha T1, and it's not easy. And by the way, the series was not one-sided. It was pretty close.
It was. So was the next one.
Yeah. And, man, we haven't really acknowledged it. We haven't talked about it too much as, oh, man, when Ruler ties the jersey, that's when you know he's locked in. He's always locked in. But when he ties the jersey, it's like, how many kills does he get in the
Do you think if he wears the ring around his neck, he goes invisible?
No, he'd have to put it on his finger. That's why he wears it's a heavy ring.
No, but like if he wears it on his finger, like if he took it off the
sure. Yeah, no, 100%. The ring rates are looking for him.
Oh no, don't go into that forbidden realm, Ruler. We need you right here. Alongside Duro, who is on your screen right now.
And like when he puts the ring on, like all the other regions like suddenly fixate on him, like, oh god, it's Ruler! He's too powerful! Like we're gonna have to face this guy at Worlds!
They just stop banning all his champions even though he's not in the same games and stuff like that. Oh god.
Yeah, everyone has to see him. They can only see Ruler.
Yep.
Well, I was going to say it, and then we went on the ring tangent, but
I apologize.
The performances of GU have been really lackluster. The last time they faced off against each other was that famed kill in the mid lane where Ruler just walked up and shot him, and it wasn't even like Indiana Jones where the guy swings the sword and then he gets shot. He just didn't have a sword.
No, yeah, he was just like flailing his arms around.
He was a wacky inflatable tube man.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
And like, this is the most important thing because as we get into this draft, because Ruler and Duro have been dominating 2v2 lanes with picks like the Lucian, the Corki, and if you're having a weak performance in lane and you face Ruler, I mean, the game can end in the first few minutes of the game in a 2v2 scenario. The Rumble is banned, by the way. You and I were 100% on board with Kingen having a big impact on that pick, and Gen G agree.
Yeah, I actually think that this is a great ban because I think you want to be aiming for different things to pressure for first pick, and Yunara certainly the top of that list. Xintao's still going to receive some bans here, which is quite intriguing because he has been nerfed a little bit, not as much Q damage, not as much armor.
Interesting Galio ban by Nongshim. They're quite famed for their Galio compositions, but Chovy's an insane Galio player, so they're just going to say, I'm good at this, I like to play that style, but I don't want Chovy to have his hands on it. That's a bit of a bigger issue. Leaving both the Talia and the Azir up with this.
Wukong's up.
Wukong is also up. So you can trade here.
Ooh, I wonder whether Canyon lets the Wukong go through so that he can Silas it.
Could be.
We don't really know. Like, this is the frustrating thing about Gen G players. They only play Arena. So I'm like trying to find out what they've been playing in solo queue. No, they haven't been playing solo queue. They've been playing arena, as the Azir is going to be highest on the priority list here on Gen G's side. So not a huge amount of surprise.
Yeah, no surprise. Maybe a Taliyah Vi angle here, potentially.
Taliyah Wukong.
Taliyah Wukong as well, yeah.
That sounds pretty scary.
It is pretty scary. It also denies the Wukong pick, and they are going to lock it. I thought they'd just go for the Vi for the simplicity of it, but Wukong is just so insanely strong, and for some reason wasn't nerfed, so...
Yeah. It's one of those things. Trundle was nerfed, so they're considering that one here is Canyon. Feeling a little bit on the outdated side. I feel like they were pretty good bans as far as the datedness is concerned. The picks haven't necessarily been as much.
Yeah, Skarner is one of Canyon's favorites, but I don't recommend it in this case.
Jungle Gwen, and then they just pick Aurora. Because the Aurora is still there for King to pick into this Gwen if they would like to.
I think they certainly will, absolutely, as they will actually still lock the Skarner. This has been one of Canyon's favorite picks this year, and as it's fallen off around the world and in this region, he continues to play it. This is no surprise to Aurora. Now, I'm thinking Lucian potentially needs a look. You're looking for Jhin. I think if you're Nongshim Red Force here, Jhin is insanely strong with this draft thus far.
Not to mention Rakan as well, I think, is pretty high priority.
I think you just don't want Rule to have any sort of power in that bottom lane. Just put Jiu on Jhin and like let the rest of the team do the work. Jiu fights from far, far away, doesn't interact. Sivir, similar idea in terms of like the power of the wave clear and the scaling, and your team sets you up and you just kind of run through the fight and clean up.
Yeah, you can kind of opt out as well, especially in the mid-game where you just eviscerate waves so incredibly quickly. You don't really need to interact, so I don't mind that one either.
Also, the Sivir ult plus Wukong is pretty scary.
Yeah,
really powerful.
I do think that Rakan needs to be looked at.
I think that'll probably be the final ban here for Gen G, but that means there's a Lucian ban.
Yep.
That means that Jiu can just play the Jhin, and if they let it through, that's my expectation. Jhin works really well for Gen G's draft as well.
Yeah, they do have the consistent damage of the Gwen and the Azir, so they're not as worried about that one.
Yeah.
Is it? Nico is up. That's
Nico,
the other issue.
Alistair, also potential problems here.
Kai'Sa. Okay, so they're going for a trade. We're going to see some pretty high priority supports between Lehends and Duro.
Yeah, I guess it's just going to be a Nico lock in here, potentially. It's either Nico or Jhin in my mind.
Yeah,
because Nico works incredibly well with this comp, too, when you think about it. Or
the cow.
opt into playing Alistair into a ruler lane. Not sure about that one myself. Corki, what a shock, Atlas.
I know. This. I am mind-boggled.
He plays Corki, he plays Lucian, he wins lane.
He does do that.
He keeps doing that. They just keep allowing it. All these teams keep allowing it. It's crazy.
He also plays Ezreal and does the same thing.
Yeah!
So unfortunately, you can't ban all of those away. Ruler is now going to be at least hovering.
Consider this.
I will.
He goes Corki Nico and wins a lane even more.
I think that could be a possibility. Unless Duro wants to have fun playing Brad instead, and so he is going to do that. Now, what is Jiu's pick here for this bottom lane?
I mean, Bard is so good with the Skarner.
Oh, true. The setup for these Impales
is
very scary.
Don't you dare Senna here.
Yeah, I don't think they're playing Senna.
I mean, sometimes with Jiu, you don't know.
It's a Neela angle.
Jhin makes sense. Okay, I was nervous when they didn't insta-lock it. When they locked Alistair instead, I was getting more nervous, but then
Jiu was stating his case. He's like, no, but Neela is actually probably the best choice here. And Lehen says no and locks him away. The Jhin does make a fair bit of sense. I think otherwise, like if I had nameplates off, I'd be looking at this Nongshim draft feeling absolutely fantastic about how it looks. The problem is, on the Gen G side, this is the most Gen G thing we've seen ever.
Yeah,
right?
And like at this point in round 5, new patch, new smash, right? Why would I ever reveal any of the things we have planned against Nongshim that's taken one game off of KT, when I could just play the exact same thing that we have been dominating against even Nongshim, by the way, this entire last few weeks? Show nothing and still smash you because it's our best champions. Why take any risk? I want to see a fun champion, Atlas, but Gen G just wants to win and hide.
I know. I'm like, where is my Silas Viego? They promised me Silas Viego. I remember that. It might have been a dream, but I thought, I mean, they said it in the points in our pre-show.
Is it dishonorable to just pick the best champions and hide strategies
Yes.
Are Gen.G just very boring and cowardly team that just only wants to win and not have fun? Think about the fans, Gen.G. What are you doing?
Hey, at least Ruler did pick the cute new skin. So there's that. He's riding a chicken, not a corgi this time around. So there is at least one of those. We do see that we have the Talia and the Wukong here on the side of Nongshim. Let's see whether they can use it well. All right, Nongshim fans pretty loud here today as we're checking it out.
Oh, the new Corki skin, yes!
Yeah, there we go. And
zoom in on it.
And does have the blue chroma as well, which is pretty cute.
It's in
Look
the
at
same...
that. Look at his little chicken helmet.
It's the cutest thing you're ever going to see before Ruler goes 5-0, locks that collector in third item, and destroys you.
It's not as cute after that. What's cuter, actually, the Galio chicken skin or that chicken skin?
Ah, God, I just played a game of Galio on that chicken skin today.
Making chickens go above people's heads.
I think the Corki skin is better. I am a big Renekton toy fan, same skin line, so I'm a little biased. So who's going to have a worse time? Is it Keen or is it Lehens? I'm thinking it's going to be Lehens.
I do think Keen is also going to have a horrible time.
Remember last time? I think it was literally even this matchup, if I'm not mistaken, where Keen played into Aurora on Gwen, went like 0-3, and then carried a team fight, and it didn't matter, and then he popped off later.
Yeah, it did kind of happen. So I imagine that's why they have a lot of confidence in going for this one, as Cosmic Binding just makes Lehens not have a good time. I mean, this is the thing. Alicers do this every single lane, where they headbutt forward just to, do something.
But now he has less armor, and then he has less armor when he gets Gatling gunned as well later on. It's going to be more problematic. Level 1 Gatling gun for Ruler, not going boss bomb. He just knows Lehens is going to go for that and wants to trade back.
Yep.
And it's okay for Lehens here. Level 1, they get level 2 at the same time.
Ooh, not going to see any back away or anything like that. No waiting for a shove. As, now the shrines are going to get put up. And this lane feeling difficult. Nongshim are standing their ground relatively well. I don't think, this could have been worse, especially with that minion going to waste.
Yeah, I think Ruler actually missed 2 CS. He's down on farm.
Goodness. Disastrous. At least now, this is what it says on the tin.
Barrier,
actually
baby.
Tempo barrier here to make sure that his health bar doesn't go too low.
Ruler has a picture of all the barriers on cooldown with the player name. See, if you just took a screenshot of that GU block there, he has a picture of every barrier he's gotten at level 2, on his wall in the Gen.G team house.
Man, he's got a very big wall.
No, I know. It's like he's starting to figure out if he needs to put it on the second wall, or if he's like, is it the Animal Crossing there? I can put it on the ceiling.
Yeah, I think it's time to put it on the ceiling. I think that's the way. That way, when he's lying on his back, ready to go to sleep, you can just look at all of the barriers that he's
had a bad day. Remember the barriers I got.
One loss for Bard here in the Legend group is kind of impressive for the little Shrine Master.
They didn't even play Nico in this lane. Just want to remind everyone they decided to go for Bard for the Skarner synergy, which makes a lot of sense. Speaking of Skarner.
Oh yeah, Calyx is going to get slammed into the wall here. Flash immediately having to be used, as Canyon will be able to move down towards the other Rift Scuttle as well. This is exactly where he wanted to go, as Gideon walks over a ward, but I don't know what Keen's really going to be able to do about this one, unless Chovy's willing to risk a teleport, as King in.
They're waiting it out?
Actually, doesn't pick up the aggro as they wait for the circle to go down, and they just let him live.
Yeah, they nice electrocute proc gank. They got the electrocute proc.
Yeah.
And that's all they're going to get, and then walk away.
I mean, that was better than them both dying, but just certainly felt like they could have maybe tried for something after the circle went down.
So as it turns out, both Lehens and Keen having a slightly better than expected time.
Yeah, not too bad.
Although, not so much.
Yeah, let's be careful with our caster curses, Wolf. You are aware of your responsibilities.
Yeah, no, Cronny's off today, so they're especially real today.
Indeed. We have no doubters. Although I feel like they happen more when Chronicler's here.
That's true.
Because they're trying to show him, we are real Chronicler.
That's right, because Chronicler also is deep in his heart aware that, in fact, the curses can show him things.
Yeah, I feel like he uses them as his way of sort of fighting back, Because often he's just so nice. So he uses his caster curse in order to find a little bit of evil.
Yeah, just a slight evil, just like Genji with this draft. Slight evil.
Yeah, a little bit of evil. We wanted to see some new cool stuff.
Yeah.
And instead, they picked very Genji.
Maybe he'll go to game 3 and they'll be kind of forced to eventually.
Well, Alex is not. He's going to the Death Chamber. That's First Blood going over to Canyon Skarner.
Both of these ganks at the angle for Canyon has been incredibly impressive. Like the last time Gideon was on the top side of the map, he was able to avoid him, go under the scuttle, and get that first gank off. The second time here with Calix's flashes, he's able to still avoid him, wrap around past the brush, and then go between the brush and the Raptors to find him there. So he's like, look, I will kill this Talia. I will it. And Chovy said, yeah, let's do it. And they did.
Yeah, it was very nicely done. Now the Raptors go over to him as well. I think he was looking for even another one, which would have been crazy. As, yep, here he is. Seismic Shove is going to connect, though, onto Chovy, who does use the Emperor's Divide, but dies immediately. So really nice shove there from Calix, and he read that play that time. Lahan's also here to lend a hand.
If there was a stat for turret proximity in the mid lane, Chovy might be leading the stat from rounds 3 to 5 on Azir specifically. This
Although
is the second time.
Zeko would be giving him a run for his money, I imagine, on the Azir as well. But certainly some pretty aggressive placement.
Yeah, there's some weird stuff happening. But that was, like, the third time is, in fact, not the charm in this case. It was the second time is the charm for those mid ganks. And that's a big win for Calix, because that's neutralizing the advantage that they had gotten. And obviously the kill going over to Canyon as well makes it a lot better here is, you know, Canyon's coming over, level 5. Chovy knows he has 6 here.
Yeah,
and
this one was very comfortable.
And like, this one's the freebie. Though Chovy has 6, right? So
he got caught on the rocks.
Actually, on second look, I didn't quite notice that the first time that he was stunned on rocks.
Yeah, so couldn't actually get the ult off, which is what he wanted to do.
Yeah, I thought he was just a flick, but it was rocks into catch under turret.
It's a bit of both. So very nicely done there by Calix. Not going to be bullied in this game. As you can see, the gold in the mid lane is entirely even. It's still going to be about 300 gold in Genji's possession. But with the fact that this is Jhin Alistar towards the bottom side of the map, we weren't expecting a lot from the early game. I think this is just fine for Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, no duo kills happened.
Yeah.
That's, you know, it's a step in the right direction for most teams.
Well, Lahan's is also looking for a little bit more, perhaps, as Chovy does
he's
put up the Sand Soldier.
So he's a vulnerable target for sure. Calix will have flash advantage here eventually. Lands has level 6 actually with all the XP he siphoned pre-grub fight. That is exactly where you want to be as an Alistar. Now, Duro will also, with his lane swap up here, be able to get the last bit of XP and have 6 as well. This is going to be a pretty fiery 6v6 with the Alistar ult and that hard combo.
Ooh, actually getting the Between Worlds out here as there's the flash forward from Chovy. Seismic shots, gorgeous! Into the Cyclone. Under the turret goes Gideon, but he is more than happy about that one as Genji will start up these grubs. We'll see how many they can get before Gideon makes his way over. But without Cyclone, it's going to be hard to fight.
Yeah, no Cyclone, and they have Tempered Fate plus the Impale. So it's just not a fight you want to take. So you got Chovy, but you lost the grubs for it. At the end of the day, one step closer to Feats of Warfare here for Nongshim. A little bit of extra gold in their pockets, but Genji getting the greater objective, especially when you consider they have the Azir and the Gwen on their team composition. Not that, you know, the Aurora isn't bad. Yep, the Gwen and the Azir are much stronger if they can get some alone time with the turret. So this is the catch on to Chovy from Lahan's. The flash engage is fantastic. They know he has no flash. Would have been tough to react even if he did, but they know there's just no outplay here.
Yep, beautifully done there from Nongshim to really keep the pressure up onto Chovy, who almost has a gold disadvantage in this mid lane. Calix will turn up and probably be able to get that one back. Chovy not too worried, almost with his flash back up and available once again. This dragon has just not been looked at. It's a pretty late one. Still, it's been alive about 4 minutes thus far.
Pings coming down, they know that Duro is in the area here, and they're just trying to make sure that there's no sort of shenaniganry happening. As Kingen has a very even CS number with Kingen.
I'm worried about that.
Yeah,
this is not how the matchup.
Not normally, no.
But also, I feel like the Gwen really does get a lot more attention. We did see that Gideon sort of just went past and high-fived him and stuff like that, but that's not killing the Gwen, which is what we do see a lot of in this matchup, where you really do want to try and pressure at home, the lead that you can get in that lane. It is now Kingen with a bigger lead as he picks up an extra wave. I don't know whether Keen really got too many of the minions as he made his way towards that top side.
I think what's so interesting about this early game so far is all of the expectations based on how dominant Gen G has looked with drafts like this, especially with these types of lane matchups. You know, you kind of expected this early game to be a bit of a wash, and yet, like, surprisingly, the Gwen is doing better than we expected, but the bottom lane, only 15 CS down. Like, it's a 300 gold lead, but it wasn't a disaster. Nobody died. Lehens has made a big impact on this map. Chovy losing Flash. The follow-up gank is good. Like, Nongshim really keeping this game competitive. And I know it's still only 10.5 minutes in, but you and I, like, just said, like, around the, 8 to 10 minutes, we'd be looking at each other going, oh, it's one of those games. It's not!
Yeah, Emperor's Divide is going to send Lehens underneath the turret. Duro makes a magical journey over, so Chovy going to hold onto the Flash this time around, but Lehens, I do like the idea. Continue just trying to get as many buttons out as he possibly can. First items for both of our junglers, but Gideon's pretty much, it's a bit of a better one as the Trinity Force complete. Nothing else in his inventory.
Yeah, now he needs shoes.
All right, well, Seismic Shove going to deliver the Bard back towards Calyx as he just stands his ground. Man.
Also, the knockup animation for Bard is so silly. I never noticed that before. It's very funny.
Yeah, sort of like flailing about.
Yeah, he goes full like Pillsbury Doughboy. All right, well, this is going to be Nongshim with that near pick onto Duro to start off Dragon, but the Ruler's in the area here. This is a very risky start. We're going to have to see a Weaver's Wall.
Yeah, that's the teleport in as Kane looking for an angle here as in goes Canyon, but a little bit early as he flashes to get towards the Dragon. It is going to be secured. Tempered Fate to keep Canyon alive for a little while longer, but Ruler, I don't know what we're quite doing there as Between Worlds does come down. Kingen almost just kills him, but Ruler will be able to survive momentarily. Finally, the auto comes in and Nongshim wipe the floor with Gen G in the Dragon fight, and Kingen may even be able to find another as Duro limps away with single-digit health.
Not quite able to get that last kill, but I think they'll take the big win and getting the Dragon and getting a multi-kill team fight here. And the fact that they're able to have this setup, right, is really important. Like, watch how Gen G come over for the contest. Calyx is on this Talia. Canyon goes in here for some reason and is just obliterated. I suppose the argument is because Bard can Tempered Fate from so far away, they're hoping that he's going to set up an Impale, but he's so late. Because, again, the timing just doesn't work out. The Canyon just dies instantly. Tempered Fate just delays the inevitable. Nobody else can get in there. Chovy does not have a big ult. And Duro barely survives. That's your consolation prize, but a very greedy contest from Gen G.
Yeah, and it's also Feats of Warfare now going over as Duro once again getting abused as Ruler finds a cheeky monkey in his jungle. As look at that, the gold graph just exploding in favor of Nongshim here.
I mean, they're just going to continue to pressure this jungle.
This is fantastic. And we now get to see Lehens on the front foot on this Alistar as well. He is so good at just keeping the needles in his opposition, right? You can never relax when you're against this guy because he will just always keep going. He will always keep the pressure up. And as we can see, he is behind Chovy right now with vision control in this brush at the same time as Chovy does get in there, get that ward down. He knows. He's certainly, like, Chovy's been on the receiving end and alongside Lehens when it comes to this, so he's pretty aware.
Right. What happened over here?
Oh, there's the Doughboy.
Yeah.
He really just, whoa. It's very good. He doesn't look like he's having a bad time. Which he's kind of supposed to when you're getting knocked out. You know, when you're crowd controlled, it's not normally a fun time, but he just looks like he's having such a good time.
He literally looks like he's in a bouncy castle.
Yeah.
And he's having a great time.
He looks like Baymax
belly up
from Big Hero 6, you know? La wah wah wah. Anyway, Ruler collects this minion wave, and I don't know whether, like, it's not enough to decide the game, but it feels fantastic here for Nongshim.
Yeah, and I mean, it's Legend Group. You know, we always talk about when you have a lead in Legend Group, most of our teams really just don't let it go. But I think, you know, considering Nongshim and KT are still Legend Group teams, that's relatively the case. Gen G's a bit of a different beast. As you can see, Ruler is crazy and is going to be able to win, like, basically every scenario somehow. at the end of the day, I think you got to hold on to your pride. Like, if you lose one team fight here, this lead goes away, right? So yeah, you have a big lead. You are continuing to pressure. You went deep into the bottom side of the jungle. Now you're threatening Keen here for a potential dive. Gideon has his Cyclone back up, so Keen has to be respectful. You got to hold on to this game tight, but don't like hold on so tight that it slips through your fingers. You have to be really careful about overextending with trying to hold this prize. We're going to see a TP. They're going to commit to Keen. Weaver's Wall gank incoming.
Yeah, you can see Keen is wondering whether he should get out of here or not. And I think I like what he was considering there, as the flash out of the way of the headbutt pole means that Keen will live. And first brick goes over to Gen G. Nongshim hot in their heels, but not hot enough, as it turns out.
This decision was interesting because they're like, okay, I don't want to die in the cross map, and then we can act first and kill Keen.
If they get in as
those
well,
what
that's
I'm talking
a bit
about.
much.
Like, it's not only first brick that also goes over, but you use TP and they get 2 turrets because you used.
Surely this doesn't go down, right?
Oh, it goes. By the way, 3 grubs on Nazir with Nashor's Tooth. See ya.
Okay, well, never mind. And then there is a turret for the enemy team all of a sudden, as Gideon is going to be able to get started on this Rift Herald, so at least there's that. One step closer to feats of strength as well, 1 point apiece.
They just took a 1,300 gold bite out of the lead from Nongshim from that play alone.
That's kind of ridiculous. And now they're not going to give this one up. Cosmic Binding does go wide, though, as Gideon is going to be able to lock this one down. Chovy makes his way in. The Weaver's Wall coming on down as Kingin bounces to the other side to avoid the Emperor's Divide. Beautifully done. And Gen G's little engage is going to get thwarted here.
Can they get something out of this Nongshim beyond the objective? It looks like the answer is no. But they got immediately TP, they got the ult.
And Rift Herald's yet to go down. So Gideon will be able to use that somewhere to lock down a little bit more. But
use it mid to grab this Dragon Prio. I think that's probably what they're going to do.
All right, another Polarize going to connect here onto Canyon. Deadly Flourish comes down as well as Gideon gets over the top. He's pretty tanky, does have to flash to get out of the way, but will survive.
They can either use it for like Teamfight Herald, or they can use it for mid as Geo is caught.
Yeah, Ruler is going to throw some rockets into him. Does just Ghostblade and Barrier to get himself out of there.
Yeah, Chovy doesn't have ult from the last fight. He's aware of that, doesn't flash. But this is Prio kind of gained by Gen G, though, and they're pushing in.
Yeah, teleport from Keen as well, as Lahan's Hex Flash not going to be helping him out there, as the rest of Nongshim are grouped around where this Gwen is going to be coming out. Nullifies the Seismic Shove, as the circle is like, the Gwen's immune stuff is just a bit ridiculous. So Gen G will be able to take this Dragon. One more objective. Whoever gets it, gets the cool new Nikes. As it's a Cloud Soul, you love to see it, as Gideon doesn't love to see that. 3 people in a brush. Deadly Flourishes have been pretty good, though, as Lahan's driving the Rift Herald, and the charge is going to come through. Now the curtains are being called, as Lahan's continuing to do battle. Keen stays alive because Gwen is immune, and the curtain call means absolutely nothing. Kingin bounces into the Dragon Pit, and Gen G will play the defense.
And that's the one team fight I was talking about. Then Gen G are right back into the game. They had the macro play moments before. The Nongshim are super indecisive. Gen G are not. They push on to Geo. He's pushed out. They get that Prio back. And Nongshim don't drop the Herald in mid, which would have given them Prio so that situation didn't happen to Geo, but they wanted to use it in the team fight. But they gave up the team fight and then just dropped the Herald at the end and looked for a charge to the bottom lane, which still happened because of the timing of the Tempered Fate. Actually denies the... It's very funny. It's like hits him in the end of the charge, so it actually still goes off.
Yep.
And then here, Gwen is immune. That final shot.
Keen is really bringing back the old memes, man. Because I feel like Gwen? Because that's Keen and Gwen. Gwen has not looked as like infinitely broken as she used to. But in the last few passages of play, Keen really has made a good argument for this champion is not okay.
Like, everyone go back and watch that Banana Brush Gwen 0-3 play from Keen as well, where they collapse on him and he's like, I'm immune, by the way.
Seismic Shove's impossible to hit, apparently.
Yeah, man, it was looking so good for Nongshim, too. It's still a 200 gold lead.
It's fine, yeah.
200 gold lead. And they're looking for Chovy.
Oh.
We're all looking for
Chovy. They found him. Yeah. They found him.
Yeah, we're all in our own way.
Trying to get a bit philosophical with this.
Like if, you know, someone at home is like not really figured out where they're going in their life. They haven't even watched the LCK before. It's because they're still looking for Chovy. They just don't know it yet.
One day they'll find him, though, and then they'll realize, I need to be an accountant. That's probably what, like, I mean, that's when you can figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, Warren Buffett, Elon Musk,
yeah,
Donald Trump. Have they found Chovy yet? Nope. So, you know, they could talk about their success all the way. President of the United States.
Yeah.
Have they found Chovy?
No.
Don't think so.
Is it real success then?
Yeah.
You haven't found Chovy? Well, Hens at least, he managed to find Chovy. So there is...
Not even Abraham Lincoln found Chovy.
No, he definitely didn't find Chovy.
All right, well, Chovy
Canyon
gets
found
away.
Gideon.
Yeah.
Does that count?
I don't think so.
Consolation Gideon? Because, like, I mean, I guess Canyon, it's very easy for him to find Chovy. Because, like, he always has vision of him.
Yeah, no, they ride together.
Is that why Genji is so successful? Because they've all found Chovy.
They've all found Chovy.
Has Chovy really found himself?
Think about some of Chovy's ex-DRX members. How are they doing? They're doing pretty well.
Emphasis on the XD is okay. Keen underneath this turret will be able to take that one down. And Kingen, he's trying to get out. Will he? No. Oh god, the burst damage is absurd.
The cross-map Otacon attempt here, like they do have Weaver's Wall. Calyx is rotating over. Maybe they can actually make this happen.
I mean, Canyon is here. It's still likely to be a 50-50.
Tempered Fate plus Impale. Watch out, Nongshim. Calyx is going to use the wall.
Teleport is going to come in. The Weaver's Wall, I don't know whether it's quite going to do enough as Otacon was kind of trapped in the middle of it. There's the Tempered Fate to allow Genji the setup as Keen just dives forward. The Impale comes down. The Otacon is collected by Nongshim. Gideon at least gets that one. But can they get anything more? That's the question. Cosmic Binding not going to work onto Calyx. Just slows him down a little as Chovy likes those rocks. If it isn't going to get too much more. So Nongshim snatch the Otacon away and get themselves those levels, the petals, all that fun stuff. But they will lose this outer turret in mid lane and a bit more money because Gideon died.
Yeah, they got feats of strength too. But yeah, grubs are powerful, and they will get the turret. Gold is no longer in favor of Nongshim here. As King, and he's trying to do some fancy stuff here, but if Ruler isn't here, maybe. Meanwhile,
Chovy just goes over the wall there momentarily. It looks like Scorpion's on the menu here. Seismic Shove delivers him. Beautiful chain CC. Nowhere that Canyon could go, decides that he does not want to flash, and I think that was the right call.
And
collecting chimes.
Yeah, okay. Still not quite back in the lead, but it's a nice pick. They also didn't catch Chovy. We're all still looking for Chovy, but they get the Constellation Canyon. Canyon's not too happy about that. This game is very interesting because Genji keep getting a ton of prio, a ton of advantages, and then Nongshim are finding these small punishes, but then Genji still gets something else on the map.
Yeah, this is the problem. They have inherent tempo vibes. Empress Divide is not going to catch Calyx.
Very close. Very close. But like Chovy was able to have this push the whole time. So yeah, you know, right after the reset, like and you know, you got his TP, but then you have to flash, and it's like every single time Nongshim gets something, it feels like Genji gets something slightly better.
Yeah, this is the problem. It's the power of the tempo vibes, man. All right, first Cloud Drake up and available here. Looks like that's where Genji is going to be focusing. And man, the map just feels so small for Nongshim. 4 turrets to 2.
One big thing is that Chovy doesn't have his Emperor's Divide here. Very difficult to punish without prio, but maybe they try for it. Calyx's T-Flip is not coming.
And Gideon's in base. He was on a reset. Does hit the 2-item spike, but not going to be helping them here for this second Drake for Genji. So they do manage to lock that one down. Not soul point or anything like that. Nothing really to worry about in the next fight. I think will be one that Nongshim will be feeling better about, especially with Jiu now completing his collector as well.
They're going to try to grab this inner in topside by just grouping here and catching anyone who comes to defend, but I mean, Genji are going to slow push this, be very careful.
Well, it is a very tanky Canyon. He did recently die though, so he will respect it. Blast cones his way out. It's a lot of damage onto Lehens.
They committed so much, got nothing, and then Keen is chilling.
Hey, got blue buff. There's that. Magical Journey gets Duro out of there. He isn't too worried, but as you can see, Keen is going to push this wave into basically the inhibitor turret.
When in League of Legends you spend 5 people versus 4 people and get nothing but a blue buff, like you said, and then the one is a 3 grub Gwen on the other side. It's a little bit alarming, it's a little bit concerning, but at the end of the day, Genji don't get too much because the turret was already down.
Yep.
They don't get an inhibitor. I mean, Nongshim have more petal stacks because of the Otacon.
There's definitely positives to glean from this one.
I mean, Jiu has 0 deaths, he's 0-0-4, he's got 2 items.
And Calyx is like, it looks on paper like he's down 26 CS. He's still basically in line with the clock, right? At 24 minutes, which is still great farm. It's just that Chovy and Ruler have just gotten all of the red dots. So it's just a little bit of a shame. 3, 1, and 3 though on this Talia, and the shoves have been good. Like Calyx has actually looked great in this game.
Yeah, he really has.
As Chovy, they are doing that thing. They're doing the thing. Can we find him? They did find him technically twice, as we've seen.
I mean, if you see him, have you really found him, though?
That's a really good point. As Ruler accidentally sidesteps that one, as Valkyrie does come on through. Ruler able to keep himself alive as Duro has the heal to help him out, and then immediately has Ghost.
And Keen has his teleport back, and he's just
this is like
he's doing his push bali, you know. He's
it's
really
a very
happy.
It's a happy Keen day today. It's a very happy. Look at him. He's just frolicking around the jungle, having a great time. Baron? Even in farm, bit ahead in a bit ahead in gold.
Baron is oddly enough, even on spawn, I think reasonable for Genji to take pretty soon here because of all the damage they have. 2-item Gwen, 2-item Azir, 2-item Corki. Like, this needs to be respected by Nongshim, and they have one ward here to the left side. Canyon is going to hit it with his control ward, and they're just going to start this up. And there's a TP from Kingen, but
I mean, the last smite from Gideon was fantastic.
Yeah,
so I'd certainly try to respect that one, as he is going to show himself on this ward. Genji do manage to get that one down, but here's the turn. Down goes the Bard in the blink of an eye, and Ruler is just going to cook some eggs over that wall to get himself out of there.
Yeah, not the happiest doughboy this time, Duro, as he is
We may
down a
still
heal.
have got the animation, but unfortunately he then left the rift.
Well, now Nongshim with this control of the choke point, Weaver's Wall, Cyclone, like, don't back here, come on.
Well, they do get the control.
Yeah, I feel like they could have maybe tried to force an awkward fight here for Genji without the support there, and with all of that.
They've got so much vision.
Like, if they had Gideon cycloning in the control, in the choke point there, where they have full control, like, I would have liked that a lot. As this is just a great play from Lehen, setting up Calix's shove.
And he did look, the doughboy thing did happen, so it was pretty fun.
Yeah, no, I mean, Genji, like, they're not really losing that much if they still got to see the doughboy animation.
Yeah, exactly. And in fact, I think everyone wins, really. As now the gold is even, and the next fight probably going to be around this Cloud Drake. It's going to be spawning in just over a minute's time. Seismic shoves seem to be everywhere, wherever Duro is walking. And when you do have a Bard, it is a lot more difficult to get into the jungle and ward things up. I think he is certainly experiencing that.
The difference between teams like Nongshim, Hanwha, and T1 is, you know, like, Hanwha, T1, and Genji probably start Baron in this scenario. Like, they have full vision control, they have a Wukong with flash and ult. I think Nongshim are just like, this is the closest we've ever been!
Yep.
I'm not taking a risk, I'm not gonna do it! I'm just gonna
throw it away!
Yeah, but like, instead they did throw away all the vision to the bottom side of the river here. They have some residual vision, but they're just nowhere near the pit anymore, so it doesn't really mean as much. And now Genji kind of control both objectives, arguably. And you could have looked for a play, but now you have to break your way into the prio. I say that, they are gonna slowly wrap around here.
Yeah, looking for some angles perhaps. I did feel like it was such a good time for Gideon to fight. He just hit that 2-item spike with his Sundered Sky that had just come in.
Fast Cyclone, it's Wukong, come on!
Yeah, there's an angle here. 10 seconds on the Drake. There's going to be Soul Point teleports available for Keen. He can just go over there and take the dragon if they would like to, but Genji instead just going to be pressuring this inner turret.
Genji, you're like, while you think about it, I'll take a turret.
Well, Weaver's Wall is going to split this one up, but the turret does go down. Seismic Shove not going to connect as Canyon just goes on a bit of a ride. There's the Tempered Fate to set up on this Alistar, but he's not exactly an optimal target. They will get the Unbreakable Will. But Nongshim still just able to move over towards this Baron.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is the more ideal time to take it than what they had before, especially because Jiu can't get access here. It's a great blue trinket here.
Oh man, Nongshim just caught an indecision again. As Ruler's just going to come on over, and it looks like it is going to be Soul Point going over to Genji at the same time. Not to mention, they just shoved down the mid lane. They increased that gold lead to about 1,000. I mean, this game has been so close, but also doesn't feel close.
No, exactly.
It's so weird,
I mean,
man.
it's like Dragon and Turret or Global Blue.
Well, Keen is trying to be immune, and it's kind of working, as he does flash out of the way. Seismic Shove goes wide. The Cyclone there doesn't do too much, and they almost got 50%.
Now you don't have Cyclone. Now you definitely can't start Baron. I mean, Keen doesn't have Flash, but that's way less valuable for this upcoming objective as Genji's slowly wrapping around. They do not have vision here, so they have to be very careful.
Yeah, Canyon can face check because he kind of has like a lot of health and stuff.
And they know there's no Cyclone. So that's one of the biggest, scariest problems they would have to face otherwise.
Well, Nongshim are just going to catch this wave. Genji did the same thing though, so there's just going to be no minions here in mid lane. Keen, level 15, level 16 was gained there by Kingen with the help of Arakan, of course.
Nongshim, they don't care if you don't do the Baron.
Yeah.
If you just kind of wait there, like they'll just slowly check.
Their Baron damage isn't... Like, it's not bad.
It's definitely nowhere near as good as Genji's. Yeah, it's definitely nowhere near as good as Genji's. But I don't think you have to kill the Baron, you just got to turn off, but they don't have Cyclone, so that's why they're not going to do it. And that's why Genji knows they're probably just lurking here, and they're going to slowly come over, take a different angle, and eventually they can break through.
It's almost back, the Cyclone.
Yeah, this is, but they don't have Prio anymore, so he has to use it to engage into them. And Genji are just like, all right, well, checkmate, basically, we can even take a reset.
Yeah, which is what they're going to do.
Duro has Unsealed Spellbook to TP back in. He's actually really the only one who's going to reset, in fact. It looks like they were going to do a multi, but he's just going to head right back to the mid lane. So he's going to get everyone a red buff.
Yep. Recharged all of his wards, did Duro as well, so he'll be able to go over and help clear things out. 3.5 minutes on the Cloud Soul opportunity as Keen gonna get caught here once again, but he gets booped over the wall with the help of the Weaver's Wall. Goes golden just to avoid this curtain call as Ruler possibly out of position, but another Cyclone gonna get eaten by a flash. And the Empress Divide throws the monkey back in. The Impale just going to deliver him, and it's a triple kill here for Ruler. Is it the pentakill time? Can he finally manage to take it away from his teammates? As Gio, I think, is going to be able to deny it. Calyx as well, not going to be going down without a fight. And Ruler, oh my goodness, he hasn't been overtaken by the Pentacaller in his brain. He is instead just going to do the Baron.
And they're going to find Calyx anyways.
Yep, I think it's going to be enough here for Keen just to come on over and chase him down. But instead, the Seismic Shove is pretty good. They might need to employ Chovy to come up and help, especially with these Cosmic Bindings going wide. Calyx trying to take one before he does fall, and he's pretty scary on this Talia, but Seismic Shove not going to be enough, and that is going to be Chovy locking that one down, his first kill of the game.
I love how this game has kind of boiled down to Nongshim not making choices. I mean, I don't love that for Nongshim, but like, when you see how decisive Genji are, like King goes in there and tries to clear ward, walks out faster than the Weaver's Wall, knows he has Zonius, by the way. He does not make this play without having an arm guard. Then he is able to get away, go immune, and then basically set his entire team up for success. Desperate Cyclone there, to say the least, from Gideon, who tries to catch Ruler, but doesn't really catch anything. And straight up just basically wastes his ultimate, and then the whole fight is over. It's just completely split up, you know? Like, Genji are like, let's make a choice, and Nongshim try to punish those choices, but are a little bit behind the 8-ball every time as the stun goes down onto Kingen.
Yeah, he is trying to bounce his way out of this one, still takes the rock to the head as Gio almost just dies. Tempered Fate right into the base with Ruler, who is just sort of hanging out with a monkey. Magical Journey comes on through, there's the flash out, and Canyon, he can just drive his way out, decides against it, as now Ruler with the barrier. Pulverize comes on through there as Ruler is in so much trouble, does manage to take one down before he falls, but Gideon with no Cyclone has no way out. It's Canyon that takes down the turret as well as the monkey, and I don't think they're going to need their Corki to break open the base here as Genji with an 8,000 gold lead. Like, really? Like, it just doesn't feel like it should be an 8,000 gold lead. It's a 5,000 gold Rebel Baron power play.
Yeah, wait until you see the gold graph, as this is unfortunate. Yeah. Thanks. Anyway, this here, Gideon has to Cyclone defensively, so he doesn't have it for the follow-up, which is really a shame, because if he has it when this wall comes through and Calyx finds the shove...
Calyx is playing so well.
Yeah, no, he is, and... Like, everyone has had their moments in this game. Like, Gideon had a pretty good start to this one. You know, Kingen's laning phase wasn't super impressive, but had some decent team fights. But, you know, Gio also stable in the lane with Lehens. Lehen found some amazing engages, caught Chovy in mid lane.
Don't look at the number next to Ruler. There's a bit of a hump here, as we can see, moving up to 8,000. It's scale that's a little bit difficult, because we saw this in our last series, but the hump represented like 3,000 gold, you know? Yeah. This was like, and now it's over, you know, is kind of the representation of what's happened here. Cloud Soul is going to be picked up by Genji alongside it, utilizing the last 10 seconds of the Baron. And with the top lane inhibitor now dead, just guaranteed that that Drake was going to be uncontestable.
It was such a good start for Nongshim. Lehens has already found Chovy because they were teammates as well, but he found him, you know, in the mid lane.
Yeah, he did.
Like, Bill Gates hasn't done that yet, but like...
Did you know Bill Gates is going to be on that show that you were on? by the way, apparently.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is he going on UQuiz? Is that
Yeah,
what
I think you're actually as famous as Bill Gates now.
Wow.
As Seismic Shove is going to push Canyon back towards Nongshim. He's driving away, able to use Duro here. And the Redemption even is going to come down just to keep him even more alive as Keen dives into the back line looking for a bit of an angle as the Tempered Fate to lock up Calyx momentarily. That was the decoy as Chovy finds the angle, takes down the Aurora, and is now just running amok, looking to destroy Nongshim. Canyon will catch on to Calyx. There's the Impale, another great shove to be perfectly honest. But it won't actually do anything as Juve is going to be left alive, but not for very long. As look at the damage Ruler's doing. That's going to be the ace, and Gen G will close out game one. A weird one, but in the end, it just didn't really feel like it was going to go any other way.
No, it really didn't. And that's because with a lead, even though it was slight, and with map control, Nongshim were frozen like a deer in headlights against this super oppressive Gen G. And I get it because it feels like in that moment, you're the closest you've ever been to beating this team. You're the closest you may ever be again. And so if you start that Baron, and maybe there was an angle you didn't see, maybe there was a pocket of vision you didn't find, because that's how scary these top three teams are in the LCK. You think you have vision control, you think you have prio, but you're like, what if there's that 1% chance that actually there's a Tempered Fate on four of us from a different angle, and then suddenly Canyon comes out of a brush and impales us, and we lose the game right there. But if you just sit and wait, Gen G will make choices. My favorite moment of this game was when Nongshim were trying to recontest Baron vision, the dragon was up, and Gen G was like, cool, I'm taking the turret, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, I don't even have a second thought. I'm just gonna get money. I'm just gonna get more map control.
And they also, like, it's their identification of what they need to do next that isn't going to risk the whole game, not going to be something that, you know, flips anything, and instead it just keeps up that pressure, and that's exactly what they did. Time for us, though, to take a short break. When we get back, the space is going to break it down, and we'll have game number 2. We'll see you soon.
괜찮아. 나도 안 깨버리긴 했다.
괜찮고. 알리 저기 알리 없어. 와봐. 알리. 나이스.
Yellow may just get collapsed on here. He does have flash and ult. He may be definitely going to utilize something as, yep, just going to press all their buttons. Very easy to do exactly that as Kellen makes it look easy.
One thing we know is that Krill likes his bagels toasted. That is that. All right, now just in the game being...
For a bit of an angle here. As you can see, it's slightly split for the Bros. Once again, a flank angle for Morgan, but it is going to get watched down for as there's the exhaust onto Closer. Not really a full commit here, as Dudu just taking a lot of free damage for the moment. Another double knockup from the Q, and the instant ulti from Closer just says good night. The interrupt! This guy's Yone today is just something else!
Double kick. Triple kill.
Threats and Zinzao rise and deliver.
Gank, Faker.
버려. 잘 버티게 살았다. 여기 봐줘. 레전드.
Carry up. But his brother alive here is crazy. Chain's going to be dodged actually, but still a ton of damage coming forward, and Faker's rejoining. KT did go pretty deep for this one, but they got the follow-up here from Nutcom. And DRX actually able to utilize the advantage. Showmaker's in so much trouble. He's not going to hit, but the ricochet does. This is massive. He goes in. He looks for the angle. Oh my god! The burst damage is repugnant. And the Simmer is dead. Lucid now trying to chase after them. And
시우 장례식장에 틀어도 되겠다.
From this fight, there's no block code to get him in, and Shiu goes between worlds, but I don't think he really wanted to be there. And that is going to be that third Drake taken down. You've got some upgraded shoes, Rich taking a bunch of damage. That wave is monstrous, but Teddy stays alive. He picks up a triple before he goes down, as Showmaker manages to shield himself, grabs the kill on the Zinzao, and Yehu cannot take him out.
All of the Rise teams, it feels like they're missing a bit, you know? KT is the same, right? Perfect, like, is the obvious.
There's a hand
sort of, like,
missing there.
There is, like, there's like, they've got like little nubs instead of some of the fingers, you know? Like, that's just what it kind of looks like, whereas.
They can't form Voltron.
Yeah, yeah, that's what it is.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the space. Nongshim came out firing after the first death that happened to Calyx. But after that, Nongshim looked good. Gen G on the back foot. However, Gen G show the heart of a champion. They battle back, take game number 1. Digon alongside Ox and Wadid. I like the start here by Nongshim. It was cool to see some fight from the squad that's had a tough run.
I mean, being completely sincere, like starting a game well like that, not easy against Gen G, and it's a better look that we've had from Nongshim than in a lot of their matches. But it just shows as well that you can't make that many mistakes against Gen G because they are ruthless. And to be honest, sometimes it doesn't even feel like you're making a mistake. It can be a matter of seconds, an overstay on one side of the map, and suddenly you find that any leads you have just vanish into the wind.
I mean, I think fundamentals were there. Like, for example, they could actually land some ganks on the mid lane, and also after that, they could actually set up the Drake as well. But the thing is, the small micromanagement from Gen G was just on point here.
All right, well, Gen G fell behind early, and then they were able to scrap back on by due to their macro. So you guys wanted to highlight that.
Yeah, I want to focus on how good is Genji when they're behind. So this is a moment where Nongshim could win every single early game skirmishes. You can see it from the kill score as well. But here, I think the way how actually they get the gold back is crazy. So Azir is pushing bot, and Keen is actually baiting them out on the top lane. And here's a timer. We're gonna start from here. Let's roll the clip here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6 seconds. And now they're gonna try to reset here. So if they could actually reset 6 seconds earlier, I think they could actually defend the bot turret. And you can keep playing, yeah. And yeah, they're just not doing anything, but neither of them is resetting. And that's why Genji could get the gold back on the secondary turret. So here we could see how Keen is good on knowing about his limit on top lane. That's why Genji could actually get the secondary as well. So just in general, great macro from Genji here.
Yeah, and I want to talk a little bit later in the game. So despite that, despite pulling back the lead, Nongshim still had an advantage. And the next clip talks a bit about this dragon setup. So Canyon is trying to clear some vision here and actually ends up getting chunked out quite heavily by Nongshim. And, you know, this is a good play from Nongshim. It forces the jungler's flash, it chunks him out. This gives them confidence to start up the dragon, and they think we have control of the area, we're in a great spot.
Good setup.
And Chovy sees an angle, though. He sees Jiwoo here contesting with Prio. He slides in, him and Ruler chunk out Jiwoo, forces him away. Now they move in with the Bard, and they force Lehens out of this banana brush and deny him from having an engaged threat. And at this point, because Jiwoo is chunked, because he had to back away, they get forced out of the dragon area. Canyon is wrapping around as well, and they've also committed a TP from Keen, and it's super aggressive here. And if he was playing another champion who wasn't Gwen, this could be risky, but he knows the limits of his champ, so he even dodges a seismic shove here with the Shroud. And meanwhile, we see Kingens walking down because he didn't have TP. If they'd been any slower, a flank could have come in from the Aurora, but they were so decisive, despite the fact that Canyon got chunked out, they knew exactly what they had to do. Canyon found the chunk, they moved in and managed to pick up the dragon. So I just think it shows that even when things go a little bit amiss, they're so quick to respond and go, hey, I see a window here.
Yeah, that's what I liked about this specific game, because it wasn't, hey, here's one team fight, Nongshim roll over, right, Genji are closing it on out. This was a great opening set of minutes here by Nongshim that forced Genji to respond in the way that they do as the best team in the world. And then when it comes down to fights, they know how to do that as well. One more time with Keen just baiting everyone out on this Gwen.
And I think Keen has done this so many times this game, and he knows the limit of his champion, and it feels like he, instead of the supporter jungle, is going super aggressive, setting up vision, because he knows as a Gwen with stasis, he can do this. Ruler moves forward to stop the ult from Jiwoo, and then when they try and engage on him, he flashes out, and immediately the punish comes in from Chovy, and you see this cleanup come through, so much damage from Ruler. It just feels like this team is playing in unison so well. Everyone knows their role.
So difference between Genji and the other teams are about the pre-plan. I definitely think that this was all planned. So Keen is just stepping up, and while he's talking to his teammates, I'm walking on the Nashor pit. I might get cut, but you just look over me, and then the team can follow up, and he knows the limit, as you mentioned. So like this whole segment is all about how Genji is good at reacting, but also knowing their limits on the plays.
Yeah, and I love what the point that you brought up earlier. How many times have we seen at this point in the game a support trying to ward or a jungler trying to create space and then they die? Here it's, who do we have as champions? We identify who can go ahead and do that. Everyone else is ready to act on a whim's notice. Genji up 1-0 against Nongshim. They had to work for it, but they are still undefeated against this squad so far. Let's see how it goes in game number 2.
They have lost a couple of games, so there's at least that. Maybe Nongshim can find one back now that they have the blue side. Wolf?
Maybe, but you watch some of these clips.
This person found Chovy.
It says, what do you need? Yeah, I don't...
He needs you.
Yeah,
I think that's what it says. Wow, that tiger is so
I
scary.
was trying to tie it back into her finding Chovy.
Which one's more brutal, Wolf?
I think the one on the right.
The one on the left is kind of horrific.
Sure, yeah. Like, it looks like the Tiger's already devoured something on the right side. Like, I'm not sure what he had moments before, but that Nuggery is next, man.
Yeah. Oh, apparently there were lyrics from an old K-pop song. Was on that sign from before.
Well, Nongshim, I think the focus is going to have to be play either a new patch draft or a draft that suits your style. You get a pretty good one in Game 1.
Yeah.
Game 2, you're not going to have the Wukong. You're not going to have a lot of the setup that you had. You're not going to have necessarily that early game lead that you had, but if you're decisive on objectives, maybe you could catch this team. But Gen.G looked like they could just do very little wrong. And the only moments where you feel like they're making mistakes on the map is when they're getting greedy. I mean, Chovy had that weird play where he was interrupted by the rocks, right? Great response there from Calix, who had a great game. Caught by Lehens. Other than that, like, it just felt like, wow, that's the closest you can get, but you're not even really close. And even when they had a gold lead, not for 1 second, I think that most people believe that Nongshim could win it. Like, if they had gotten a few more decisive fights, I think we'd trust. But when you see a gold lead that's less than 2,000 against the best team in the world, you're like, well, let's wait and see.
Yeah, it's a little bit worrying. Here we are into the draft for game number 2. The Rumble going to continue to be banned away by Gen.G. They banned Xin Zhao and Varus as well. Yunara, Galio, and Pantheon were the bans for Nongshim. So Oriana is going to mix things up here just a little.
Yunara gets banned in the second spot. Now the Varus is gone. Wukong is gone as well.
I mean, it's probably
Yunara,
Rumble,
Pantheon,
Yunara,
right?
Pantheon, right?
Yep. Yep. It's RYP RIP.
Oh.
RIP getting
RYP.
OP champions.
It'd be ripe.
Yeah.
Sort of.
I don't know. I just pronounce it I.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
I don't have to say the whole Y part.
It's
a short Y vowel, yeah.
Yeah, it fits. It fits.
Let's see what this final ban is going to be for Nongshim, because, like, the Talia, the Azir are gone, the Corki's gone. I was going to say, I wouldn't even hate if they just banned Lucian here. It's like, I don't want that. I don't want to deal with that. Trundle, it makes sense.
Yeah, and I think they're trying to avoid a, so Pantheon's likely to be banned here, but then you can get the Xin Zhao. There's no Trundle to answer the Xin, and it makes Xin Zhao feel a little bit more powerful here for Gideon.
That's true. It makes a lot of sense.
Might be an idea that they've had.
They also could be looking for some sort of tank pick for King and to try to give Gio a late game scaling AD carry that has a front line.
Yep.
We've known that Gio is great at late game AD carries. The problem is a lot of those carries, like the Senna, the Smolder, are just irrelevant in this meta because they lose the 2v2 so hard, and it's just not playable. And the Ryze will come through.
Huh.
So they don't get the Xin Zhao yet, but they might go Ryze Xin Zhao on blue side in game 2. That's changing it up a little bit.
That could be the option that they're looking for. Is it time for Canyon and Chovy to have a good time on the Rift? That's the question.
Any funsies? That's kind of fun. A little bit of fun.
Pseudo fun. A little bit of pseudo fun there.
It could pair with something fun, like what if he plays Lissandra?
Hey!
Viego?
Oh no, that's too much.
No, we're not doing it.
I also don't think the combo sounds that great. Galio is still up, so Chovy's going to play that. That was the ban that slipped through last time around.
But now we get the coveted rare blue side Ryze Xin Zhao game 2 game.
Do you even want to pick Zinno into this?
No. What will they? Possibly. If they had gone...
Oh, the Gideon special?
Oh,
that's a fun one. Okay.
Okay. All right. Let's move forward together with this, okay? Double Soul Laners on lock, just going straight for the Ambessa. We have no idea what the AD carry is just yet of the top matchup, but Ambessa high value.
Yep, Renekton, the answer to Ambessa, probably going to come through here. We have seen the Lord demonstrate just how powerful the Renekton can be in this matchup.
There's not a lot of damage in this comp just yet for Gen.G, so we'll see what they want to do to shore that up here with Ruler. As you could just go all in and go Lucian, and I'm pretty sure Gen.G would be happy to do that. And again, go with the I win, I show nothing strategy I was talking about in game 1, but it's not the perfect Lucian angle. Especially, obviously, at this point, we don't know what Nongshim Red Force are drafting. We only know the Soul Laners.
Yep. Let's see what the angle is going to be here. Of course, the Poppy is still a flex, so theoretically could be going into Lehens' hands, but they're going to focus on the bottom lane first up, as of course Zaya pretty good into the Vi and the Galio, so they do want to take that one away.
Sivir again. I always want to say Ezreal is a pretty safe ban here, but it's weak in so many lane matchups. right now, unless you go Karma, that I don't know if they'll ban it. I think they'll be okay playing into it.
I think banning Kai'Sa from Ruler is probably a good idea
that's probably the game plan. But you can then just play Lucian if you want to, as there's not a lot of damage in this comp. Remember, for Gen G, if they don't steamroll the early game. So Nautilus ban, another flex of support in jungle.
Hey, true. On this patch, certainly is. And we get the zoom in on Lehens, who's now trying to work out who to ban. The Kai'Sa is going to run away.
Are they just going to play Lucian, or do they have another, more fun plan in mind?
Could be something cool. What if he just locked Kog'Maw? That would be fun.
Another fun plan that I did not have in my mind, but they had in their minds.
I don't know. I don't think it'd be good, but it'd be fun.
They could just... Okay,
Nico.
I forgot about this champion, by the way, which wasn't banned in Game 1.
Everyone forgot it in Game 1. You're exactly right.
All right, the late Nico lock-in, which pairs well with a lot. It wins you the lane regardless of who you're with. There's the Ezreal I talked about that they didn't ban. And we're just going to fight fire with fire, aren't we, Lehens? Okay, this is a little bit different than playing into the Poppy in the bottom lane, though.
And Shape Splitter can be pretty good into Cocoon.
Yeah, you can just block
if you have good reflexes with it. So it could be an opportunity here for Duro to show his skills.
And even if you don't have perfect reflexes, you can predict, or if you're retreating, you can just stop the angle. There's a lot of really cool outplays you can make.
It's a Vayne game, isn't it?
Nah, he's just going to play Lucian. Oh, he's going to play Caitlyn. That's
a different pick.
It's almost fun. It's slightly fun.
That'd be
more fun than Lucian. More
there
fun
it
than
is.
Lucian. Yay!
All right, there's something a little bit new here out of Gen G. If we're celebrating a Caitlyn pick, you know that we're running on fumes here as far as new picks. Of course, Lehens, I mean, the Elise is something that we don't see all that often, but it's Lehens, so we're not surprised.
So for Lehens, you see it quite often, comparatively. I look at the draft here of Nongshim, and I think if you get through the early game pretty well, it's a pretty good draft. It's very safe. The Ezreal pick into the Vi and the Renekton, you know, the Caitlyn lane is going to be kind of a problem with the Nico there. That's not going to be great. But if you get out, okay, if you survive, which most teams can't say against Gen G, but if you do, because last game I also thought the Alistar pick was going to be not as bad as this one necessarily, but really rough. They got out of there. Maybe Ezreal hits some skill shots. Maybe Gio impresses us. Maybe he survives when we get to another game state. But if you're behind and you're playing Elise on this comp, good luck. I mean, Valdez and I played the how many times does Lehens die on the Elise game? Last time we said like 8. He died 6, I think, that game. They won also. But, this time, I'm not sure. If you fall behind, it is just so tricky because you're so squishy. You got to find vision. I mean, yes, Gideon can do a little bit of that for you, but you lose map control with this comp against Gen G with this dive comp. Good luck in the rest of your game.
Yeah, it's a rough time. Looking forward to seeing how it's going to go, though, as Nongshim with the blue side. See what they can make of this draft this time.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right. Oh, wow. Got a pretty good power up here for the Caitlyn with Shadow Clone. I think that's best in slot at the moment in TFT for the current Caitlyn build.
I got to get into TFT.
It's fine. It's okay, but the two comps that were just like really fun to play have just been nerfed, and so I don't know what to play anymore. Because I used to play only Soul Fighter, and then that became like the thing that everyone plays, and so then I couldn't play that anymore. And then I was just abusing Akali Volibear, and now I can't do that anymore, and so I don't know what to do. It's a bit rough. That being said, did get a fair bit of LP from the Soul Fighter before it got completely overpowered. Anyway, it's neither here nor there, as we're having a look here at this bottom side of the map first.
Normally when you pick the Elise, you have a very oppressive laner, like Caitlyn, by the way, who's not with this. Gideon is going to be on vision when he starts this, so Gen G are knowers.
Yep.
Should be...
Oh, he just wants the popcorn shit. He flashes? Okay. I mean, I don't have the why.
So anyway, back to the bottom lane. So when you pick the Elise, you normally want to have like an oppressive laner like the Caitlyn, and you want to crush the lane. It's great into melee, but if you have good setup for it, you know, you can play into range. we have an Ezreal. Sometimes you're outranged as Ezreal by the Caitlyn, and they have a Nico. It doesn't do what you normally do on Elise in the laning phase of the 2v2. You're kind of... You know,
yeah, Nico's also pretty good in the early game as well, so...
It's a Lehen's favorite, but I don't think he's enjoying his time that much yet.
No.
Level 2 advantage.
They do have some more buttons available for themselves, like you were talking about. Do miss a little bit of farm here, as we can see. We're going to be able to get a ward down, make his way back to the lane.
Even
making a lot of noise.
The Nico clone as Caitlyn is very annoying.
Yeah, right? All right, Lehen's looking to clear out some vision, though. And we'll be able to get that last hit on the ward. Just sacrifice 50% of both of their health bars, but will gain control of the wave, at least momentarily. That is going to be pushing back towards Ruler and Duro now.
Yeah, they just don't mess around with trying to contest without it.
Oh, that Ruler has a cheeky Mystic shot.
Yeah, you got to be hitting those, to be honest, in order to get any ground back in this lane, or your Cocoons, which was nearly hit.
Ooh, Cannon. Going down lower as Canyon's making his way in. Calix.
Bait all along the flash play.
Yeah, perhaps. Although Canyon is just going to be wandering after him. Does manage to hit him with a bit of a punch, but not too much more.
Okay.
There we go.
Phase rush. Get out of there.
Longshim doing just fine. And here on this top side of the map, Keen also having a very good time here in this lane. We know that Renekton, especially early on, is going to be feeling quite happy in this matchup. But with all of the changes that have happened, the Dominus buffs and things like that, it is certainly an opportunity here for Keen to make some stuff happen even later into the game.
He wouldn't. No.
He is not going to. You are correct.
He's very wise to it.
Ooh, Keen. He could be in trouble, though. Does flash to get out of the way of the heroic charge. And that will successfully get him out of there, but that is another flash on cooldown. Chovy just used his as well. Why? No idea. How? Not sure. But we will probably get more of a clue as to what was happening there. Did you see it?
No.
Meanwhile, Duro is possibly just dead, as never mind, Lehen's not going to go for it. As Canyon, we're going to take this one down. Heroic Charge doesn't get the stun into the wall, though, so the Vi will be A-okay.
The flash usage from Chovy has been interesting.
This is an absolute mystery.
So... Oh. That's a W!
There we go, and an E, and a Q.
Yeah. I meant like it's a win, but yeah, it's actually accurate, in fact.
I knew. I was just
no, you added extra letters to what I said.
Extra letters!
Yeah.
So why...
you know what? You and I spent the whole game one pretending like Nongshim might beat Genji. Like, we were like, maybe there's a chance until they lost control, right? And then...
Right now, like, if the stuff is still... like, weird things continue to happen, maybe enough weird things happen for Genji to lose the tempo vibes, you know?
Yeah, I mean, Chovy's not going to like this. Likes this a little bit more.
Yeah, it's a fair bit.
Or likes that a little bit less. You know, it's crazy. You remember, I don't know if you ended up watching the GSL when Nestea was dominant in StarCraft 2. This means nothing to, like, most of our viewers, but...
I think it's fine.
Tasis and Artosis, like, mythologically created this whole storyline for Nestea, creating a universe in a dream and stuff, because it was, like, he was such a dominant player that it was hard to commentate games where he was in it, because it was just like, well, you don't have a chance. It's Nestea. Like, if he decided you snapped his fingers, you'd be dead. But he's playing with you because he respects you.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. And the entire universe was actually just his dream. I feel like we might have to, like, live up to them with how Genji plays right now. Like, with some of the laissez-faire decision-making we saw in Game 1, but it still doesn't matter because they make all the right decisions in the right moments. The macro is phenomenal. The team fight setups, the judging of the situation. So when you see, like... yeah, small advantage for Calix. I'm like, well, let's wait and see if that means anything, you know?
Yeah, this is the thing. It's like they know which decisions they can do weird stuff in and which ones they will cost them. As speaking of costing them, this is an opportunity now as Kane, with the Dominus, is going to be able to use it to clear out the wave at least, as he now tries to get on top of Kingin, and they cannot kill him through the Dominus. No flash, remember? And Kane just says, and what?
Yeah, so he knows exactly the limits he can push, the silly things he can do, the aggressive laning he pushes for, yeah. King and down flash, by the way, on the 2v1.
Okay.
And, yeah, it did happen. Keen does not have teleport. and King will stay in the lane.
Yeah.
So that's you know.
So Genji's universe that they've created. I can't. Maybe we should talk to Nick and Dan about how this universe was created, so we can figure out the blueprint that Genji's following.
Yeah. Well, it's like, you know, StarCraft 2 was a 1v1 game, so you could think of it like it was all Nest's dream. Maybe it's just Arnold's dream.
That could be it.
You know, because he's in a big part how this roster was formed, and
maybe it's Chobi's dream.
But I mean, I think
maybe he did find himself and created a universe.
Yeah, I mean, I think it actually was literally Arnold's dream to put in together a super team like this.
Yeah, I remember.
And like both times, he had one new prospect, right? Pays and then Duro.
Yep.
And both times, that new prospect popped the hell off Atlas. Like
they were pretty good. They
yeah.
were pretty good.
And I think part of it is because they have the 4 Genji core players with them. And of course, like a huge part of Pay's success was the development Lehens gave him.
Oh, that's so true. So true.
But I think for Duro,
speaking of Lehens,
he's coming to leave.
He's leaving. Yeah, going. Oh, Canyon. They have a control ward here, as it is just going to be evicted. There we go. What are we looking at? It's the grubs.
Yeah, grub fight. A level 6 Duro is pretty terrifying if he can get into this pit.
Yeah, does need that level 6 though. Unfortunately, doesn't have it just yet. As Canyon wants to be able to get at least one of these as Ace in the Hole comes through. Gio just making his way out though. Lehens on vision. And the Cocoon is going to go wide. There's the Pop Blossom. He goes forward. Looks to try and take down the jungler. The heroic the heroic entrance is fantastic. Gideon's dead. That is going to be one of the grubs over to Genji, but ultimately, the feat of strength is going to reside with Nongshim, but Genji should be able to also get themselves a bit more.
Yeah, it's a big kill. A little bit late on the engage there from Duro, but I think the positioning of Nongshim was pretty good. Like, they were really well split, and it was hard for him to find the angle. He was also very conspicuously, for most of that, a level 4 minion, just kind of lurking on the edge. He was a level 5 Caitlyn for a little bit of it.
Oh, that's true, because I was baited by the level being Ruler's level.
He
but
just
then he hit level 6 anyway.
Yeah, and he ulted. It was good. He helped them get that kill as Keen is just dodging everything.
Sliding through. That was pretty schmick, my friend. Well played.
So they get a kill. Nongshim get grubs. Not all of them, but, you know, Ryze and Bessa happy with the grubs. So there's that level 4 minion just kind of hanging out. He's like, oh, I'm definitely a minion. Nongshim's like, you're definitely not. And then he still finds this 2-man with the flash. They get the grub. They get the pick with the Vi engage on top. And they almost get Calyx, but not quite.
Yeah, he does have the phase rush, so Calyx is able to make his way out. But of course, the focus was killing Gideon. They did manage to successfully do that. So now, 2 minutes on the second Dragon of the game. Double Dragon available for Genji if they can pick that one up. As Chobi moving on in towards that top lane as we were singing the praises of Keen, but now could be in a whole host of trouble. Flashes out of the way of that public execution as now Lehens not quite in cocoon range, so isn't able to kill Keen. So once again, that flash on cooldown. This Crocodile is still very scary despite the amount of audience participation there's been from Nongshim in his lane.
It's wild. Like, Keen is trying to make these plays, but Keen is just so resilient. I feel like in every scenario, it's so frustrating to lane against this guy. It's frustrating to lane against Caitlyn Nico also. Gio's been finding that out this whole game. He's 30 CS down. He did opt into this.
Yeah, Ruler is doing a little bit of just stealing stuff away. As True Shot Barrage not going to connect there, as Ruler at least doesn't get hit by that one, but it was a good cocoon to start this one off. But just Peacemaker across the wave, hit each minion a couple of times. By a couple, I mean once. And then again, Gio has to deal with just a full stack of minions heading his way, and Ruler hitting him with as many buttons as he can. And Lehens probably not very interested in taking that one. Keen's by himself now.
Yeah, that was pretty hilarious. I liked the part where Gio shifted towards Lehens to get behind.
Help me, Lehens!
And then Lehens was not interested, and then they lost more plates. I like that part.
Yeah.
That's my favorite part of the game so far. Otherwise, it's a bit of a Caitlyn show.
There's okay. Lehens. Okay.
Does he take the risky E? No. He's just like, I take most of his health and then go back.
Look at this. And so now, with Nongshim overloading the bottom side of the map. Keen's like, no, I'm going to get out of here. And so that means now Chovy is free hitting this top outer turret. Yeah, Kingen is getting some work done down here, but that is 2 plates that they've managed to get out of that turret.
By the way, the whole mid turret
is likely just dead as Canyon moves in. And this is just going to belong to Gen G. Down it will go. The dragon has just spawned. That is a location where Nongshim did have members on the Rift, but they have since reset.
This is kind of the game I was talking about where I said like the 8 to 10 minutes and we're like, yeah, it's one of those games.
Yeah.
This is kind of the Gen G when I was
honestly, it's pretty beautiful to watch though. Because
it is fun, yeah.
They move like water, don't they?
They really do. And like they're everywhere. Like you think you can, it's like whack-a-mole. You think you put one Gen G side laner down and the other one gets like 2 plates on the top side and then you're like, okay, why did I deal with that? Oh, my mid turret's gone.
Yep. Just kind of infesting the map.
They did face up, pick the Elise with the Nico there, and you know, the Caitlyn is a great response here to this bottom 2v2. It is it's a problem for Nongshim as Kingen's going to eat a turret shot.
Yeah, there's a lot of, there's not a lot of minions available here for Nongshim as Keen just presses R and he's totally fine.
Yeah, Keen is like, he's like, yeah, you guys try to kill me. That's my whole game here while the rest of my team wins the game, the real game. This is like a fun little mini game I'm playing. It's a Yakuza side quest. It's very fun.
Oh my, his Stride Breaker just clears out the rest of the wave as well. And so they can do nothing about it. Chovy has been playing PvE League of Legends the whole time. Canyon's like sometimes come over and said like, at least I know that there are enemies on the map, but not really.
They're not
Ruler's been hitting turrets.
Yeah.
And Keen's been just fending off Nongshim.
There's no team fights. Like my theory about the Lehen's deaths, it just holds no water.
Continuing as Chovy living his best life here towards the top side, Ruler is going to be able to claim these last couple of plates.
Yeah, this is the new thing with Gen G where Chovy doesn't get all of the farm, they give a lot of the money to Ruler. It's kind of a newer trend. Like watch that recent Corki game he played.
I mean, they're even on farm, but like Giu's 40 CS down.
Yeah, he is trying to be relevant in this game. Gideon is also trying to be relevant by starting a dragon.
Yeah.
And Gen G are not really near it, so I think he's going to get away with it.
Yep, Keen also just Spidey sense is tingling just a little bit here, as there is a spider on his side of the rift. Keen walks away from the turret, clears out the wave. Another Hextech Drake going to be our soul for today in this game number 2. Giu does finally get towards the Trinity Force, but feeling a little bit slow on this one. Collector already done here for Ruler.
Okay, well, Kingen, he's now the
public execution comes down, but the immediate taunt to come in. There's the Pop Blossom as well, as Lehens gets ulted here by Canyon. Not exactly an optimal target, but the heroic entrance is going to deny any follow-up. And now, Calix is having to deal with the minions and Keen underneath this one. Canyon moving on over the flash forward, and Calix is able to take down the Croc. That's going to be a solo kill there for the Rise, and one back here for Nongshim. Feeling fantastic. Gideon moving on in as well. The 2-man taunt is going to come through. There's Feats of Warfare as it's the Nico that locks down the Rise to get some revenge here for Keen. Teleport in as Giu is trying to get some damage onto this outer turret. Isn't going to be able to finish that one off as Chovy was there to defend.
At least they got, you know, some damage on it. He got some time alone in the mid lane. While the rest of Gen G was down there, Chovy is eventually forced to TP to defend. Really great play there from Calix. The rest of this is just more Gen G in a single area with a good engage here from Duro. Then the engage onto Lehens, like you said, it's not the ideal target, but who really is in this case as Calix is under the turret. The wave is cleared in part due to the True Shot Barrage, and then the route is good. They chase down Keen. Well played by Calix here.
He was so close to Dominus as well. It actually just came off cooldown.
Yep.
And he couldn't get the health back and press that button. Still, the revenge is swift.
And they get the whole thing. The rise in the bottom lane, the turret.
And they're doing, like, so this is something that, like, 2018 KT did a heck of a lot, where they picked Jinx and Caitlyn, and they just moved the Jinx and Caitlyn to kill these turrets. As Keen does have the Dominus, but once again, it's his arch nemesis in Calix. As they get the vision, he does avoid that Q as he's looking to try and run this one out, but the Rune Prison is going to be there. And so that's a second death here for Keen.
You receive one Renekton. I receive...
Well, Lehens is not having a great time here as Capybara comes on through. There is the flash out from Lehens after he does come back down. And now we're going to get yet another charge. Yeah, but they did kill Keen. And there it is in a turret. Going to be picked up here most likely as this minion wave is conquering through.
So you receive one Renekton, I receive 2 inner turrets, and a flash.
Yes.
That is the cross map on the kill there that we did see come through from Calyx as Kingen sets this up. You can see Keen is like, something's not right about this. The Realm Warp is committed to. And then instantly on the other side of the map, they just push in.
Yeah, this was Rift Herald going over at the same time as well.
Sorry, I forgot to list that in the...
yeah, sorry. It's one of those.
There's a man with long hair with his fingers together in a kind of pensive pose with a trade offer.
Yeah.
I don't know if Nongshim should have taken it, but I think it might have been the best deal they could get. And this Ryze is now isolated in the side lane, and I think he has some friends coming. Let's see if it can save him.
Cease and desist is going to come on through there, but the public execution is going to come down. Still they lose the Ryze. True Shot Barrage does not a whole lot, but Canyon, the taunt defense from Chovy is so good. And there are no minions here. Duro's moving in. He was a Krug. That was cool. Bit of a Doran cosplay. You love to see that. And here's the real Crocodile. Pop Blossom's gigantic. As the heroic entrance is down on top of it. Chovy's at about 50 health, but that's pretty much all he needs. And the revenge from Keen is swift and destructive. Kingen trying to get in here to do his best Rich impression, but unfortunately, Gen G are just too strong, and that's a clean ace here at 18.5 minutes as Chovy picks up 2,500 kills.
Wow, they didn't even put that on the... Like, that wasn't even on the... Was that on the key player? Like,
it was on a lot of fan signs, but I don't think it was on our key player thingy today.
Weird, like, it's crazy how sometimes we're like 8 kills away and we put it up and then it's Chovy and like...
Yeah, I think last week we had it. We didn't want to...
we didn't double up. Okay, all right. I mean, to be fair, he only got 1 kill in this game, but it was the big one.
It was.
Yeah, it feels like, okay, maybe we got something here. We saved it. Keen's like, there's no Ryze. That's my natural predator. And then the fake Renekton comes in.
Oh, the double circles as well, man. Yeah, it's so cool.
And it's not a Venn diagram I'd want to be in.
Nope.
Keen just cleans up house. No Ryze to root him, and then this part's really funny. Except when I say funny, I mean sad. Is Chovy's like ready to taunt, but he gets rooted. Chovy's like, aww.
Ruler as well, just having the greatest Caitlyn game ever, where he spends the whole game just hitting turrets. And outside of that, no one's focused. Possibly dead. Gideon's there to help him. Thankfully, it wasn't Lehens again, who may have just let him die. But instead, Gideon's there to save him, as there is a little bit of a catch, but the public execution is going to come down. Let's see whether Dura can protect the president, as Rule actually able to get out of the way of Gideon here, and Gio is able to finish him off. So the bottom lane's going to die. That is going to be the Hextech Drake in trade.
All right, a little bit of vengeance.
Yeah, not too bad.
A little bit of a happy game moment.
A little bit of a caster curse from Atlas as well, as I was just saying that Ruler, all he had to do was hit turrets, and he's not getting any focus, and then immediately afterwards he was focused.
Look at his build, like he went IE Collector. Doesn't have the rapid fire cannon or anything like that for maximum like turret snipe from a million miles away.
He did make sure that he had the slingshot.
Yeah.
For as much time as possible, which I respect.
I think this is Otacon.
Yeah.
Keen nearby.
Still looking for a potential angle, as they will get some bounty gold by taking this one down. Still, that is a decent evacuation there. A cease and desist comes on through, but Canyon's in so much trouble. Gets so much health back, though, and Gideon eventually be able to lock it down, but the Winds of War will finish him off. Gen G are very far ahead, ladies and gentlemen. That's a large reason why this looks so one-sided. So the Otacon going to Nongshim is still a big deal.
Yeah, Gio with his blue buff trying to queue as fast as possible to get his arcane shift back on cooldown, gets out of there. Nicely timed shift against Chovy's attempted taunt there. Okay, so it all starts off here, where Kingen looks for the engage, and the turn is swift by Duro, but there's a lot of Nongshim members here, and I think Gen G should have been a little bit more respectful of this, considering where the rest of the team is on the map. Both solo laners on the top side, and Canyon, even though there's Hex Gates, is pretty far away. They get the secure, they get the bounty, and then Keen is actually stopped on the engage by Steadfast Presence, which gets a ton of value. Then Gideon gets the ult away. And then, yes, this gets a little bit messy. The wallets are very heavy. Gio gets out, but I think this is about as well, these last two fights, that Nongshim could have ever gotten, like, in terms of the result. Like, that was the best they could have ever hoped for, is what I'm really getting at. And now it's only a 2,000 gold lead for Ruler. Ezreal got 2 items spike spike
There
on
we
the Ezreal.
go. There's something.
Yeah.
Rapid Fire Cannon has got to be basically done here for Ruler, as well as we are hexgating around the rift. Duro could be in a little bit of trouble here.
Ox.
As Ruler is also in massive trouble. There's a public execution to lock him down. They'll find themselves a whole bunch of extra money as Duro. Yeah, he's not in this fight any longer. And Nongshim, there's not a whole lot to fight for here in this bottom side river, but they're going to win. Whatever that fight was for,
yeah,
it was for mainly just kill Ruler.
The happy gaming might be turning into like a colon, just straight line kind of face gaming, where you're starting to get a little bit annoyed that it's not going as well as you thought. Ox did say, in one of our work chats 15 minutes ago, I just hope both teams have fun.
And guess what?
Nongshim's having a little fun right now because Genji really are.
Yeah.
A little happy gaming, but a little happy punish from Nongshim. Let's see if they can catch Kingen here. Does have flash, no ult.
It's still a big lead as Kingen, I don't know whether he's going to be able to get out of this one. Cease and desist is just going to be employed. King comes down. Kingen going to get knocked up because there's a heroic entrance, and Chovy will be able to lock down the kill in the end. Yeah, once they've got their claws in, it's really almost impossible to escape.
Yeah, it might be with the next wave here, the inner turret. I mean, even without Baron, you just focus it down and say, well, if Calyx wants to defend it, he can try. He can try his hardest, but I don't think he's going to. Oh, Duro. Look natural, Duro. Fly casually, Duro.
There's 5 caster minions here in this wave, as the True Shot Barrage sails over, but this inner turret is well and truly dead. I think that is every inner turret down, by the way. Yeah. Genji currently have 7 turrets.
They also got the inhibitor in. Yeah. A little bit of farming by Jiu during the interim. Like, he got a wave to crash into the Genji inners. So
he did actually close that gap by about 600 gold. Not too bad.
he keeps chiseling away a little bit.
Oh, excellent use of chiseling.
I think that, like, Nongshim made the right choice to let that inner go in the bottom lane. The gold lead is still nearly 5,000, but all it takes is one team fight and a little bit of map control. Maybe Nongshim could steal one away. Maybe that 5-gamer could be upon us. Yeah. I'm hoping for it because, Genji just kind of default winning and being the best team ever and running circles around everyone in this group, except, occasionally T1 is... Yeah, it's just not as fun as Nongshim getting a little fun
yeah. I mean, it is fun, like, international events.
Yes, no, that's fine. If they're not LCK teams, I'm like, yeah, cool, it's totally fine.
Yeah, but when it's here, it's nice when things are a little bit more competitive. So far, it has not necessarily been, unless it's T1 versus Genji.
And not even always.
More of those.
Yeah, not even always competitive in that series. Like, individual games can be quite not.
Ace in the hole will just be eaten here by Gideon. He's happy to do that.
Oh, the canyon wraparound is scary.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of vision. Like, not a whole lot of people having very much vision at all. A lot of Nongshim's vision is very forward, and you can see that's not where Genji are coming from. They are moving from behind. Cease and desist right out of nowhere. Heroic entrance just to make sure they can't further engage the flash out. But the taunt is there to follow, and the Pop Blossom for the follow-up is so good out of Genji. Over the wall they go, as Lahens does dash cannon his way out. That is going to be a teleport away from the Ambassador. Kingen is able to keep himself alive, but with Gio and Gideon down, that will be Soul Point going over to Genji, and even Lahens will be cut down where he stands.
So Atlas, do you remember when I was talking about in the previous game where I was like, oh, Nongshim had prio, they didn't go for the Baron, like they had the angle, maybe they had the turn angle with the Wukong, but you just never know with Genji. You don't know what angle they're going to take, you don't know where they're going to come from. This is that exact type of situation where you have prio, you're trying to set up this dragon, you don't have a gold lead in this game, you're not even close, but then your Ezreal gets engaged on over the dragon pit wall by a Vi, Chovy flashes, gets a taunt on you, and you're just like, I'm Ezreal, I'm trying to play the game into this dive comp. I picked it to escape. I lost lane, but I thought at least in the late game I could get out of the engage. No, you can't. Not against this team.
And also the Keeper's Verdict hit a clone.
Yeah, that's also not...
I think it was played just really well by Duro more than anything else, but still a little bit rough here.
It did make the fight less confusing for a moment.
Public execution on to Chovy, as the rest of Genji are right here, and so I don't think Kingen wants to go any further. Still has done a fair bit of damage, but he's 2 levels down, man. The taunt is going to connect. Cease and desist comes on through, and they just wail on the Ambassador. Down she goes. A lot of damage onto Lehens as well as the flash out from Canyon is not going to be successful. Keen with the Dominus running, but the Pop Blossom connects onto 3 into the back line as Chovy goes forward and goes golden. Still Duro is going to fall as Ruler with the ace in the hole. Geo actually going to soak that one for Lehens, teaching him what to do next time most likely.
Yeah, don't make me use my barrier. Doesn't have barrier.
Still, that was a trade up for Nongshim.
Yeah, Nongshim once again catch Gen G a little bit broken up on the fight.
Oh, is it Baron time?
Or was it this game? They're not going to make the same hesitation they did last game. TP for Chovy. After the back, he can return right away. Lehens
the flash. Okay. Crocodile better than Spider, as it turns out. There is now a control ward in the Baron pit. Teleport to come forward as Gen G wanting to stop this from going down, but the Realm Warp gets Nongshim out of there!
The heist! That's a real heist right there. Sometimes we call Baron heist, but they're not as heisty as this one.
That was a feisty heist.
You had a feisty heist indeed. You couldn't have said it better. And like, they had the Realm Warp put on the ground before the smite. They know the enemy jungler isn't there. And this fight here, Gen G think they have the faster collapse, which technically they do, but they just don't actually have the damage onto valuable targets here as Kingen soaks so much. By the time they actually get in, look at how much damage has already been done.
And look at Ruler.
Yeah.
He's just wandering around the Otacon pit trying to work out which way to slowly walk towards his teammates.
He's just not here the entire time. By the time the Pop Blossom engage happens, even with the root, by the way, it's double root on Geo and Lehens. There's just no follow-up because Ruler just isn't quite there yet. Geo gets the block, and then here Lehens sacrifices himself to try to see if there's anyone coming in to contest this, as in live!
Okay, Cease and Desist comes down yet again. The heroic entrance going to be eaten there by the by the Zhonya's, but ultimately doesn't really do too much of anything at all. So Calyx is just dead. 1 Baron now down, 3 left remaining on the Rift. As Rebel Baron power play, still positive, still in the red, still feeling all right.
Getting 2 cooldowns as well, the Seraphs and the Zhonya's out of Calyx there. The Zhonya's will be up, both of them will be up relatively soon, but still, maybe not for the next skirmish when he is alive, but I mean, for Nongshim here, you're kind of like, is this playable? Is this winnable? The gold lead hasn't really changed. It's been 5K for the last few minutes, but if you can survive for, 5 to 10 more minutes, like that gold lead will mean very little.
Yeah.
Right now it still means a lot, but if Gen G keep haphazardly taking these skirmishes, if they keep kind of walking in without their AD carry, or the jungler engages a little bit early, maybe there's a way back into this game. I'm not going to predict it, but here's how Calyx died. He just got wrapped around on. A lot of cooldowns
He's level
going wide
18.
there. Yeah, but ultimately he still dies.
Yep. So is certainly the one worth focusing though in this game, as Calyx really has had a great day, regardless of the fact that it's looking really difficult, as Chovy just wanders towards this dark brush. And Lehens takes so much damage. My goodness, Gideon has to flash away. 54 seconds until this Hextech Soul Point Dragon comes through for Gen G.
Yeah, I mean, for Gen G, this is Hextech. If they grab it, and look at the map, like, I don't know if...
Do you know what Hextech Soul's win rate is today, though?
100... Oh, no,
0%.
Yeah, no, it's... I don't know why I wanted to say 100.
So maybe Nongshim should give it to them.
I'm gonna say no. It delayed that last game pretty well, but Nongshim are actually just going to go push mid, try to pull Gen G off the dragon. This is one way to wrestle Prio away when you don't have any.
Well, Chovy and Ruler are looking to come in here as the ace in the hole comes down. Gideon going to soak that one, but he's not too happy about it as there is the public execution king and gets into the backline, but his targets just get evacuated. Gideon now in trouble as Chovy is their target, but he's able to justicely punch his way out. And Duro splitting the shapes.
Geo has so much power in these moments. He has flash as well with his E, so it's hard to engage on him, and he can follow up from such a distance. Gideon trying to start this dragon up as Geo offers damage. I just don't know about this.
Yeah, Duro is trying to spot this one out as Lehens gets caught yet again. Goes up into the sky as Kingen now able to get himself out, but unfortunately Rule is able to shut down the Spider Lady, and now Nongshim looking for the turn. Gideon in amongst it, but nobody else is really there as Duro trying to fight off this dragon, and it's not quite working, and Canyon flashes to get himself the Hextech Soul, and now we get to witness Caitlyn and Hextech Soul. And ladies and gentlemen, that is not something you want to be going up against, as Gio gonna have all of his Qs avoided apart from that one. But everything else is going to go wide as there is the net over the wall, and Ruler locks down the ace and the Hextech Soul. And I think Gen G are just going to wander up this bottom lane and look to finish the game.
It wasn't clean. It wasn't clean, But Genji, once again, dominant win here, and they'll take the 2-0. Definitely some fun to be had. Definitely an extremely dominant early game. Those fun times we had in the mid-game.
Yeah.
But extremely dominant early game, and now the last to fall.
Oh dear.
The first to fall in the previous fight. Lehens is dead, the turrets are dead, and Genji, another day in the office in the Legend group, another 2-0.
And
they're
25-0 against Nongshim now as well. Wasn't really Nongshim's day, although certainly some positives to draw from it, right? I think it was a decent performance from Calix here today, as Lehens, obviously a lot of ex-teammates over there on Genji, as of course he was there for quite some time.
Palm. I kind of forgot I had to vote for
it's Keen. It's Keen 100%.
It kind of feels like it is Keen, right? But like
I just
an angle for Duro.
Yeah. Nah, it's Keen. Just lock it in.
Let's give me 1 second.
Nah, it's Keen.
It's not Ruler this time, I think.
For some,
I'm just gonna go Keen. This seems like the safe bet.
If someone says that you look silly, you've got like there's video proof of me trying to peer pressure.
No, there's also like the Gwen game that he played in game 1. Like what?
Yeah, he was really doing. And I think like.
And then the Renekton game where he absorbed all the pressure and could only die to Rise, but otherwise was immortal.
Yeah. It makes you feel good to vote for someone that isn't necessarily going to have the greatest scoreline or the greatest stats, but made such an impact on the game outside of all of that.
It's like, for me, it's either him, Canyon, or Duro. Like, Duro had some weird Tempered Fate moments. There was, like, nobody had a perfect game because there was some silliness to be had for sure, which is why it's a hard palm. But I think Keen was insanely consistent and both absorbed pressure in both games, but also had his carry moments in both games, so.
Yep. And let's have a look at some of the highlights here, because this was a weird and wonderful one. I think, Duro finding this sort of angle here to deliver that wombo combo to start this game off really was a testament.
I could see production put Duro as palm, yeah.
Well, in this game, if it's POG, Duro gets it, 100%.
Yeah.
We don't have POG anymore. And I think Keen, even in that game 1 performance where he was sort of just left on his own to fend for himself, he fended very, very effectively. As this was a little unfortunate, as Duro and Ruler were a little bit overstepped.
Yeah, this one was weird. I mean, like, I think when you watch moments like this, it's frustrating if you're a Genji fan because you're like, just don't do that, but I know you're going to win. If you're a Nongshim fan, I think as frustrating it is to lose a game like this where Genji are making some small mistakes, the fact that you're able to punish those mistakes really well is a good sign, because you might not have to only, like, beating Genji is the end result, like if you want to lift the trophy, but there's a few other opponents you're going to have to face first in play-in, so, which is where we expect this team will be going. We'll see if they can turn things around, because they need an upset win to catch up to KT. That's why that big win for KT the last time they faced against each other was so important.
Honestly, yeah, Duro had a phenomenal game in game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, he was my like initial reaction. I was like, wait a minute, am I recency biasing this? And then you said Keen, and I was like, yeah, game 1 Keen was pretty solid. Renekton was pretty big. I don't feel guilty at all. And you know what? Someone's gonna be like, justice for sport. I'm over that, all right? The one thing I'm more tired of than 80 carry votes is saying justice for supports all the time, all right?
And it's Wididinov, so you know that they both voted for Duro. So I think you're absolutely fine there. As Ruler, you can see, gets frustrated, nets over the wall, and down goes Jiu here in this final fight. Look, some very relaxed stances here on the side of Genji, though, as you could expect, as no one is catching their first place. They have it guaranteed, all locked away. And yeah, the gold advantage did a little bit of trickling around, but it was never under 5,000.
No, it was, no. It's never really went down below that, even though there were some great moments for Nongshim. And some less great moments for Genji. This is an extremely dominant series. The question is, who's palm? I think Duro's going to get it. It's a tough time to be a top laner. Justice for top laners.
It's got to be... It's Keen! He did it! And Rich right into Keen. Immediately afterwards, justice for top laners. And that's happened today. No one's actually been even stating that one. That's how much justice they need. No one's even calling for it yet.
Any sad pips of the spacers who voted for support?
Hey, maybe they didn't. Maybe they were also Noahs.
Oh.
That might have been a thing. You never really know. But Keen, absolutely phenomenal performance here today. I actually feel like this guy even though it's not the flashy plays that he's making happen, it's the way that he works in the Gen.G ecosystem so perfectly to allow these two carries to really thrive. And now it's time to hear from him. Let's throw it over.
5라운드 두 번째 경기 젠지가 농심을 상대로 승리하면서 7연승과 동시에 26승을 달성했습니다. POM 기인 선수와 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
네, 감사합니다.
네, 기인 선수를 또 인터뷰존에서 뵙는 건 좀 오랜만인 것 같은데요. 또 한 번의 승리를 추가하셨습니다. 승리 소감 먼저 여쭐게요.
일단 1위 확정해서 되게 기분 좋고 오늘도 2대0으로 깔끔하게 이어서 되게
Hey everyone, welcome back to the space.
Yeah.
As we had to come back to us a little early. Wadid was doing the translations. He was ready to go. But
yeah, he said that he's happy with the clean 2-0 win today.
All right. Thank you very much. Wadid Ayaya in the chat, please. Thank you, Wadid. As it was the top laner getting the POM vote here. Not a frozen screen, just a frozen Wadid. A lot of knowers here. No votes for Duro. No votes for Duro.
Surprise, actually.
I thought he would get some.
Yeah. I spy that ruler vote got caught out a few times on the Caitlyn. Not sure I approve of that. I think Chovy vote's fair, right? Had some good plays in the Azir and the Galio was big, but I think everyone kind of recognized Keen was just rock solid. Didn't play Malphite, but might as well have absorbed the pressure.
Yeah, I mean, we did a deep breakdown about Gen.G's macro, especially in game 1. We saw how Keen is good when it comes to like small details, you know?
I just want to say I'm so happy. I feel like we're healing. POM's healing. We're not just voting for boom boom damage. We've had so many boom boom damage. In round 3 to 5, 40% of the votes were for 80 carries, and we're healing.
All right, well, we have the interview standing by right now. Go ahead, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Keen on the side of Gen.G, who just took a 2-0 victory over Nongshim Red Force. Congratulations! And long time no see in the POM interview zone, Keen. You got another win in the book. How do you feel? Well, first of all, it feels great to lock in first place, and it was a 2-0 clean victory, which feels amazing. And you guys have maintained dominance against Nongshim as shown in your head-to-head, and you have not dropped a single match. So what do you think about the matchup? Well, for a while, I think we have maintained dominance as a team, and I think we have a good matchup against a lot of different teams, and it also feels great. And going back to game 1, you guys are actually behind in gold at 20 minutes, but you made it up with perfect macro. Against Gwen, you're able to play well. And what is your secret to bouncing back so well, if you can share just 2 secrets? I think mainly teams try to strategize off of top lately. And I think I just have to focus on gaining CS and not getting behind. And I think the rest of the game is really just the synergy and teamwork with the rest of the team. So first of all is the CS, making sure that you can get the most CS, and second would be the teamwork and the synergy, huh? Is that just a strength that Gen.G is able to pull off? Yeah, I feel like a lot of different teams tend to get their top targeted a lot, and then you end up becoming more of an emotional player, so I just have to really remain composed. And in game 2, your Renekton had a monumental performance. And it looks like while you were getting ganked, everywhere else in the map, your teammates were able to take some advantage. So did you expect to take it? And what's the game plan just to make sure that the other lanes are doing well? Yeah, honestly, it was pretty tough. The game was actually pretty challenging to me. So I think I have a lot of reviewing to do for game 2, actually. And since you're locked in for first place, the team mentioned that you'll go over the tier list as a team. Well, let's take a look at this fan sign. The Keropi says, Keen, I'm here for you, but that other cheer, the fan sign next to that one is such an attention grabber. It says hee hee with the Canyon's face. And Genji is locked in for first place, and the team mentioned that you guys will go over the tier list as a team. So what did you focus on specifically today? As for today, I think we just try to consider a lot of different picks that we want to use and utilize in the future and try to practice them as much as we can. And just like we checked the fan sign, there's actually another thing that's going viral. This one thumbnail in the LCK. He is apparently filing a lawsuit against the LCK staff who made it. What do you think? I mean, yeah, I've been looking at all these thumbnails for a while, and I feel like they sometimes cross the line, but I actually really do enjoy Duro's horse thumbnail. Do you also personally have something that you remember? Honestly, I do not want to remember it. Well, lately I haven't been in the thumbnail lately, so I think, yeah, I mean, you go Duro. Congratulations. And Chovy in game 2 today reached 2,500 kills with Galio. Would you like to congratulate him? I think last time it was Ruler, and now it's Chovy. Well, congratulations. And keep working hard, you guys. What about you? No, I mean, I don't feel like I'm rushing myself or rushed or anything like that. I think I'll get there eventually. And your next opponent is Hanwha Esports. What are you expecting this time? I think we took the victory 2-1, and I want to make sure that we can get a 2-0 victory this time. And that's the end of the interview with Keen, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear. Yeah, it was great to have you break that one down. It was great to have you break down the earlier one. So it was like a what deer, almost. Anyone? What deer? No. Did anyone see that fan sign?
I'm glad we got deer back, was all I'm saying.
Okay. Jeez. Anyone see that fan sign? That was a great fan sign they made of Canyon earlier. As we take a look at the comments, we'll look at that fan sign one more time. All right, comment time. You saw the votes. Let's see what we had here from our analysts.
Yeah, I mean, throughout both games, right, there was like the topside play when they made the attempt on Keen and bought them so much time in the bot lane. There was the Renekton game, so many ganks, and he only died twice in the Renekton game. I feel like he just absorbed so much pressure. Keen did so much, and it really freed up the rest of Genji to do what they want and just get such a huge lead in both. Well, in game 2, a huge lead. In game 1, claw back the lead. So I think Keen's just doing so much for this team and very deserving of this POM.
Yeah, I mean, if you are just watching LCK from like YouTube or anywhere, like I feel like it's really hard to pick up how good is Keen, but I have a chance to just look over. I have the client on it, like I have the replay, so I could review like so many times. But yeah, I mean, it was just so impressive how they're really good with the macros, and especially on his limit testing with Gwen was on point.
Yeah, let's see what else that we had here from our voters who did not go with the boom boom damage. They went with Keen. So Keensistent, unbreakable top laner. Thank you, Wolf, for that good old pun. We got some good ones in today by the people that were able to submit their comments.
Whoa.
Whoa. All right, here's Prince with the Keen one. The #1 type of top laner who drives opponents crazy.
This is so true, honestly. Nongshim, if even half of those gangs worked, such a different series, you know?
I think you said it earlier. It was like, if those ganks all worked, he'd be like 0-10 or something.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I agree. All right, let's see what else we had here. Pony going. This top laner takes care of all the annoying chores, wiping the floors, cooking, and even laundry. Keen making sure that the mess that happens in the game does not affect some of those star players, including Chovy, 2,500 kills. Congrats. Ruler, ADC actively leading macro decision making. Now that's rare.
Okay, Coco, you voted for AD carry, but he died on the mid lane.
Yeah, maybe you let that macro decision make a little too much. Honestly, this was a great POM. You know, appreciation for not the boom boom damage.
Oh yeah,
so
definitely.
good to see. So good.
Yeah. All right. Well, one thing that we also got to see earlier was the fan sign. I requested that we pull that just because that was great artwork. That one right there.
Yeah,
that fan's
it
super
looks so
proud. Clearly, that was Canyon, so we wanted to see if we could do that. So it'd be like.
No!
All right, your turn. Yeah. Come on, Wadid. Where's the hee-hee? You got to do it in the hee-hee at the same time. All right, thanks, Wadid.
You gotta do the troll face.
No, that's not the face that he did. all right.
Someone should draw that now.
Cringe.
All right. The World's Finals MVP, by the way. All right, let's get on to it. The Palm results. Oh, one more time? Okay, no. Okay. All right. Let's go to the Palm results now. After that. Oh, sorry.
At the Palm results.
Sorry. The standings.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate for Nongshim, but it's one of the, I mean, it's against Gen G. It's the hardest matchup that you're going to have, and they're still looking for their win. Again, they need to beat KT, but they also need a win from another team in the Legend group if they want to keep their hopes alive. So looking at HD, looking at T1, I will say it is unfortunate, especially after that Game 1 start, that they didn't get a game, because even game difference can be a big factor. So they're kind of hoping that maybe they pick up some of those. So everything counts at this point for Nongshim, and they're putting their all in to try and make their way up.
But still, 10 games of losing streak, it hurts so much. So yeah, I mean, just somehow they need to make some miracle happen in this Legend group. They just need a win, so it can fix everything. Like, to be honest, their Game 1, it was decent, you know, like it was just because of Genji playing so well about the macro, so it was just unlucky that happened in this game.
Yep, definitely. So Genji with another win, a 58 game difference between the squads. Tomorrow, KT looking to upset Hanwha Life Esports, as one of our analysts on the desk think might happen. Made his prediction there.
Gamble.
Ox KT over Hanwha Life Esports. And then a huge matchup in the Rise group. Bro and DRX, both squads currently in play-in positions, but neither squad has locked it on in. DRX can do so with a win. So we'll see what happens there. Y'all, it has been a great day of action here at the LCK. Round 5 is fully underway. We've got more games for you tomorrow. On behalf of everyone here, thank you so much for watching. See you tomorrow.
레전드 그룹 1, 2위가 붙습니다.
1, 2위 간의 매치긴 하지만 2위 자리가 생각보다 꽤 불편하단 말이에요.
This Azir, but into the backline goes through. Chomps everyone up as the equalizer. Shove finds nothing at all.
너무 아쉽네.
시원하다. 치즈 젠지입니다.
젠지가 기본적인 라이너들이 너무 단단했어요.
이 팀은 그냥 안 넘어지는 팀이에요. 그래서 더더욱 오늘 경기 진정한 의미에서 시험대에 오르게 된 거죠.
What doesn't kill me makes me stronger.